we are. We have some teams going into aerial combat on top, and oh, it's a party! My goodness me, have you ever seen this before? I don't even know who should I start with right here.
Well, it's like rainbows all over. And here we go. I can't even see, like, okay, I can see someone's like dropping over, and that's about it. But we have look here. Finally, we have visual onto RSG. He's gonna go and get some, well, some elimination points for himself, I guess. And it's just a party that's happening. I don't know when you're gonna call that platform. King of the platform, I guess.
Well, King of the Skies, I would say, but right down low, we still have more action going on. It's W1D5 from GENEXUS that will go in to punish the sole member of Bosskur, and he's just floating. Just punching him in there, and oh my word. That's a good way to start off the day. I guess that with more and more things happening, we have Adik Hihi just cycling around, trying to get something out of school.
Okay, I can't, you know, I can't get enough of that. I gotta hear more of that. But talking about more, Adelu definitely wants more, and then one day to rule them all. I mean, Ade, yeah, just did that.
Secret.
But wait a second. Team Secret had all four still alive? I thought that they were down to the last man, or at least 2 team members left, but
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday
To you.
Hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun. Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat. Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile, kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary.
Happy 4th year anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile. Kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring
Pada 23 hari bulan ini.
Pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April. Season 5 ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik
Kelakar semua ada. Jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada.
di Facebook dan YouTube. See you there.
See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, mos gemuk.
1, 2, 3, action. Macam tu.
3, 2, 1, action!
I think it's going to be competitive.
Bukan agak lah, memang lebih mencabar.
Pasti sengit. PMPL season ni lagi sengit daripada PMPL season 4. Confirm.
Agak mencabar lah untuk format baru. Benda bagus yang patut ada lah kat Liga.
Lagi seronok lah sebab tak ada orang yang boleh try and error. Diorang dah tak ada masa untuk main-main lah.
Baguslah untuk tim yang konsisten.
Kita orang akan perform lah untuk nak dapatkan extra 20 point tu. Memang for rival akan buat yang terbaik lah setiap game. Free point. Easy je. Memang easy.
Free point je kot. Because they have player named Demigod, but I don't think he's God.
Singapore tu easy. Philippines tu lagi easy. Buat je semua tu.
We are prepared in this league, and we think that the Malaysian and the participating teams is fearing us since all teams are eyes on us.
Malaysia mesti dominate weh. Kau tak payah nak cakap besar kau akan dominate liga kita orang. Bak datang. Kita tunggu.
Almost the whole team of SMG to Homebois, because there's like 75% of the core members.
Review? Kenapa tu? Tak kenal tu. Sorry tu. I think exist because of jumper. Actually, he replaced Voki punya tempat because we know Voki how he handle team AZ before. He really barbar. Kita pun tahu how jumper punya gameplay. So I don't think they can commit well with jumper, but I'm not sure. Just wait and see.
Dia sebenarnya terkejut Din lah. Dia keluar daripada secret masuk ke Aziz. Tapi ada udang di sebalik batu sebenarnya. Kalau korang nak tahu, boleh tengok saya punya.
Saya rasa Voki lah. Saya pun tak jangka Voki pergi forever tu. Saya ingat Voki akan stay tapi dia pergi sana. Apalah.
As I know, like Haiku went to THQ, so maybe because he didn't do anything in EVOS as well. Even he go THQ, he didn't give any impact. So I think that's the reason why Andrew kicked him there.
Trash talk lah kan? Bosskur lah, Bosskur. Saya tak nak main dia. Saya benci dengan Aboy. Jangan beria. Jangan beria sangat. Aboy tu. Dengar ni boy, jangan beria. Kita orang just nak warning kat Bosskur, berhati-hati di jalan raya, tengok kiri kanan. Kalau nampak Homebois punya kill feed, jangan kacau. Sebabnya kalau nampak, mungkin korang pula mati lepas tu. Break it on!
To those who underestimate us, for example KHI, we are looking to put on a great performance, so don't let your guard down.
Hello, Jumper. I hope that you prepare your team, and I hope you will beat us soon in La Cabrera. And hopefully, we will leave that area. Bye-bye.
Forever. Sebab ada Voki. Sebab Voki tak suka kita pun tak suka dia.
Kepada MAB, sebenarnya aku suka je semua orang. Sebab aku suka dapat bunuh-bunuh orang-orang yang senang-senang ni.
Untuk challenge ni saya nak bagi dekat Boyka. Jangan yakin sangat sebab team dia tu setakat firepower je. Otak tak ada.
Okey, pada EVOS Miao tu yang acah-acah harimau tu, kalau kita orang jumpa korang, memang kita orang buat bersate kucing.
You can beat me down, but I will jump back up. As is ganas.
Di mana ada kemenangan, di situ ada Geek fam. Once a Geek, always a fam.
The 2022 PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Spring will include 18 competition days from March 23rd to April 17th, with a total prize pool of $150,000. 20 teams will compete in the country league stage. This session, each team will earn weekly bonus points at the end of each week based on that week's tournament ranking. Additionally, after 3 weeks of competition, teams will be ranked according to their overall match ranking and elimination scores and awarded league bonus points. After the first 3 weeks, the 16 teams with highest total weekly bonus points and league bonus points combined will compete in the country grand finals, where their total bonus points will also serve as their initial scores. After the country grand finals, the top 3 teams from overall ranking points will automatically qualify for the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. Top 4 to top 6 teams of overall ranking points will qualify to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship play-in, where they will compete for the last 3 slots to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
The flight to the 2022 PMPL Malaysian Singapore Philippines Spring Split to kick off in 16 seconds.
Hai, saya Kusa. Dalam PMPL MYSGPH Spring kali ini, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan champion.
Stand up. Stand up. Jangan pernah kita stand up. Never give up. Stand up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome down to the momentous day of the entire week here. Week number 1 of the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Why? Because this is the final competitive day within the week, which means by the end of the day, we're going to find out who places where and what within the overall standings to find out what sort of points or how much points they've earned so far in week number 1. And I'm talking about not just the points they've earned from each game, I'm talking about the overall points, the point that really counts, and that all goes down towards the next 5 games that will be played here tonight. Obviously 4, because groups will be taking their turn away from each map throughout the entire week, and today is also one of them. So the format stays the same, but man, I am excited because we are going to find ourselves a number 1 finish and potentially even find out who ends up down in the bottom. Will it still be KHI Esports? Hopefully not. I don't know. That's out of my decision. It's all down to what the players bring within the battlefield. Hey, just a little quick introduction. My name is Keith. I'll be your host this evening. As you can hear the excitement in my voice, I should preserve that a little bit for the upcoming chicken dinners to come. Right? Huge shout out to the man on top, or the people on top who make this entire event happen. Talking about, of course, the PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, and Lightspeed and Quantum Studio for making this whole event happen here, for you to watch at home, and for us to even watch it right here and bring it to life, taking it right and experience beyond just your mobile games. So thank you for that. Go wish them a happy birthday as well while you're at it. You know, it is their 4th anniversary, and with all these action that's coming in, I don't think thanking them is, you know, such a hard thing to do. Now take a look at the schedule and format that we have here. As I mentioned again, this is the first time since forever
that we had PH within the PMPL League. So PH is joining us for the first time round. So this format is a new format following that merger here with the Country League taking place with 5 matches per day for 5 days in a week, and it will go on for 3 weeks, in which the overall placement points is what the points you earn every week, and eventually towards the top 16 will move on towards the country grand finals, which still will go on with the 5 matches per day. Now top 3 move on straight to the 2022 PMPLC Championship. Meanwhile, 4, 5, and 6 will get the chance again to fight things out and maybe earn a slot in the C Championship through the play-ins. Now, take a look at the in-game point system though. First place taking home 15 points for a winner-winner chicken dinner. And second place with a 12 points, not too shabby themselves. Third place brings in 10 points. Fourth place at 8, fifth at 6, sixth with 4th, 7 at 2, and 8 to 12 takes home 1 point each. 13 to 16, unfortunately, will not get a single point. However, they can compensate by having a high number of frags. And talking about the bonus points that I mentioned, like I said, today is the day. By the end of the day, we're going to find out who ends up in the overall, in which they will be rewarded with the points you see on your screen. So, the team that finishes at the first place at the end of the day will get themselves 20 points, second at 19, and it tapers all the way down to the 20th place at 1 point down at the bottom. And these are the participating teams at stake, with Group A, Geek Fam going in, R2K, Farang Lejund, and Clutch Guerilla. Meanwhile, Group B brings you Team Secret, Sem9, GENEXUS, and Homebois. Group C, Axis redONE, EVOS VIP, Dingoz Esports, Team Bosskur, and Group D, SMG, Team SMG, RSG, MAB Esports, and Almighty. And of course, not forgetting Group E, Udo Alliance for Rivals, Team Huck, ABA&C, and KHI Esports. Now, these are the awards that can be won by these individual players here, which brings in some additional awards prestige for one, but also the money. Take a look at the tokens down below. That's an additional $700 US. So if you're from Malaysia, that's at least times 4.15. I don't know. What about Singapore? What about PH? Well, the conversions are different. I'm not too familiar with the currency strength, but all I know is that it's extra money, and I don't really think you're gonna be complaining about anything getting this thing in. In the end of the day, it's an addition, not a subtraction, and all teams, all members, all players should maybe start focusing to be a bit more selfish when it comes to playing these matches, to make sure that the stats goes your way and that $700 will be yours. Now, take a look at today's matchup. We have Sandhawk coming in first. As usual, the map rotation will maintain the same. Erangel next, Miramar, and then ending the day again with an Erangel. However, the teams that will be playing will be on a rotation, with the first one playing with ABCD. So Group E will be sitting out on the first one. And this is the weekly ranking so far. Dingoz up ahead by 10 points, second only to Bosskur at 165. R2K coming close with 1 point different at 164. Homebois is at 157 and tying that one with ABA&C, only spearheading across with the number of chicken dinners that they have. So maybe Homebois would want to think about getting that edge back in. You know, they've been holding up so far, so good. But unfortunately, the same cannot be said for the second draft here, as Team Secret still struggling to get up onto the first draft despite a chicken dinner finish yesterday. And Team Huck struggles alongside with Sem9, RSG, Farang Legends, and Team SMG. All these big names who people wouldn't have thought would be down in the page 2. It just... they're legends in the MY region, and for them to be down that bad it's a bit of a shocker for the fans, but luckily for them, it is also a 3-week grind, and let's not count them out just yet as well, because today we do have 5 games for them to play and catch things back up. Take a look at the brand new PUBG Mobile though. It's called the brand new patch note 1.9, which introduces you with Vibrant Anniversary, colorful spawn islands, aerial battlefield, colorful bicycle. Color seems to be the theme of this year's, competitive league. Just look at the key visuals and all everything from the overlay and this one as well, balloon mode, which is a very, very fun mode. I promise you, I've seen it only once in the show match, and I just can't get enough of it. Go try it out. Go onto your application and get this new update in and actually play the game. Shoot some heads as it pops and eventually win the game as such. It's unconventional, but sometimes you want to break free from that constant tempo, right? So play a game like balloon mode. You don't want to get too stressed out with ranking every day. Surely if you're a professional player, I get it. That's kind of your job. But if you're playing it as a casual, then go give balloon mode a try. Meanwhile, this is who I think is going to get the first winner chicken dinner of the day here. It is kicking things off in Sandhawk, and we all know there's two ways to play Sandhawk. Either you play it slow with the healing game and playing in smart rotation within the circle, which, let's be honest, sometimes with the luck of the circle, it's almost impossible. So, Axis, redONE, coming in with strong firepower, I feel might just be the edge they need here. And if I'm just going out on a whim, when it comes to the last day of every competitive week, usually most of the teams just go barbar or barbaric or just go guns blazing for those who does not use that term within the gaming scene here. So without further ado, my name is Keith, and I'll pass you over to the cast to take you through Sandhawk in game number 1 in this final day of week number 1. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Keith. And of course, magandang gabi sa inyo lahat. Kami nga pala yung mga kasama dito, Vince G, together with Kuku TV. At syempre, pasalamatan natin ang ating mga sponsors. Of course, supported by this year's official smartphone partner, Realme 9 Pro Plus. Capture the light, and do not forget our digital telco partner, UDO. Let's switch to UDO. You can get free 5 GB of high-speed data plus 20 GB of PUBG Mobile data. Wow, Kuko, napakarami nun.
Napakaraming data na yun. Pang-internet, mga kaibigan. At pang-PUBG. 20 gig na pang-PUBG, di ba? Saan ka pa? Doon ka na kay UDO. And don't forget to scan the QR code, mga kaibigan, para makita nyo kung ano yung laman na yan. Malay nyo, may kakaibang laman yan, di ba, Vince G?
Yes, of course. Siyempre, scan nyo na yan, guys. Just don't forget, napakadami nyo malalaro dyan pag nag-scan kayo sa UDO. And of course, sabi nga dito ni Kit, nag-predict na siya, and I'm so excited to look forward kung ano mangyayari sa huling araw ngayong linggo na to.
Oh, ang huling last day ng week number 1. And sabi niya kanina, Axis redONE yung pinili niyang mananalo sa first game, which is Sanok. And when you talk about Sanok, based dun sa mga napanood ko for the past 4 days, para sa akin, ang pick ko dito is yung Geek fam.
Basically, Geek fam, kasi nakita naman natin sila nagpa-pop up, no? So probably Geek fam is also one of the teams na gusto ko ring mag-appear or mag-pop off for today's match. And yes, ako honestly, this is my first day, and of course, sabi ko doon, nakita nyo naman yung mga poster, no? Nag-predict ako, so it's UDO Alliance for Rivals at pinaka talagang hinihintay ko dito, no? So I can't wait to see kung paano sila mag-execute. Lalo na ang unang mapa natin dito, Kuku, is yung Sandhawk.
Oh, Sanok. Ito na nga, mga kaibigan. 20 segundos na lang ang inaantay natin, Vince G. At yun na nga, Sanok ang unang mapa. So, dito yung mapa na kung saan itetest yung balagbagan gameplay ng mga Malaysian teams together with the Singaporean teams. Wala munang KHI Esports at papasok na tayo sa Sanok. And we are flying into Sanok where the grass are green and the teams are pretty, mga kaibigan. Ito na nga yung flight path. Pataas to. Paborito to ni Bekbek, Vince G.
Pataas? Oh, pataas? Oh
pataas
my
goodness.
goodness.
Oo.
Unang step sa spaghetti yan. So, nagbabagsakan na yung mga teams natin dito. Day number 1, day number 5, unang linggo pa lang. So, unang laban, Sandhawk agad. So, probably, one of my favorite part of this map, Kuku, is, the size of this map. Sobrang liit lang. There are times, or may mga moments, syempre, pagka-drop mo ay magkakakitaan kayo. No? So, ayan na, nagsascatter around na sila. Yung map, yung flight path dito is napakaganda since pinaka malapit napababaan nila dito is, they go sideways. Mahihirapan silang mag-push dun sa Mongnay, sa Camp Bravo, pero if they wanted to go and push, probably they can walk right to it or you acquire a vehicle para at least makaposisyon sila dito. Pero sabi ko nga, action agad dito, nakakapatay na agad. Uy, sino unang pupuntiryahin dito? It's MAB, saka GNY, nakakatutukan na at mukhang nakita na ni Maki ang yung isa at dumapa na nga sa kanya mga kapay, pero they're not stopping. If target the first blood, sinong susunod sa kanya? Si Biu, may kung hinahabol siya dito, kuko
And uy, yun na nga si Maki, dinapa na nga ni Longster, and right now Biu is really down to low HP. Naka-DBS lang ang meron siya dito, and nire-revive na nga yung si Luyu. Yun nga lang men, nawalan sila ng isang player, and yung para sa map Esports naman, nag-isa na lang siya. Pero on the flip side mga kaibigan, EVOS VIP si Sams nakaisa dito sa R2K, and Zykes down to half HP, bleeding out na siya at wala siyang tulong. So most definitely, parang ano na lang siya dun, wala na. Sitting duck na lang siya dun, mamamatay at mamamatay na lang siya. Pero ito men, balik tayo dito sa bootcamp action. Iftar for Mab Esports. Mabubuhay pa kaya to, Vince G? Mukhang malabo to.
Actually, Iftar, he got the first blood. Pero looking at the overall standing, medyo both of these teams, they are on a bind right now. Pero mas hirap na hirap dito si Iftar. Yet you get the first blood. Pero sabi ni Longscore, I will be taking your life together with your team. Pero RSG, on the other hand, they want to get all those kills as well. Hindi tumitigil si Spamboy. Nakikita niyo dito yung SMG, saan sila pupunta? They're just playing hide and seek inside this temple. Sabi ni Nick Boy, sinong hinahabol mo? And they want to chase and fight. Sinong tama? Naku po, gumagamit na ng shotgun. Pero Nick Boy, namatay nga. Grabe naman, aksyon kung aksyon and SMG. Mawawala.
Grabe, tatlong labanan na agad yun. R2K versus another team, Mab versus GENEXUS, tapos RSG versus SMG. Diba? G na G ang mga teams natin. Vince G, diba? Grabe, lahat na lang ng G nandito na.
Grabe, Kuko G sa si Vince G nandito na lahat na G, no? Pero anyways, yung nangyari kanina dun sa sa bootcamp, it was MAB and GENEXUS. Kanina, overall, sabi ko kanina, gusto pag-usapan yung overall nila. They're on the 19th spot, pero once they eliminated MAB, that is all the overall 16, probably mag-i-improve yung chance nila dito sa sa scoreboard natin, no? So, somehow, they can last long at yung MAB pwede pang maitulak, pwede pang maunahan to ng Almighty or baka maunahan pa ng GENEXUS to kapag maganda ang performance nila dito during this round. And eto na po ko yung hinihintay mo, yung Geek fam, probably they're just taking their time lootings. Pero yung boss, like a boss mga kaibigan, they're just strolling around this area and probably rotating, looking for sa potential targets kasi wala naman silang action na nakikita dun. Lahat ang action nasa may bandang bootcamp
Totoo yan. And Homebois, mukhang merong delivery sila mga kaibigan nasa sasakyan. Dingoz right now, mukhang iniispatan na nila yung RSG, itong si Ati. Mukhang kating-kati na pumatay dito sa RSG, and going back dun sa sa Geek fam. Oo. Nandun sila, nag-drop actually sa Ruins area. Yun yung drop ng Blacklist International dati. So kaya talaga maganda yung maganda yung nagiging performance ng Geek fam. Talagang priority talaga nila yung bilog. And sabi ko nga, noong mga nakaraang araw, kung di ka geek, hindi ka fam.
Hindi ka fam. Grabe. Actually, that's a good thing kasi Geek fam, let's talk about the overall, no? So, overall, nung natapos yung pang-apat na araw kahapon, they ended up on 6 with 143 points. 143 points, pero somehow it's just medyo kalmado pa yung gameplay on their end, no? So itong DOS natin they're on the top spot. Just look at the points nila dito, no? 175 na yan. So week number 1 pa lang and they're just popping off. Dingoz Esports, mga kaibigan, you just have to watch out for these guys. Pero ang tanong dito, no, Dingoz Esports, will they dominate in the upcoming weeks? Because it's going to be a threat because Axis, they're on the 9th spot. Mamaya nagpapahinga lang yan. We all know the strategy na nagpapahinga lang yung mga yan, tapos week 2, week 3 mapapop off.
Sabi mo nga Axis, mapapa-good day manager ka talaga dyan, di ba? Pero yun nga, going back sa sinasabi mo, Dingoz number 1 spot, nakuha nila nung 2 days ago, tapos a day ago, R2K yung umangat. So kumbaga, nagpapalitan lang sila ng R2K ng number 1 spot dito sa overall ranking. Pero going back, way back 2019, yung Dingoz na yan, Vince G, just to give you a heads up, talagang malayo na ang narating nila. Kumbaga, nasa ilalim sila ng Malaysian region. Ang nangunguna lagi dati is Team Secret. Asa ng Team Secret ngayon? Top number 9 na lang. And right now, they need more points than ever in order to prove na talagang PMGC quality itong Team Secret. And right now, Dingoz talagang grabe yung pinapakita nila for the past few days or couple of days. And right now, Homebois, mukhang nakahanap na sila ng home dito sa may taas ng bundok. And ito yung maganda sa Sanok, Vince G. Talagang pwede kang umangat sa mga higher ground. And at the same time, pwede ka rin gumapang tapos hindi ka makikita from afar.
Yes. Actually, this map is tactically built for players that are really good in adapting to the environment, no? If you prefer to go on high ground, then pumosisyon ka sa taas. And if you want to play hide and seek, probably you'll choose to go in sa down the sewers or down the drain para hindi ka makita, no? This map right here, sobrang dami ng pwede mong ikutan dito, taguan. Yes, maliit siya, oo. Pero ang kagandahan dito is sobrang daming pwede mong gawin dito. You can climb up the mountains, position yourself there, and yun nga, the problem with small map, no, it's not a problem, but the advantage of having a small map is if you want to get those points, and if you're if your fingers are really itchy to get those skills, probably makakakita agad ng kalaban dito. Pero some of these teams, Coco, they're being patient, no? Ayaw nilang maging aggressive. That is why nakita naman natin dito, yes, they loot. Then they position themselves. Gusto nilang mag-gatekeep para kung sakaling may makasalubong silang kalaban na galing sa bakbakan, babarin na lang nila on the spot. And I am looking forward kung makakita tayo ng gano'n. Oy, Almighty, mukhang naglalakbay sa ating jungle,
Oo, lumalakbay ngayon yung Almighty. Galing sila sa may bandang itaas na bahagi ng ito yung bundok ng Mount Alpha. And nakita ko kanina si Adik Hehe, na-addict na ata, bumabaran na lang ng walang tao. Ay, tama yun, si Adik Hehe, nababaliw namin.
Hehe, Adik Hehe. Ayun nga mga kaibigan, no? Tama ka na lang yun, feeling ko. Kasi you can blame them, you can blame these guys kasi they're playing on a mobile phone, no? So sobrang, alam mo na yun, so sobrang nervyoso or so sobrang action-packed ng mga daliri mo, it tends to get sweaty, pero you know, it's just it's slipping away, So, yun nga ang problema. If he fires a shot, then probably lahat ng mga squads dun sa area na yun, probably will be alerted na, oy, may gunshot ako narinig. So, probably may kalaban dito. So, we have to be careful. Yung R2K, nag-iingat-ingat na dito, no? Si Kizane, trying to take those peaks, mga kaibigan, dun sa puno. Sweet spot niya yun, no? Tapos sabi niya, okay, I give up. I'm just going to listen to the radio. But sabi ni Kizane, sige, may bintana pa rito. Baka mamaya may bababa, no? Pero ito na, good day manager indeed. Ang katas ng Axis. May mga sports car. No. May mga sasakyan na sila magaganda dito. And they're grouping up. Nagbibigayan, pre? Give and take?
Oo, may bigayan ng SLP dito, mga kaibigan. Mataas ata ang value ngayon, Vince G, kaya nagbibigayan yan. So, right now, good day manager para sa Axis. And let's see mamaya, mamaya kasi yung KHI, wala pang KHI sa first match. Tingnan natin kung mahe-hello jumper ni Demigod itong Axis Red 1. Pero right now, Sem9, si Johnny Depp, mga kaibigan, ay mukhang, jumijiggle-jiggle, jumizigzag-zigzag, mga kaibigan. Kala mo may kalaban, nagpa-practice lang pala, mga kaibigan.
Practice lang yun. And on the other hand, lahat naman ng teams pasok sa bilog. And almost, ang ating first wave of our circle will be almost done. So, saan kaya papanig ang zone natin dito, no? May mga teams na papanigan yan. And speaking of that, pasok ang bootcamp, pasok ang tatlong river. So, pasok ang Laguna Device sa Pasig River dito, kasi 6 banda. So, tingnan natin kung anong gagawin ng mga to, no? Bootcamp area, mayroong drop loot crate na pwedeng kunin do. So, probably that can start a gunfight between these squads na makikita-kita.
Titignan natin kung gagamitin nila yung tulay dyan sa may bandang Pasig papuntang Ortigas. Pero tingnan natin ngayon yung Team Almighty. Jerome, mga kaibigan, ay down to half HP. Nagpupunas ng tissue paper, mga kaibigan. Bakit ka nagpupunas ng tissue paper? Meron naman pang first aid. Pero right now, I think Sem9 pala yung may dahilan kung bakit nababawasan ngayon yung Team Almighty. And men, Sila lang yung Singapore team dito sa MYSG PMPL 2022. Uy, yun lang, nabangga siya doon. Doon sa may bahay na yun. Yun lang ang kasalanan ng bahay. Kung bakit siya namatay. Naku po, barilin niyo yung bahay na yan para mamatay. Pero yun nga, Johnny Depp, napakabilis ng mata nun. And napakabilis din ng trigger fingers. And yun na nga, makakaisa sila dito. And Team Almighty, I'm not sure kung naglalag ata sila or pero parang may problema ata yung Almighty. Di mo alam kung ready ba sila for prime time, men. Di ko alam,
Baka, I mean, it's just the first game. So we have a total of 5 matches, Kuko, no? So probably these guys are just warming up. Pero that is not a good start, actually. Especially for SMG and MAB na unang matatanggal. But at least they got 1 kill point from that encounter. Pero the placement points, nako, sobrang hindi magiging galante ng point system nila sa'yo. But knocking down 1 from the members of Almighty, that means Almighty, they only have 3 men advantage dito. So other squads, may 3 koponan na lang din, no? GNX, RSG, R2K, no? So probably nakakita tayo ng mga teams dito na nakakuha ng chicken dinner. Even with 1 player remaining, it's just about the clutch, no? So being patient, I'm surprised na dito sa Sunhawk, Kuko, masyado naging pasensyoso yung mga players natin dito. Pero kapag ikaw nahuli sa crosshair nitong mga to, shoot to kill talaga.
Oh, mapapahuli ka, Balbon. And kita natin kanina, si Jerome sumasakay ng scooter na umuusok. Medyo delikado yun, Jerome. Pero again, kailangan magtrabaho. May delivery yata. Itong si Jerome ng Almighty, magde-deliver yata ng package. Pero right now, EVOS VIP, tamang tambay lang itong sila Insomes. Let's see kung makakaisa sila dito sa area na to. Napakaganda actually ng area na to, Vince G. Kasi nahahati ito ng 100 tapos 2 compound magkabila, and pwede nilang gawin 2 sa kabila, 2 sa isang side. Pero ang naisip nilang gawin is actually 1 side lang yung babantayan nila. Pero SEM9, medyo delikado tong ginagawa nila, napaka-open, and yung slope ng mountain medyo awkward din. So mahirap din makaspot ng mga players paangat. Pero right now, mukhang bababa na si Johnny Depp. Ito si Johnny Depp, Vince G, alam mo ba? Sobrang galit na galit ang kulit masyado. Tingnan mo, makuliti masyado.
Kitang-kita ko nga. Nakitang-kita ko na masyado siyang malikot gumalaw, no? Siyempre, ikaw ba naman palitan sa Grindelwald, no? Actually, magiging bilang Johnny Depp, hindi ka matutuwa. Pero anyways, mga kaibigan, let's talk about Team Secret, no? You mentioned Team Secret, they have dominated the entire battle royale scene for almost years now, pero somehow it's DOZ that is now on the charts. Pero SEM9 receiving so much damage dito sa koponan ng Almighty with 3 remaining members. They have to be patient, pero SEM9 patient as well, throwing in some utilities para sa Almighty. Kakalampagin namin kayo, we're not going to stop, throwing in some smokes to go, pero itinutulak na sila ng bilog. They have to go. Umiinom na ng coke si SEM9, pero si Johnny Depp, eto na ang higante ni Grindelwald, nagbato ng flame spell laban sa Almighty, pero susunugin niya at nasty. What a nasty burn. Are you burning? You are not burning. Pero napadafa sa kanya, lumuhod na, sabi ni Depp. Here comes the grenade. Pinapakita na Almighty dito. Almighty kinakalampag na, and SEM9 just chasing them away. Pero Johnny Depp, oh, what are you doing, my boy? She's stone cold. Here comes Stone Cold. He wants to throw in some utilities to save his man's life. What a gameplay dito. Ito kukuha yung zone. Tinulak lang yung team na to, and probably it's their go signal to engage. SEM9, man, what happened?
Well, sa SEM9 kasi masyado silang nag-extend dun sa labas ng circle. And nabawasan na sila at the same time. Hindi nila alam na nandito pala yung Almighty. And right now, Jerome na lang pala ang natitira for Almighty. And the pressure is real, mga kaibigan. And Putra Zrael, mga kaibigan, going for that nade. Tingnan natin kung matatamaan, down to half HP na splash damage pala. Mga kaibigan, itong si Jerome. And Johnny Depp, mga kaibigan, pushing in. Pero yun na nga, kinuha na nga ng isang player ng SEM9 na si Putrazel, and eliminated at 14th place on Homebois right now. PUB, mga kaibigan, nag-aabang, mga kaibigan, going for that nade. Mukhang matatamaan ng onte, pero yung spectator natin di alam kung saan nakatingin. Pero right now, Iron Pro, half HP, back muna pre yung mga ibang members ng Homebois. At naku, mukhang may riot dito. Vinci, batuhan to the max, mga kaibigan.
Ito na nga, QB not stopping doon sa kalampag niya, pero nakatanggap din siya ng damage dito. Give and take, nagpapagkakalan na kung sino malupit na arterially dito, pero somehow HP, mukhang hinaiblood yata. They are running in the battlefield. Naku po, parang minahan yata yung tinatakbo nila dito kasi samot-saring pagsabog left and right. Pero Geek Fam, they need to do something else para makalampag ang HP. Pero meanwhile, yung ating mga Bosskur nagtatago lang dito dahil yung CLC, they are trying to penetrate Bosskur. Pero sabi ni Psycho, that won't happen. I am going to protect my boy outside. Pero look at what is happening. CLC on the other hand with one knockdown member. Tutulungan natin ni Punky i-revive yung isang niyang member. Pero Bosskur, they are so strong right now. 4 pa sila eh.
Oh, 4 pa sila. And right now, the spray is real para kay Ati. Kitang-kita ka na. And EVOS VIP, 2 na lang natitira si Razor Ramon. At saka yung isa niyang kasama na si Insoms, mga kaibigan. And Repo Boy, mga kaibigan here, trying to go for the shot. Hindi sila makalabas itong EVOS VIP kasi bantay sarado ng Farang Legend. Hindi lang sila Farang Legend. Legend talaga sila, men. And right now, Insoms mukhang wala. Magbe-bleed out na lang to si yung isa nilang kasama na si Insoms. There you go. Will bleed out at makukuha na nga ng Farang Legend yung kill na yon. So it's down to 2 remaining players para sa team ng EVOS VIP na sandwich pala sila, men, ng Dingoz din. So kaya pala hirap na hirap sila tumingin sa mga bintana. Hindi sila pwede maging bintana, lalaki sa bintana, men. Talagang pagka tumingin ka sa bintana, madadown ka agad-agad itong mga to.
Kaya nga, so they have to be careful. This is getting interesting because the zone here sobrang lumiliit na, so may mga squads na napasok. Pero what I'm concerned about this, Kuku, is may yung mga squad na galing Paradise Resort, na galing Ban at galing Quarry, mag-uunahan na pumasok dito, para magsisiksikan niya. Tapos yung 4 na nasa loob will be making their fortress doon sa zone. They will make sure na, we're going to guard in those checkpoints. So, yan na. Huwag yung kalimutan yung Yudo. Scan nyo na yung code. Mamaya may makuha kayo. Pero, talking about scan, yung HP, may na-scan silang kalaban dito, exploding a vehicle. On the other hand, on the Quarry side naman, Bosskur at CLC, mukhang hindi pa rin tapos ang kanilang bakbakan dito. They're just waiting na kung sino ang una nilang makita, sisiguraduhin nila it's going to be a squad wipe.
And right now, Clutch Guerilla, mga kaibigan, tinitignan na nga yung Team Bosskur and Jimmy OP. Nako, mukhang delikado ang kanyang decision dito kaso wala na siyang no choice. Kasi yung circle wala na sa kanila. At the same time, gagalaw na rin yung blue zone. And right now, si Psycho Seed, mga kaibigan, ay nandito na nga together with Aboy ng Team Bosskur. At si Jimmy, mukhang nandun na nga sa ilalim and medyo mauunahan ata sila dito ng Team Bosskur na umalis. Pero hindi, yung Team Bosskur ay magsistay, mga kaibigan. Sana all nagsistay. And right now, boy, mukhang may granada na nga nun at buti na lang na switch ng spectator. Di na natin alam kung ano nangyari.
Hey, yo. Razor Ramon on the other hand will be trying to penetrate one member. Oh no! It's 2! It's 3! Mahihirapan siya dito. Razor needs to make this one count. Pero sabi ni Ripo Boy, may wall bang dito. I will try to penetrate those walls. Pero si Razor Ramon, knockdown. At mukhang may-eliminate na siya. Hindi lang sa real life. At mukhang sa game na rin. And of course, mahihirapan na sila dito. Let's see. It's EVOS now out of the equation. 13th place. And let's see kung anong gagawin ng ibang player dito. Bosskur. Naku, nakatanggap na isang damage dito si A-Boy, so he needs to be careful dahil once na makalampag sila ng CNC dito, it will be, not going to look good for Bosskur. Pero CLC, they're making sure na we have this. Tinamaan nga si Jimmy Wang Yang. Jimmy Wang Yang on the other hand, I think that's a bait para ma-lure out nila yung Bosskur. Para i-limit nila, pero si Funky sabi niya dito, come on and get me. Okay, dito si Psycho said, you will be a revive kay Batid. Hindi ka mamamatay sa kamay ko.
And right now, Funky actually waiting. Nako, mukhang mali yung decision na to. Para sa Clutch Guerilla, knockdown na yung kasama niya. And right now, mabibigyan pa ng isang man up yung Team Bosskur. Pero right now, aerial view muna tayo kasi mag-change na naman yung circle dito. Pero right now, Team Bosskur and CLC na lang ata yung nasa labas. Include mo pa yung Team Secret na ngayon pinapahirapan ng Dingoz. And right now, R2K, tamang gatekeep lang dun sa may side nila. Geek Fam pa rin ang nasa loob. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa'yo, Vince G. Magaling sa Sanok ang Geek Fam.
Uy! Ano nga po, this is not gonna look good for Team Secret at hindi na yata secret ang lokasyon nila dito, Kuko, ha?
Oo, hindi na nga. Oo, hindi na nga secret talaga. Pero right now, R2K, nag-aabang na lang si Echo ng tao na papasok na loob na bilog. Pero on the kill feed, men, Mad Toy, mawawala na nga. Courtesy of It's Kido and Echo. Tamang gapang lang. Sneaky, wakey, mga kaibigan. And, uy! And DBS action na naman! Kid 5, tinamaan ng lintik si Adik. Hehe. And right now, hindi na siya mapapatawa doon. Pero It's Kido! Lumindol! Yumanig sa tagig, mga kaibigan, para kay Kid 5. And ice shots na lang para sa Team Secret. At grabe, mapa-play zone na rin siya at the same time. And It's Kido right now with 1 kill, 3 kill. Total na ang Dingoz. Dingoz still alive. Mga kaibigan, 12 teams remaining and Repo Boy na lang pala para sa Farang. Actually, 3 pa ang buhay pero hey, noob down for the count na dito. Axis, hello, jumper mga kaibigan. Axis, red 1, Helton, nakita na nga si Longsker. Bakit ka gumagapang na parang sang goal? Papatayin muna kita. Pero right now, parang Lejund. Vince G is actually dominating with 5 kills.
Grabe naman yung parang Regis na yun. Pero parang Regis are now crawling. At mukhang pinapaulanan na dito ng Dingoz. And Dingoz are trying to move forward. Pero this is not gonna look good for this team. Oh, naku yung parang Regis. Naku po, pinapaulanan ng bala. Pero GENEXUS, mga kaibigan, they're not stopping. On the other hand, they're on fire as the 40 spot for this entire game. Probably nag-iinit na sila dito. It's their time to make up so much points. Pero yung bakbakan dito mukhang hindi pa tumitigil. At eliminated na po yung isang team. So, oh my goodness, sunod-sunod na to. Sem9 getting 5 kills. So, napakainit na ng bilog natin kukuha. Si Team Secret na maalam na rin. Oh, what is just happening here? Oh, nagsusunod-sunod Bosskur as well. At nakakapo siya na HB. Wanted to go on Geek. And Geek Bob, what will you do? Is this the raid that you're looking for? Pero ang sagot niya dito, ito ang Molotov. I'm gonna cook you, HB. HB, what will you do? They have the high ground. Pero sabi dito ng Dingoz, RFG ang puntirya namin. And oy, si Tam makakapatay gamit ng granada. And just like that, Dingoz is now leading on the kills. At yung Geek Pump, they have nothing to do against HB. And they are kneeling 1-1, Kuku. This is not good because the dance floor is so hot.
And right now, Geek Fam down to only 1 player left. Si Sane na lang ang natitira. Magaling silang bumuesto, no? Kaso nga lang, when it comes to execution, talagang hirap na hirap sila. Oh. And there you see, their board pa nga ang namatay. And Geek Fam will still be alive. Ang kunat mo, men. And right now, Sem9 knows na nag-iisa na lang dun si Sane OP. And right now, Johnny Depp, kanina pa ito makulit. Pero right now, 1 kill pa rin. Pero yun na nga, yumayinig na yung spectator natin. Hindi natin alam. Pero right now, you do you. Who you, sabi ng Dingoz. And It's Kido with 3 kills. Grabe talaga yung mga bata, no? Grabe tumutok. And 7 eliminations. GENEXUS eliminated na nga sila. 7 teams remaining. Tingnan natin, Vince G, kung sino ang matitira. Sane OP, buhay na buhay pa rin, pero nababawasan siya unti-unti ng blue zone. Mukhang wala na tong no choice kundi mamatay. And there you go, Geek Fam eliminated na rin sa mapa na to. 6 teams remain. And right now, uy, Ricky Mago, mga kaibigan. Mukhang sasaksakin sa leeg para tapos na, mga kaibigan. And look, listen and learn. Pero tingnan natin, no, kung makakaisa siya dito. Siya na lang din pala, men, ang nag-iisa. So most of the teams, pitas-pitas na, pero Dingoz still with 3-man strong.
Yes. Just look at the scoreboards, Kuku. It's just Dingoz getting 7 points. So if they get the placement points, that means ang alagang-alaga pa nila yung top spot. Pero it's just the 7, the 8, the 10 to 12 ang naglalaban-laban dito. Axis, CLC, Sem9 RSG, and Farang Legends. What will they do? Nakita natin dito si It's Kido, nasa may taas. He has the full high ground control. Kung makita niya si Luke na bumaril dito, probably he will get the information. At nakita na nga si Luke. Sabi nga naman dito, bakit kasi ang pangalan mo Luke? Kaya ikaw ang nakita ko, natapi Luke, and he's now down.
Oh! Nasunog!
By the Stone at nasunog na nga. Naku po, akala ko si Stone Cold pinapato ng beer, pero si Stone ay binato ng Molly. Oh my goodness. It's just Dingoz doing their plays.
And Ricky going for that already. And the others actually, men, yung iba naghihiling galing na lang. And we have Axis Red 1. We also have another team kanina, which is Farang Lejund. At Dingoz will most likely get this winner chicken dinner. And right now, amang TikTok na lang sila dito, men, sa gitna ng circle. And again, congratulations sa Dingoz, Axis Red 1. Labanan to ng second place mga kaibigan. Pasang, hindi ko sasabihin yung last name niya kasi medyo, alam mo na. Pero Olio, 4 Farang Lejund, still has 10 first aid. So feeling ko mas mananalo ata si Farang Lejund when it comes to getting that second place. Pero tingnan natin, men, kung sino ang mas magaling mag-heal. 2 first aids left. Mukhang wala na tong no choice, men. Ibigay nyo na ang second place at yung first place mapupunta sa Dingoz. Uy, nakakuha pa siya, 8 pa. Nagdagdagan ng 8, men. Yung first aids niya, pero tingnan natin kung masasaktuhan niya. Yung pag first aid, grabe naman to. Napaka-intense ng healing galing portion natin. Pero Vince G, wala na to. Dingoz na talaga to, men.
Sigmura dito Kuko, sabi nga ni Kakang okay, I have this med kits on my pack, pero sabi ni Olio, let's see, paunahan tayo, pati bit ng Sigmura dito, help and med kits are being utilized here. Road to top 2, it's just Axis and FRG battling it all out. Kapag kayo nakita pa ng Dingoz, ngayon, umulagta na, and it's just Dingoz getting the chicken dinner.
Grabe naman yung ginawa nila doon. 9 kills din for Dingoz, getting that winner chicken dinner. And men, what a clutch loot by Team Axis Red 1. Wala na silang first aid, bigla silang nagkaroon all of a sudden. But then again, Vince G, tayo ay magbabalik mamaya kasi papasok na tayo sa highlights.
As I mentioned previously before this, there are 2 ways to take on Sandhawk. Either you be the aggressor, or you be passive enough like what was displayed by Axis Red 1, Hey Noob, who tried to last his way throughout the entire circle. Either ways, there are no right or wrong answer. Let's be honest, Sandhawk is a complicated match, but man, Dingoz, they played that one absolutely well. Okay, it goes down to how they control the area of the map here. But before I break things any further, take a look what's on your screen. Corn in a cob suit still up for grabs. Just look at the code you have right now, screenshot it, or immediately head over to www.pubgmobile.com/redeem to redeem it. Because again, like I mentioned, these are unique links, which means you can't just have a screenshot and save it for later because someone else might have already claimed the prize before you do. And you know what they say, there's no such thing as second place. You're just the first to lose. So be the first and claim yourself that corn in the cob suit right now. It's one for the Harvest Festival. And yeah, there's a bunch more good things that PUBG Mobile has been pushing throughout this entire week. So one of those good things happens to be the brand new PUBG Mobile version 1.9, which is the new patch note release here, which introduced you to a vibrant anniversary. Like the term vibrant, which is, if you're into what's the graphic design and whatnot, and you know that vibrant really means like colorful per se, and so they introduce you colorful spawn island, aerial battlefield, colorful bicycles, as well as the new cams. And classic mode has also been improved just by a bit. Actually, a whole lot. Take a look at that one on top of your screen right now. Mechanically, it has been improved with countdown reminders for the play zone so you don't get lost within your battles here. Make your decisions more wisely. Viewpoint has been adjusted. That one might need some time getting used to. Firearm attachment now in a single button, which does help being more efficient when it comes to the hand-to-hand combat. And Erangel's new bridge, which I do believe opens so many doors here when it comes to formulating tactical approach when it comes to these choke points. Something like a Sandhawk where bridges are so prevalent, hopefully those sort of design on a bridge does translate over to the other maps and into the competitive field. But of course, they're not going to do that just yet. It takes time getting accustomed to anything new, and that's why they call it testing the waters out in classic mode, where it doesn't matter if you lose in that fight at a bridge because it's just classic mode anyway. Probably you're in there just to troll, let's be honest. Some people do that. I'm one of them. Guilty as charged. So, talking about the game before this, we have quite the number to cover here. I've seen two technically behaviors when it comes to the team and how they approach the map of Sandhawk. Obviously, some of these teams came in with the mindset to already play the healing game, and you can see that from minute 1 as the first circle appears itself, while the rest of this team already had a mindset in place to actually become first movers and take on fights as they wish. So it's a very interesting one once you actually have an overview over the map while the whole game is playing on, and it helps you understand how some of these teams look at the entire gameplay here in Sandhawk from the get-go, right? But before we go on further, do take your time to go over to socials and wish PUBG Mobile a very happy anniversary. And here it is today, the first winner chicken dinner going to the side of Dingoz with 9 eliminations for their name with 15 chicken dinner points here, bringing their total points up to a total of 24. Meanwhile, coming in second and close through the healing game, here we've got 5 eliminations and 10 rank points with a total of 15 points. That would be Olayo, who actually got 3rd place but rose above the team that had the 2nd place, that is Axis, since they did not get themselves a single elimination, you can see here, but they did get a 12-point solid just by tanking through the entire blue zone. And of course, like what one of the casters mentioned, Hey Noob is one of those person who's always been doing this strat since day one. Meanwhile, Sem9 gets MVP, which is an odd one out. 4 eliminations, 616 damage, 54% team contribution by the guy named Stone. I believe he is a new player within the league as well, or within the MY competitive scene. 170 meters longest elimination distance. Why, I was a bit surprised that he showed up as MVP, because one of those teams who actually decided to play it slow and had a hard time actually finding their way into the circle was Sem9, and I'll show you in just about a bit. Dingoz now currently solidified their lead here at the #1 spot, increasing further that disparity now in a much more comfortable position. I believe it's about 30 points different now, so that is a game and a half more than the 2nd place, that is Team Bosskur. At 169, still very doable. 3 chicken dinners each here, only shying out by the total of consistency that was pulled off from these teams. R2K still within the area at 166. Homebois maintains at 160. Meanwhile, 2nd draft, no changes from 11 to 13, so Team Secret will not be seeing the upper, or should I say page #1, right? Sem9 as well, no shifts with the points that they've accumulated in that game #1. Farang does go up into 14th place, while RSG make way for them, going down to 15. And, well, Team SMG, Almighty, and GENEXUS now, together with KHI Esports and MAB, occupies the bottom 5 position. Obviously, some of these teams didn't get the chance to play here because they have been sitting out on it. Team SMG and KHI, I believe, within the same Group E here, so they did not get the chance to shine, or at least try and pull in points their way. But this could be a good thing. They just now skipped a map in Sandhawk, the most random map in the entire competitive game, the hardest map to play around with, just because of the nature of the the geography of the entire map here, and the circle and how things usually play. Maybe it's a good thing. And so Group E can start accumulating from Erangel and Miramar a more which increases their chance to actually pull their way up. Now, take a look at how that winner-winner chicken dinner was made here. Dingoz, again, doing this sort of 1-1-1-1 split, as they always showed in the Sandhawk map, to go in for loots, and eventually rendezvous up onto Paradise Resort. It's similar to what they have done before this, and they have always been doing this so successfully, but it's how they choose to play this game that's very interesting, because if you notice, they always send 2 people out forward. Meanwhile, 2 more always stay within compounds to fight things out, to minimize risk, at the same time maximize the number of information they can get. And we can see this is the position they held for the longest of time, with 2 players on top of the high hill here. I believe they have shot some of the teams in the process. They're just being an entire nuisance. Team Secret was one of those teams who fell down to this sort of map control that they displayed. Look at that, Baby Kim and Ate, they just go on crazy up in the front lines, up in the high grounds. Meanwhile, the other 2 played safe within compounds to minimize risk in case things go south. But thankfully for them, they are Dingoz, and we know they can fight really, really well. And if you can see, in terms of the behavior, Homebois actually in Circle 1 immediately makes the rotation the moment the circle showed itself into the bypassing Geek Fam and occupying the area first. Geek Fam made it next in. Meanwhile, Sam9 and Almighty, they chose to play it a bit slow, which was a worry, and eventually they had only 1 bridge to funnel through, and they got into a heated situation, which then caused Sam9 to actually, maybe even swam across. I didn't even see how they got by, but judging by where they ended up, they probably swam their way across from the Camp Alpha. As the circle closed down, they had Baby Kim within circle already, so that would clear some of the way for the rest of the teams to advance forward. By here, this was Axis had a clear path in, because Geek Fam and Homebois got into a confrontation right next to each other. As we saw, their rotation was pretty much similar. I think I know why Homebois moved the moment the circle showed itself, because it already looked like the circle was going towards the island, towards on the right, the bigger island. And so they made a beeline, knowing that Geek Fam does spawn their way onto ruins and have a easier time to get by. So by moving faster, the moment it showed itself, they get to go through with less risk possible, assuming that Geek Fam was still right at the back end trying to loot things up. So Homebois occupied the situation, which would have gone well. Unfortunately, they lost the one-to-one gunfights up on the hill itself, despite having the number advantage and even the high ground advantage. Eventually, with the map control that Dingoz has been occupying, again with the similar setup here with Ate and Baby Kim, who was fronting everything. Now with their rotation into the circle, they got, I'd say 50% of the map belongs to them, only split by some of the waters in between. So there's a less likelihood a team would try and sneak them from the flank side. GENEXUS will be busy healing. However, if he did make the way through, he could have been a thorn onto Dingo, seeing as though that he could be a third-party factor here. However, 8 circle isn't so kind. He would eventually go down, and with that, yeah, he got some shots out. And Sam9 as well was there, but look at the placement of Dingoz up on the high ground, behind rocks. There was no way Sam9 and RSG was going to push upward without actually getting away with it. Right? So it was a hard game to play for the rest of the teams itself. So Dingoz, just by how they like to play these games here, minimizing risk and maximizing the offensive or even information within their formation here, is, I think, what has gotten them so far, and they are one of the more consistent teams within the league. So I think there's something to learn here when it comes to how Dingoz play their map, and maybe if you're a team up against Dingoz, which is, let's be honest, in the game you can't really tell who's who, but you could kind of assume that they usually deploy their members elsewhere for information, or if not, a wider control spectrum over the map. So that was how Dingoz got themselves the first chicken dinner of the day. Here in the final day of week number 1, really good stuff, spectacular stuff. Like, although the circle was as fair as it got, anyone could have won that one, if I'm being honest. Team Secret could very well actually won the fight when they pushed towards Dingoz, but they didn't. So it still came down to a certain extent, raw skill. So we will move on from Sanhok. It is Sanhok after all, moving on from the most random map out of the entire map rotation, going into Erangel next, and then Miramar, and ending the day with Erangel. So we will move on from that one. We will get into more action just about a bit, but first a quick break from us here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I'll see you in just about a bit.
Here we are. We have some teams going into aerial combat on top, and oh, it's a party! My goodness me, have you ever seen this before? I don't even know who should I start with right here.
Well, it's like rainbows all over. And here we go. I can't even see okay, I can see someone's dropping over, and that's about it. But we have look here. Finally, we have visual onto RSG. He's gonna go and get some elimination points for himself, I guess, and it's just a party that's happening. I don't know what you're gonna call that platform. King of the platform, I guess.
Well, King of the Skies, I would say, but right down low, we still have more action going on. It's PUBG kill from GENEXUS that will go in to punish the sole member of Bosskur, and he's just pulling. Just punching him in there, and oh my word. That's a good way to start off the day. I guess that with more and more things happening, we have Adekihi just cycling around, trying to get something out of school.
Okay, I can't, I can't get enough of that. I gotta hear more of that. But talking about more, Adelu definitely wants more, and then one day to rule them all. I mean, Ade. Yeah, just did that.
Secret.
But wait a second. Team Secret had all four still alive? I thought that they were down to the last man, or at least 2 team members left, but...
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday
To you.
Hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun.
Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat. Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat. For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile, kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary. Yay!
Happy 4th year anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile. Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Cheers to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa untuk saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring
Pada 23 hari bulan ini.
Pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April.
Season 5 ni kita orang akan buatkan terbaik.
Kelakar semua ada, jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada.
Di Facebook dan YouTube.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, mos, gemuk.
1, 2, 3, action. Macam tu.
3, 2, 1, action!
I think it's going to be competitive.
Bukan agak lah, memang lebih mencabar.
Pasti sengit. PMPL season ni lagi sengit daripada PMPL season 4. Confirm.
Agak mencabar lah untuk format baru. Benda bagus yang patut ada kat Liga.
Lagi seronok lah sebab tak ada orang yang boleh try and error. Diorang dah tak ada masa untuk main-main lah.
Baguslah untuk tim yang konsisten.
Kita orang akan perform lah untuk nak dapatkan extra 20 poin tu. Memang for rival akan buat yang terbaik lah setiap game. Free point. Easy je. Memang easy.
Free point je kot. Because they have player named Demigod, but I don't think he's God.
Singapore tu easy. Philippines tu lagi easy. Buat je semua tu.
We are prepared in this league, and we think that the Malaysian and the participating teams is fearing us, since all teams are eyes on us.
Malaysia mesti dominate meh. Kau tak payah nak cakap besar, kau akan dominate liga kita orang. Bak datang. Kita tunggu.
Almost the whole team of SMG to Homebois, because there's like 75% of the core members.
Review? Kenapa? Tak kenal lo. Sorry lo. I think exist because of jumper. Actually he replace Voke punya tempat. Because we know Voke how he handle team AZ before. He really barbar. Kita pun tahu how jumper punya gameplay. So I don't think they can commit well to jumper, but I'm not sure. Just wait and see.
Dia sebenarnya terkejut Din lah. Dia keluar daripada secret masuk ke Aziz. Tapi ada udang di sebalik batu sebenarnya. Kalau korang nak tahu, boleh tengok saya punya.
Saya rasa Voke lah. Saya pun tak jangka Voke pergi forever tu. Saya ingat Voke akan stay, tapi dia pergi sana. Apalah.
As I know, like Haiko went to THQ, so maybe because he didn't do anything in EVOS as well. Even he go THQ, he didn't give any impact. So I think that's the reason why Andrew kicked him there.
Trash talk lah kan? Tim Bosskur lah, Tim Bosskur. Saya tak nak main dia. Saya benci dengan Aboy. Jangan beria. Jangan beria sangat. Aboy tu. Dengar ni boy, jangan beria. Kita orang just nak warning kat Bosskur, berhati-hati di jalan raya, tengok kiri kanan. Kalau nampak Homebois punya kill feed, jangan kacau. Sebabnya kalau nampak, mungkin korang pula mati lepas tu. Break it on!
To those who underestimate us, for example Kesh, right? We are looking to put on a great performance, so don't let your guard down.
Hello, Jumper. I hope that you prepare your team, and I hope you will beat us soon in La Cabrera. And hopefully, we will leave that area. Bye-bye.
Forever. Sebab ada Voki. Sebab Voki tak suka kita, kita pun tak suka dia.
Kepada MAB, sebenarnya aku suka je semua orang. Sebab aku suka dapat bunuh-bunuh orang-orang yang senang-senang ni.
Untuk challenge ni saya nak bagi dekat Boyka. Jangan yakin sangat sebab tim dia tu cakap firepower je. Otak tak ada.
Okey, pada EVOS Miao tu yang acah-acah harimau tu, kalau kita orang jumpa korang, memang kita orang buat bersate kucing.
You can beat me down, but I will jump back up. As is ganas.
Di mana ada kemenangan, di situ ada Geek fam. Once a Geek, always a fam.
The 2022 PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Spring will include 18 competition days from March 23rd to April 17th, with a total prize pool of $150,000. 20 teams will compete in the country league stage. This session, Each team will earn weekly bonus points at the end of each week based on that week's tournament ranking. Additionally, after 3 weeks of competition, teams will be ranked according to their overall match ranking and elimination scores and awarded league bonus points. After the first 3 weeks, the 16 teams with highest total weekly bonus points and league bonus points combined will compete in the country grand finals, where their total bonus points will also serve as their initial scores. After the country grand finals, the top 3 teams from overall ranking points will automatically qualify for the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. Top 4 to top 6 teams of overall ranking points will qualify to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship play-in, where they will compete for the last 3 slots to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
And we are back in the heat of the moment here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring with 4 more games to play, 4 more chances for all these teams to earn their respective own winner-winner chicken dinner. So far, we've seen it taken on the side of the MY region. SG has tasted the platter themselves. Will PH ever get themselves a chicken dinner by the end of this week? I guess in this next 4 games, we will find out, because now that Group E has come into play here, KHI Esports now has a chance to try and earn for their very first winner-winner chicken dinner. Hey, what's going on? My name is Keith. I'm your host for this evening, and just a huge shout out to the people on top, talking about, of course, the PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios for making this whole momentous event happen. They're the reason why I'm right here. They're the reason why the casters are sitting by the desk. They're the reasons why you're watching this at home, okay? They're giving you a chicken, me a chicken. Everyone gets a chicken one way or another. So go over to PUBG Mobile on your socials, be it on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. Go wish them a very happy birthday. I'm sure they appreciate it. In fact, if they don't, the algorithm will on their behalf, and then henceforth the growth of PUBG Mobile will be exacerbated from that point onwards. So doesn't take too much to do. Plus, we have time before the flight does take flight per se over the skies in Erangel. So before we move on further, let's just say here's a quick recap on what happened previously, and it is the head-to-head right now with Sem9 stoned right next to Dingo's Kiddo. It's Kiddo who has 4 kills to the 3 of its Kiddos, 616 damage for Stone, 525 for Kiddo. However, Stone brings it home with more than 50% of the team contribution on his shoulder. So a respectable guy that he is. Right now, take a look at elimination and damage. Dingoz obviously towers the rest here. 9 kills with 1,549 damage being dished out. Only seconded by 3 other teams. Geek Fam got themselves 7, as well as Sem9, and 1 more other team, which I kind of missed because my reaction time is not up to par with the rest of the pros here. Now, talking about this next match, though, Erangel is coming in hot. We've had finally 1 circle that pulled up north yesterday. Besides that, everything has gone into one of the most difficult circles to play around with, pulling down south or somewhere in the middle or even on a western side. So where will this next circle be? That is where we kind of decide where does the advantage goes towards and how these teams have their game plan formulated around it. Of course, this is going to be game number 2, which means A, B, C, E will be playing. The ones sitting out will be Group D. That includes Team SMG, RSG, MAB Esports, and Almighty. So SG will be taking a break from this one, and here is who I think is going to win that winner-winner chicken dinner. Time and time again, we've seen R2K bag it when it comes to an even playing field. It's like when it comes to a no advantage approach, if you're on flatlands and they're on flatlands, you're going on with 4 members against 4, mechanically R2K always come out on top. So that's why I kind of have a hunch that this chicken dinner could possibly be theirs. We've seen how Dingoz is on a roll, and R2K gets their chance at the spotlight. And so now Dingoz just had their winner chicken dinner. R2K, the one team that Dingoz is afraid of, might just be telling that they could be the next one to bag it home here in the final day of week number 1. We have a lot of games to cover here. This is Erangel, the second game for the day. 3 more after this, but first, let's not count the eggs till it's hatched here. So we will, one step at a time, unravel the entire adventure, starting off with Erangel. So Cassis, please take it away.
Maraming salamat, Kit. At nagbabalik ang inyong lingkod, Kuku TV. Kasama ko si Vince G, mga kaibigan. Kami ang mga casters ng Tagalog broadcast ng PMPL MYSGPH 2022 Spring. And guys, nagbabalik kami dito with KHI Esports now playing in men. Ito na ulit, KHI Esports, ang daming analyst sa live comment section. Ano ba yung pinakamagandang analysis na nabasa mo, Vince G?
Sa akin actually, napakainit agad ng comment section because of course, everyone is just looking forward to play to KHI to play in this tournament. At ngayon, makikita na nila to. Sunod-sunod na yan. Simula ngayong game number 2, map number 2 hanggang pinakahuling map which is map number 5. But KHI, they need to dominate all the maps. Kailangan nila conquer or mag-accumulate ng points enough just to at least come into the top 6 team spot. Pero if they don't, probably they still have weeks. They still have week 2, they still have week 3, and that is why kailangan nilang humataw on those remaining weeks or else. Sino ba yung magiging top 16 dito, no? So the top 16 will be qualified for the finals and then that's it. So kaya kailangan nila mag-pop off is lalo na ito yung mapa natin kukuha. We're going to play it out on Erangel.
Oo, Erangel yung ating mapa, mga kaibigan. And again, OG map ang pinag-uusapan natin, and makikita natin sila sa Milta Power. Pero ito na nga, konting segundo na lang at lilipad na tayo sa Erangel.
That's one.
At ayun na nga, Vince G, nakalimutan natin na ikaw ang mauuna. Pero yun nga, mga kaibigan, light pat. Light pat. Going from Giorgio Paul Zarki hanggang Sosnovka Military Base. And again, sabi ko nga kanina, Vince G, expect natin na pupunta ng Milta Power yung KHI Esports. And kung titingnan mo, napakalayo ata ng flight path ng KHI na to papunta dun sa hometown nila. So most definitely makikita natin sila na kukuha ng sasakyan dito sa early stages ng ating game. So let's hope na hindi sila mapitas ng mga nagkakalat din ng mga players ng Malaysian region. And again, remember, wala dito yung SG region na almighty. Kasi sila yung group na magpapahinga muna.
Yes, and actually, what's good about this format is that may mga teams dito na mai-stop yung points. Tapos, syempre, yung mga teams na wala kanina, especially KHI, they can start raking up on points. So, yun na nga, they can easily overthrow one member. Pero, look at this, Kuku. Yung team secret mo, hindi sikreto ang kanyang posisyon. At ito na nga, pinagtulungan ng Axis. Oh my goodness! Hey, noob! He said it himself!
Sinasagasaan siya ni Olio, mga kaibigan. Saktong-sakto, kuwang-kuwa ng CCTV. Pero si Fredo, anong ginagawa mo dyan? Nagtatanim ng kamote, mga kaibigan. Mika OP, kitang-kita ka. Huli ka, Balbon. Axis, Red One, good day manager, mga kaibigan. And guys, again, itong tournament ito, guys, ay hatid sa inyo ng PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum. Again, hosted by PUBG Mobile and again, organized by BSPN. Napakaganda talaga ang pinapakita ngayon ng ating mga spectator. And as far as you can see, kitang-kita niya ata na merong GENEXUS na nandoon si Biu and Biu right now has the guns, meron siya VSS together with the UMP-45. Pwede nang mambalagbag netong view na to, pero medyo malayo na ata siya doon sa kanyang kalaban. Pero Team Secret, men,
Oy!
anong nangyayari sa Team Secret? Bakit sila nag-iwalay? And there you go!
Ay!
With that shotgun sa mukha ni Madkoy.
Redemption!
And right now, Madkoy, mawawala na nga. Kasang Susu, mga kaibigan. Nasabi ko na yung apelido ni Kasang.
I mean, Team Secret, we are so surprised na these guys, yung drop zone nila is just, sinabayan nila yung axis eh. One by one, nag-audition sila isa-isa, kuko. Isa-isa na bumagsak, tapos jumper, just nailing that final kill. Grabe, man. It was, I don't know. Team Secret, they only have one remaining member, and that, remember, itong si Shotzi, eh, he needs to at least run away as much as he could. Kailangan niya mag-survive dito if he wants to get that placement points. Pero as of now, at least nakakuha sila ng 1 kill point with that Madto shotgun, no? Ang laking tulong nun para sa kanila kahit papaano, no? It won't stop their points. Pero yung GENEXUS dito, mukhang may motorcade na nakamotor sila dito. Si Snappy ang nagdadrive at si Biubiu, ay, nako, nabunggo, pero okay pa naman. Pero ito na, hinihintay ng mga sambayan ng Pilipino, the KHI! Ladies and gentlemen, si Homebois just driving that buggy, and mukhang chill lang naman sila. Cooks.
Actually,
si Ranky, tingnan mo. Pulado.
Namumula, men, nangangamatis. Itong si Rankid, mga kaibigan. Pero we're not so sure kung bakit ganyan yung kanyang HP. Siguro, trip lang niya. Trip lang niya talaga.
Kasi trip ni Rankid dun eh, no?
Trip lang ni Rankid na meron siyang bawas. Ayaw niya mag-heal. Pero, ganyan tayo. Vince G. Pilipino tayo. Kahit anong mangyari, gagawin natin ang lahat. Kahit na namumula na, nangangamatis na tayo, o kung ano man. Lalaban at lalaban tayo mga Pinoy. Walang kabayas-bayas.
Walang kabayas-bayas. Pero anyways, si Longsker ay nasa may ilalim na. Siya ay nasa underground bunker dito. But yung ibang members dito ng GENEXUS is just trying to accumulate every loot na makukuha nila on this compound, no? So they're just preparing for the big one, no? Axis, medyo mainit-init tong Axis natin. Axis Red 1 managed to get 3 players already for Team Secret. They just need to find a Shotzi at mukhang makikita pa nga ni Longster si Shotzi. Baka po i-fire some shot. Shotzi, pero he shots one onto that guy. Pero mag-motorcade lang si Longster. Nasaan si Skur? Si Skur, he just managed to run away. Longsker just trying to jump in, wanted to at least contest with this. Bawas yung buhay niya. He needs some medkits para mabuhay siya. Pero Shotzi, he's just changing position. Nakipaglaro siya dito ng habul-habulan. And Shotzi, being patient. I like this. Pero okay, that's not good. Nagtawag ka ng dice back. So, napapaligiran na siya ng GENEXUS. So, what is he gonna do?
What is he gonna do, mga kaibigan? Biu. Going for that nade and eye shots, mga kaibigan. Kailangan niya mag-back out, pre. Kasi mag-isa na lang siya dito and GENEXUS, napakatalino talaga. Buti na lang talaga hindi na knockout si Long Mejia dun sa may likod. Pero right now, Biu, hinahanap na nga itong tropa niyang actually, magkakampi to dati. Vince G, itong sila eye shot, saka sila Biu. Team Secret dati to si Biu. And right now, siguro masarap to sa pakiramdam kung mapapatay mo yung tropa mo dati. And Longsker, parang alam na ata niya kung nasan siya. And Biu!
Give me that kill.
Will finish him off. Pero si Longsker pa ang nakakuha ng kill. Tuso award, ibigay mo na, Vince G.
Ibang klase yun, GENEXUS. That's not good for Team Secret, no? 3 of them died in the hands of Axis Red 1. And 1, si Shotzi, napagtripan pa ng GENEXUS. GENEXUS now enjoying the kill. And that will be improving their score right now. 84 plus 1. That means they have 85 total points. But we're seeing a drive by on the other hand. Si Mika trying to fire on the Yudu Alliance. X4 rivals, ladies and gentlemen. The action pack of drive-by here by EVOS and Yudu Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, they're not stopping. Si Mika, he wants to at least punish one member of the Yudu Alliance. Pero what will Yudu Alliance do here? They need to camp up. Nagtatago sila sa bahay and the bonus has been utilized. Boom! Another explosion like the Michael Bay. It is sumasabog na nga. EVOS just wanting Yudo Alliance to be eliminated that early. At ito na nga, they're not stopping. Sobrang, ito for me EVOS, they have the advantage sa low ground. They can throw in some utilities na hindi sila nakikita. Pero si Pemburu, na. Pero sabi dito ng EVOS, lilinisin namin ang Yudo Alliance X for Rivals. Tanggalin natin ang for Rivals. X na lang talaga. So, pero ito si si A4. Oy, naku, puro may makita siya dito. One member just try to play hide and seek. Pero siya pa yata mawasapan dito. Napakaraming backup. Si Razor Ramon. Yo. Grabe. Action talaga dito
Sabi ni Razor Ramon, kaso nga lang men, knockdown na siya dito, pero yun! Sumabog sa harapan mo yung kotse. Si Mika sa lamang ka mga kaibigan, kailangan na natin pero right now, CNC, men, tamang party mga kaibigan and Adibs. Oh my goodness, tamang KS lang din ang ginagawa niya. And Clutch Guerilla, Sausaw Suka, Maibataya. Sabi niya, and right now, men.
Adibs talaga, men, It's just trying to get those kills from afar. Ibang class talaga ang nagagawa ng isang Adib. And of course, it's not stopping. CLC wants to get involved as well. Hindi pa tapos sa paghihirap dito ng Yudo Alliance X for Rivals. For Rivals, they need to at least manage to make their move right now or else papausukin sila ng CLC. They're on the farm. Sobrang layo ng posisyon nila. So we have 3 teams. Dalawa ang magkalapit dito. I mean, EVOS, they need to be careful dahil dalawa ang members dito ng Yudo Alliance. Magkapit-bahay lang sila dito. Pwede nilang pasukin yon. Or kapag ito nakita ng CLC, probably they can get involved in this. Makakakuha pa sila ng 3 kills. So that means, mas panalo sila.
And ito men, akala ko men, wala na yung Yudo Alliance for Rivals. Kasi nga, naubos nung isang player ng ng EVOS VIP yung dalawa sa kanila. Pero buti na lang nandun si Adibs to save the day. And right now, matitigil lang ceasefire muna sila doon, peace talks mga kaibigan. Pero going back dun sa KHI Esports, napakalayo nila sa circle pala. And again, mababawasan sila ng blue zone. Hindi pa to masakit kasi second phase pa lang. Pero men, mauubusan sila ng mga bandages at mga boosters na pwede nilang gamitin at the latter part of the game. And at the same time, ito mahirapan din silang pumasok kasi nakapwesto na yung karamihan sa mga teams, including itong tinitingnan natin na THQ, High Cool, mga kaibigan, tinitingnan niya yung labas ng bilog.
Parte ng childhood ko yung THQ na yan Kung maalala mo yung...
Oo, ako din.
Ikaw rin?
Attitude.
Grabe, team attitude yan, attitude hack. Mga kaibigan, now they're just trying to make their move. Pero Axis, ito yung Axis. Ito common denominator ng dalawang teams na to, GENEXUS and Axis, they have eliminated Team Secret. 3 nga lang ang napunta sa kamay ng Axis Red 1 and GENEXUS. Kapag naspatan nila yung members dito ng Axis Red 1, then probably another fight could start any moment soon. And NC, wow, they're just doing a drive-by. So by driving here on this wide environment, this wide grass, sa green grass, sweet home. Pero let's see, sabi nga dito, nako po, si Insoms, mukhang hindi ka mapapatulog ng iyong insomnia. Mga kaibigan, kinakalampag ka ng Yudo. At ito na ang alyansa ng dalawang player. Ano tawag doon? Hindi ko alam, basta may alliance sila, may samahan sila. Pero sabi ni Soms, okay lang, hindi ako natutulog. Oh my goodness, sinaraduan ng pinto. Pero yung bintana bukas, saan dadaan si Viv? In Soms, at ayun na nga. Check your windows, ladies and gentlemen, dahil hindi ka welcome sa bahay ng Yudo Alliance X for Rival. Pero okay, let's go back to KHI.
Dito muna tayo, wala ka bias spectator natin. KHI Esports ang pinapakita. And kita mo yung HP nila. Uy! Damaso! Anong ginagawa mo? Nahulog! Nahulog mga kaibigan!
Direct. Gusto namin makakita kung nangyari.
Siguro napindot yung exit button mga kaibigan. Pero yun na nga, nangyayari yun sa laro. Kasi nagawa ko na rin yun dati sa classic mode ng PUBG Mobile.
Hindi kasi totoong buhay, pre.
So, again, kailangan yung ingatan yung kanyang mga kamay. Kasi syempre kapag gantong klaseng talaga tournament men, nakakaba yung mga kamay nyo napapasma. Pero right now, Damaso, nilalabas na niya yung mga gamit niya. I'm pretty sure napatay na to. Pero why are they not going for the revive? Anong nangyayari mga kaibigan? Rankid hindi siya papayag na mamatay ang kanyang kakampi. The IGL of the century mga kaibigan. What a clutch revive mga kaibigan. That's the power of the Filipino men. Walang susuko.
Idol Rankid. Grabe naman Rankid. Talagang walang iwanan. The captain of the century indeed. Hindi niya pinabayaan. Ako sinagasaan niya na eh. Pinabayaan niya na si Damaso mamatay. Sumuko na nga si Damaso. Pre, kunin niyo na lang yung gamit ko. Pamana ko na sa inyo. Last will and testament. Hindi pre. Sama-sama tayo mamamatay. Pero on the other hand, mukhang may action na nagaganap dito. Mainit ang dariman ng dalawang team na to. HB, sabi ko kailangan mo ng blood pressure dahil sobrang taas ng dugo ng HB. And HB right now throwing some utilities. Pero mukhang hindi maganda ang kanyang baton. Pero yung smoke lang pala ang binato niya. It's CLC and HB trying to get involved. But CLC, they're on the low ground, ladies and gentlemen. HB building ang kanilang pagitan, pero sabi ni Bard, okay, I'm gonna cook you up with some mollies. Let's see. Funky here, on the other hand, has that grenade. Babatuhin niya, fire in the hole, pero it won't connect to anyone. Oh my goodness, what is happening here?
Tamang batuhan lang ng mga utilities mga kaibigan. Pero Helton, huli yung ulo mo. Sane, OP, and Adik. Adik na sa'yo mga kaibigan. Lalapit na. And right now, wait lang. GENEXUS mga kaibigan versus Axis. Good day manager mga kaibigan. Let's see kung makakay sa si Noob. Hey Noob, let's see. Naku, buti na lang pumasok doon yung tropa nila Pew. Pero right now, Damrud mga kaibigan. Adik with that mini 14. Muntikan na si Damrud. Pero Granada underhand throw mula sa bundok. Kaya ba niya yun? Pero tingnan natin. Pero right now, hey Noob, down to low HP. Knockdown si Mika, OP. And long skirm view going for the push. Healing galing din. At the same time, jumper. Tamang tingin lang sa Gedli. Tingnan natin kung makakaisa ang Axis redONE.
Grabe, ang init ng GENEXUS sa Axis redONE. Sabi kasi ng Axis redONE, pre, squad wipe na sana namin. Dito ang Team Secret. Kinuha nyo pa si Shotzi ngayon. Kayo naman ang ubusin namin. Hey Noob, getting all those shots. Pero hindi nagko-connect dahil sa pader. Pero si Hey Noob makatanggap ng damage. Coming in from long. That long coming in from that guy. He wants to make that kill count. Saan di pupunta kaibigan? I will get you my bro. Hey Noob to no more. Longsker will be taking care of him. Pero let's see kung anong gagawin nila dito. GENEXUS playing wise. Sabi nila pre, umalis na tayo dahil yung binog ang pangit ka banding.
Pangit ka banding nga kasi sobrang bilis na nung pagbawas sa kanilang HP. Third phase na to pero snipes na mga kaibigan, sumabog ang kanyang sasakyan and there you go, nakita na nga natin na knockdown siya and parang Lejund, pinapahirapan ng Geek Fam, smokes para sa team ng Geek Fam, QB sinasave ang kanyang kakampi and right now, circle will change in a few seconds. Saan kaya pupunta? KHI, buhay na buhay pa rin. 4-man strong mga kaibigan. The Filipino dream is alive pero hospital ang bilog mga kaibigan. Wow, ang daming papasok na circle dito, Vince G.
Unahan lang yun eh. Unahan lang makapasok ng ospital. It's either papasok ka na pasyente o papasok ka na bangkay. O papasok ka na may hawak na chicken dinner. Mainit. Kung mainit talaga, no? Let's see kung anong gagawin. Farang Lejund. Farang nasa may taas sila ng bundok. They have the high ground control. Pero itong ating Dingoz, mga kaibigan, probably they're just holding on to their top spot. Pero yung Yudo Alliance wants to get involved sa Geek Fam. Pero sabi ng R2K, eto ang Granada, I'm gonna cook one of the members of Geek Fam. Mukhang makikis pa yata ng Yudo Alliance pero wala sila mapapala. Pero sabi dito ng isa, kailangan mag-drive back, magtatago ako sa loob. And I want to get a Bosskur. Si Bosskur, nasa may kami ng gate lang. This is going to be very, very chaotic because they have their sights on their enemies, mga kaibigan. Hinayaan na lang talaga ng Yudo Alliance. Tinaalala nila yung Geek Fam. Sige, nagpatayan kayong dalawa dyan. Sige, we're going to focus on the Bosskur. Pero Bosskur, they have so much manpower on their hands. Pero sabi ng NC dito, yung ACB ang pupuntiryahin namin. Pero ang 2K Echo will be getting one member of Geek Fam. Pero sabi ng Bosskur, kukunin natin yung isang high blood at dadalhin natin siya sa hospital diretso. Pero si Jumper, hindi na papala rin, mga kaibigan. Kinuha na siya ng bilog at si Adik hehe, tumatawa lang. Grabe naman yon, getting those kills so hard. Pero okay, the fight here, Kuku, isn't stopping.
Uy,
Si Demigod got some kill, hype natin yan. Grabe naman yan, si Iron, napatumba lang naman ni Demigod. Nasaan ang KHI? Oh, nakakaibigan, no, it's just FRG, it's just Geek Fam and the rest of the other squads that are inside this area ang nagpapatayan. I don't know kung saan, oh, yun na nga, KHI, the team kid getting 1 kill on 1 member of MC and he nails it.
Run, kita headshot sa ulo ng isa, kaso nga lang, Demigod ay mawawala ng knockdown sa'yo, sabi ng NC Rankid, and the team is now pushing in. Uy, patay ka doon, Rankid with the kill, Lexi Bot, mga kaibigan. Mawawala ng NC down to 2 remaining players. 2v3 situation tayo dito. Damaso, buhay pa rin. Huwag kang susuko, sabi ni Rankid. Bakit ka sumusuko kanina? Pero Frankie, mga kaibigan, going for a shot. Damaso down to half HP na naman. Grenade na cooking up para kay Frankie. Let's see kung sa tama na nga. Pero mukhang ika-cancel out niya yung pagluto ng granada na yun. Pero going back here sa eastern side ng circle, ang dami, men. CLC, FRG, meron pang R2K sa ilalim. And then meron pang Geek na naliligaw na si QB. Men, ang daming tao dito sa side na to.
Ang dami? Actually, yung team fight talaga dito, Kuku, it's not stopping, no? Pero CLC, they have the icon control. Para ka lang sumusungkit ng langgam dito. And he's not stopping, he wants to push. Pero nasaktan siya doon. He needs to use that medkit. Pero ang kalaban niya dito is yung bilog na pangit ka bonding. They're trying to push in those players. Papunta sa baba. Nag-invest yung CLC sa high ground. Pero sabi ng bilog, hindi. Doon kayo sa hospital, mag-grand eyeball. Pero on the other hand, NC, not stopping with the KHI. Yung KHI, bumabawi ng isa. Pero sino matitira dito? The 3 members. The 3 remaining members of KHI. And he makes it count. Tumba na ang isa. Pero na-eliminate niya na nga. Dalawa na silang KHI dito. It's Homebois trying to go into the push. Pero sabi ni Frankie dito, you're not gonna come in any closer, my boy. Grabe naman ang intense dito. But of course, hindi pa tapos. At mukhang may nakita pa ako isang gusto ma-involve dito, Kuko. No! Getting 1 kill. No, it's just a hide and seek through the wall. Nagkahabulan na yung wall ni Jericho. Nandun pa nga. And KHI getting 2 elimination. Where is KHI? At the moment, they are being eliminated. Oh.
Nice effort para sa KHI Esports. Napakaganda ng pinakita doon ng NC. Talagang magandang coverage yung meron sila. Merong broken wall kung saan ginagamit lang talaga ng team ng NC. Pero right now, going back here naman sa FRG. Granada para sa'yo, Jimmy Santos. And right now, Sinji, isama mo na yung kasama mo rin. And they are eliminated. Clutch Guerilla out of this game at 12 plays. And titingnan naman natin dito, men. Team Bosskur, Dingoz, mukhang sila naman ang pinapahirapan. Pero men, we have GENEXUS versus Sem9. At grabe naman, palipat-lipat ang spectator natin. Dingoz, 3 sa kanila ang nakadapa. Anong nangyayari sa inyo, Dingoz? Kayo ang number 1, pero parang hindi kayo number 1 sa mata namin ngayon. And right now, Baby Kim, baby ko si Kulot, mga kaibigan, knockdown together with Skido. Pero buti na lang, nandyan si Ati at marami ring smoke. Tamang ecoms lang tayo dito, Vince G.
Yun. Mamaya pag si Adik He sumali dyan, nako, malupitan yan. Pero si Naoki, nako po, pinagtumba na si Flax. Pero yun na nga na maalam na dito, ang NC na nagpatumba sa KHI. Pero what just happened right there? Si baby mo, baby ko si Kulot, exploding with that grenade kill. At mukhang nape-pressure na dito ang mga Dingoz natin. The number 1 na mainit sa mata. Currently have 200 points. Pero kapag natanggal sila dito, nako po, hindi magigigalante ang placement points sa inyo. Pero balik tayo sa may kabundukan. Si Sem9 nandun pa. Yung GENEXUS nandun pa rin. Pero hindi pa nila tinatantalang ng isa't isa because they wanted to get those elimination kills. Pero look at this. The points doesn't matter for these guys. Pero sa baba, nandun na ang FRG. They wanted to at least punish GENEXUS. Pero sabi ng Bosskur, balik tayo sa THQ. Yung childhood memories natin pinapatamba isa-isa. Pero sabi niya as far, kahit malayo yan, I will make those shots count. Kasi as far ang IGN ko and I will make sure na ko-connect lahat ng tira ko.
Pero right now, uy, Dingoz, Baby Kim, baby ko si Kulot with that elimination. Kanina pa pinapahirapan ng Team Bosskur itong Dingoz and men. Ang ganda talaga na position ng Team Bosskur. Gitna sa bilog. Pero right now, the circle has shifted. Nasa loob pa rin sila ng bilog. Sobrang daming teams ang nasa northern side. And right now, Aboy Titignan niya yung side na to. There is R2K together with Apo na nasa loob doon. Nagdasal na siguro to si Apo na nung walang papansin sa kanya. Nandun lang siya sa doghouse. Sobrang tagal niya na doon. Vince G, siguro iniwan na niya yung yung cellphone niya. Pagbalik niya, wala pa rin pumapatay sa kanya.
Alright, but of course, they're not stopping. Lahat nakakapalakpakan na. Pero Bosskur repping this building, ladies and gentlemen. They want to at least maximize this area, mga kaibigan, on the hospital. And hospital, it's just shrinking and shrinking the circle, mga kaibigan. If ina-push nila yung mga players dito, pero nakatanggap siya ng damage from the side. Pero si Aboy lang pala ang bumabaril sa Gedli. Pero yung R2K dito, they have to be careful. Pero nakakaputungan na dito sa may cliffside. FRG, ang GENEXUS natin natanggal na. Knights pa ang kanilang nauwi. Pero FRG on the other as well, nakakuha naman ng 10 kills. Hindi mo mapipigilan yung mga teams na yan. And of course, nandito na yung mga Dingoz natin. They wanted to push. Pinapasok kasi sila dito. At kung wala silang gagawin, ay mahihirapan sila. Yung THQ, lumuluhod na pa isa-isa. Si Itsuki daw, na huli na titira. And I think siguro that is it for our Dingoz because THQ just pushed on their area para ma-secure ang kill, getting those 5 kills in total.
And Dingoz, kanina pa na hirap sila doon and actually na-take over na THQ. Pero ito na, parang Lejund, adik bawal ang adik dito sa bahay ni Kuya, sabi ni Eswar. And right now, Team Bosskur protecting their spot right now. Olio trying to secure and make that defense control dito sa area na to. Pero Redski, tamang third party ang ginagawa niya. Knockdown si Aboy. Asbarat Inaoki na lang natitira for Team Bosskur. And Redski bumabar na lang kung saan. Bahala na si Batman, mga kaibigan. Pero right now, 6 teams remaining. Sem9 still alive. Makakapasok sila dito, Vince G. And right now, ito yung sinasabi ko, Stone Cold Steve Aston na headshot sa ulo, Stone Cold Stunner ang ginawa niya doon. And right now, eliminated na rin ang Farang Lejund. Akala mo sila pang makapush, hindi. And man, right now, knockdowns after knockdowns ang nangyayari ngayon para sa side ng THQ. Isama mo pa ang granada ni Nanoki. Let's see kung makakatama, pero cancel muna tayo ng lakad. Pero right now, Apu, nakarinig kasi ng footstep itong si Nanoki dito. Right now, the nade, will it connect? Tingnan natin, hindi nag-connect, mga kaibigan. Mahina ang internet sa Pilipinas.
Hindi talaga nag-connect, pero man, I'm so surprised, man. Wala pang WrestleMania. Mag-aharap pa lang sila Kevin sa si Stone. Pero mukhang hindi na yata matutuloy. Pero Stone is still here. Ito, si Stone, umiikot na. He wanted to prone. Ino-observe niya kung nasa ng THQ. And he spots it. Nag-gilisot na nga. Nagpanggap siyang taong lumot. At ito na nga, I am the tree. Mga kaibigan, what would you do? Nagpapanggap ako ditong lumot. Mga kaibigan, I am the grass. Not pwede niyong tubuan. You can feel the blood all over me, my boy. Pero of course, let's see. Yung Bosskur, they're just holding on to that building. Sobrang ganda ng position talaga nila. And THQ, wala silang no choice kundi pasukin at bulabugin yung bahay na yun. They have to throw in every grenade na meron sila para lang mabasag yung bahay. Pero will that even break? No. Talagang dinidistract lang talaga nila dito yung Bosskur para magsipulasan sila dun sa bahay. But let's see yung magiging desisyon ng Bilog kung paano ipakasan nila ang circle or hindi na.
Pero men, si Bart kanina pa to, men, wala siyang ginagawa, di siya nagpaparamdam. The nade will finish off Yudo Alliance for Rivals, by the way. 4 teams remaining. Si Bart kanina pa to, men, nakagapang sa likod lang ng THQ. Pero right now, ang mangyayari dito, men, is going to be Bosskur versus Sem9. THQ mag-aabang na lang to, pero Putrazael, mga kaibigan, will try to move in na. Uy, Stone Cold! Mukhang mawawala na nga, knockdown na nga na parang sanggol. And man-parang na lang ang natitira. Man-parang, men. Stunner! Pero men, Team Bosskur using the zone, using all of the time para makapasok din sila sa circle. And right now, magandang push yung ginawa ni Aswar doon. All of those smoke cover, pero man parang ay mai-eliminate na nga. 3 na lang natira dito, Vince G.
Oh my goodness, this is getting exciting. Bosskur with 3 remaining members, HP, yung nag-iisang member na lang si Bard, kailangan niyang i-hold on ang kanyang posisyon. Pero THQ, they are 4 men. Pero sabi dito ni Haikul, nako po, as far as I know, tapos pa yung granada ko. And Zully on the other hand, punishing 1 member of Boss, which is Naoki, and THQ unti-unti na lumuluhod. Naku po, isa na lang ang natitira for the Bosskur. At kapag napatumban yung isang member na to, probably you will eliminate this big boys right here. It's just THQ versus HB. They have to take care of this one member. Si Bard, nagpapanggap na puno at ito na lang dito na exposed. Si Bard, leaving no choice but to fire onto 4 members of THQ getting the chicken dinner.
And THQ, wow, 8 kills ang meron sila dito para sa laban na to. Kinuha nila yung posisyon ng R2K para manalo dito. And Vince G, magbabalik kami kasi mag-highlights na tayo.
You know what they say, there is a first time for everything. And today, on the final day of week number 1, Team Hawk, my God, they'll be licking their fingers as they've tasted the platter. That is a chicken dinner here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Things are turning for the best here for some of the teams in the second draft, and could we only expect more as the day goes by? But before we move on further, Corn in the Cob suit still up for grabs here with the code you see on the screen down below. Remember to be as quick as you can. Nimble is the word on your fingers here as www.pubgmobile.com/redeem seems to be quite of a lengthy thing to type out. So if you can do so with the fastest without any sort of typo, hey, and also bear in mind to key in the code, this suit may be for you. And it's also a permanent suit, so don't worry about it disappearing the next day and thinking that, it's kind of a waste of my effort because it's gone. But also, look out for the brand new PUBG Mobile version 1.9, which now brings you a very, very vibrant, maybe even saturated anniversary here with colorful spawn islands, aerial battlefield, colorful bicycle, new cams, and something more colorful, I guess, when you put on the corn suit, adds in onto the whole aesthetics of things. Meanwhile, classic mode has been improved slightly with the new bridge and so on and so forth. Upgraded Cheer Park, Aftermath map, and the Metro Royale has been updated. Now, this is the big announcement from PUBG Mobile, okay? It's a collaboration with the game Warframe. Ever heard of it? No? Go onto YouTube and find out, okay? It's a pretty sick game as it is. Now, with PUBG Mobile coming into the mix, you can actually earn yourself some exclusive in-game outfits. So you saw those aliens? Yeah, imagine that walking around while you're playing PUBG, running in the midst of Erangel, or even Sanhok. Technically, there's no Area 51 in any one of these maps, but if I would say the closest to it with Sosnovka military base, yeah, put on the alien suit, run around in the Sosnovka's military base. Now, that pass has been out since the 22nd of March, so you are kind of late. Go onto the application right now and, well, get yourself that Royal M9 pass. That is some of the offerings that I kind of have to let you know so you don't miss out and you come back down in the comments and blame me for not giving you the urgency to claim such offerings that is up on the wall. Like I said, I'm going to be a walking billboard or an advert, or I guess a mascot for the time being, until you take action on these promotions. Now, the game before this, so many instances did the circle favor towards, but Team Hawk was not one of them. How did it happen? how did the gamble they take paid off at the very end? Well, I guess we're going to see about that one in just about a bit later on for the screen recap. Of course, some things that we got to go through here is the stats at hand and the player that perform. Why? Because if you haven't ever heard, there are now individual player performance in bonuses or awards, like the Terminator, longest heal, and so on and so forth, yada, 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 which, by the way, earns this player an additional 700 USD. Obviously, it's going to be an overall thing or maybe even a weekly thing. Not too clarified on that, but I'll let you know. I'll let you know when it does happen, right? So all these players, they're in the last day, I told you specifically, something about this league, about the PMPL MYSGP, now PH Spring, something about the last day of each week, teams started to go on the aggro. We've seen it in Sandhawk, where immediately people are shooting from the get-go. And now even in Erangel, that we are not lacking of any action at all. This time round, we had a Western Circle, and it played out the way it did, favoring this, we thought Bosskur, but Team Hawk, they were the one who came out on top with a total points of 23 here, 8 from the eliminations and 15 from the, well, chicken dinner themselves, finally tasting one on the final day. And you know what they say, if you're going to go out and end the week, you end it with the bang. Unfortunately for them, it's not the end of the day. We still have Miramar, 2 Miramars, and to end the day with another Erangel later on. Team Bosskur comes in second here with their attempt, or at least the points accumulated, because surely we saw it was Homebois who ended up in second in terms of placement, but not the total points. Meanwhile, Farang Legends gets a feature. Finally, the little brother or the bigger brother. I don't know who's older, but I guess Farang Legend has been around longer than Clutch Guerilla. So the bigger brother between the two gets a feature. For so long did Clutch get the spotlight, and now Farang gets one on their own. 3 elimination, 901 damage, 35% team contribution, fairly even between the teammates here. 98 meters, longest elimination distance. Now, number one will still hold their place because, let's be honest, Dingoz, again, seemingly very consistent throughout this entire day itself. Now, 201 points as we speak here, breaking the first team to break through the 200 mark. Bosskur comes in really close despite their last efforts. It was not enough because the gap was too wide between Dingoz and Team Bosskur. Now getting even closer as we speak. Probably around 13 points apart now. Homebois moves up the rank, now in number 3 at 173 points, and R2K makes way for Homebois. Meanwhile, Clutch Guerilla is now pulled down towards the second draft, second pager here at 130, alongside with Team Secret, who then moved down a rank, but it's Farang Legends who's now moving up one step. So these two, which between Farang Legend and Clutch Guerilla, which one of them would end the day on the first draft? That would be one that's quite interesting to look at. Or maybe even the both of them ending up in the first draft. Team KHI Esports, unfortunately, maybe the slow play style, the rotation, or playing the late game strategies, maybe not panning out so well for them, but then you can also contribute that to the way the circle started. However, I saw them playing a little bit slower than usual, but enough nilly-nally. Let's just take a look at how Team Hawk, the team against all odds, occupied a chicken dinner. So from the get-go, Circle was not in their favor. They like to drop over and over Rapnoia, in which they will fatten up by looting, immediately gets vehicle, makes a rotation close towards Pochinki, just by the coastline down in south, where, yeah, you know, it's just the most strategic thing to do, having your back faced against the ocean, and you know for sure no one's going to be behind you, seeing as though that you are far from the circle from the get-go. And so they make the rotation slowly towards Gatka, in which a lot of teams actually play within this area, because when it closed down to Georgia Paul, the first thing in my mind was, this is Geek Fam's territory. This is their map, and they, to a certain extent, they tried to play like what Dingoz did in a Sandhawk. They split up 2 by 2, 2 in Georgia Paul, in which they dropped, 2 more on top of the hill. Unfortunately, unlike a Sandhawk, Erangel is much bigger. So when Farang actually, and also if you want this strategy to work, you must make sure that your eye actually covers the area that you're intending to cover. Because for some weird reason, Farang, they made it up onto the foot of the hills and contested that spot against Geek Fam, who only had 2 members up there. So with the distance being much wider, Geek Fam cannot come in with a support. Although they eventually did after they lose 1 member and it became a 3-man and eventually gets wiped out by the teams that are pushing. I believe it was R2K who also tried to crash onto the spot of Geek Fam by the foot of the Gatka Mountains and leaving QB for the rest of the game, being a potato or a corn in a cob, just sitting duck. Meanwhile, NC looking like they had the advantage in the world here, coming in a bit later, but this is what we know them to do off. Now, this is where Farang Legends actually wipe off the younger brother, that is Clutch Guerillas. And although you don't see it right here, it's a slope down, and Farang actually occupies the high ground, giving them a little bit of an edge when it comes to this trade-off. And seeing as though, just the health itself, you know that Farang has got more health points to play around with, and the manpower is fairly even. And QB also had eyes on Clutch Guerillas to even come in and disrupt them if he even wants to, right? So it was a hard game to play on from the get-go. Look at that, Farang, towards the end, still holding onto their high ground, but of course, it closed down towards this tiny little compound, reminiscing of another Erangel map here with Team Bosskur. Previously, it was Psycho in the same position, gunning everyone down, so it looked like it could have panned that way once again. But Team Hawk, they did one of the most unthinkable, crashing onto the spot where Dingoz currently resides, occupying the open field, which sounded like a bad idea. It's a small circle, you're smack dab in the middle, open field with smokes, which kind of gives enemy an idea where you're positioned at. I'm surprised it took this long, right? Yeah, Udo Alliance, who was still in the area, Appy, did not pose much of a threat. They took that one out pretty easily. Sam9 did get Bosskur pretty busy on that end. Bard could have been the thorn in Team Hawk's way, but he decided, hey, I'm going to play it safe. I'm a one-man army. There's no way I'm going to go up against the entire team. I'll let them fight things out, and he does have information towards where Bosskur is, and he has eyes on all 4 members of Team Hawk. So he decided to let him out, let them fight it all out, and eventually when Bosskur goes down, he was positioned by the car to even try and take the fight 1v all, which eventually turned out the way it did. So congratulations, Team Hawk. Most damage, unfortunately though, goes to the side of Farang Legends. I say unfortunately because usually when you're getting the chicken, you want to get some of the highlight stats. That didn't pan out for them with Farang taking top 2 place in this chart here. And they do get, though, most throwables used. I believe that one contributes towards all the smokes they have to play within that open area. Great thinking by them, recognizing the utilities they have, taking that risk to occupy a small dent in the ground. Team Hawk, they rise victorious. GENEXUS, Lung, yeah, they had quite of a moment there. They did go up against Team Secret. Although third party, they still get certain kills onto their end. It was a harder rotation. Haven't seen too much of them being popped off here, so maybe they're just warming up. I mean, that's the benefit of the doubt I give to all the teams that we're playing here today. And then we are going to a Game 3 in just a bit, like shortly, actually. Take a look at this map. It is going to be Miramar now as the 3rd map in rotation. Team A, B, D, and E will be the ones playing, which means Group C will be sitting out. That is Axis redONE, EVOS VIP, Dingoz Esports, and Team Bosskur will be taking a break, maybe recomposing before they go in onto the next Miramar map of the day. So this is match number 3, which only means, including this match, we only have 3 more games to play. Yes, 3 more games to play. 3 more chances for a chicken dinner. 3 more to change a fate of a team down in the 2nd draft. And my take on the next chicken dinner is going to be Team Bosskur. You know why? Because they went in close. To be honest, I was a bit worried. I'm like, oh, wait, I kind of forgot about Team Bosskur. And usually, it's always happened the way it is. When I forgot the things that they can do is when they shine the most. Call it a caster's curse or a host curse at this point. But when I forget about Team Bosskur, I Naoki within the team just somehow manage to wake me up and pull my attention towards them. Like they force the spotlight towards their platform. And so Team Bosskur, I'm not gonna make the same mistake. I'm gonna get my prediction correct, and I'm gonna recognize and notice the senpai that is Team Bosskur. So, first map in Miramar, third game of the day. Casters, please take it away.
And thank you so much, Kit. At kami nagbabalik after nung game number 2, Vince G and Kuku TV on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Sobrang intense ng bakbakan natin dito. And of course, etong tournament natin is, of course, supported by this year's official smartphone partner, Realme 9 Pro Plus. Capture the light. Grabe, napakagandang cellphone nito, no? And of course, meron pa tayong official digital telco partner, Yudu. Kaya let's switch to Yudu. You can get free 5 GB of high-speed data plus 20 GB of PUBG Mobile data. Akalain mo yun, may data ka na, may panlaro ka pa, at mas marami ka pang panlaro, Kuku.
Mag-a-addict hehe ka lang ng PUBG Mobile. Kaya nga si Addict Hehe ng Parang Legend, pati yung pangalan niya, addict na. Pero, Vince G, this is Miramar map that we're talking about, that we're coming in. And KHI Esports, maganda na ang pinapakita nila. Nag-i-improve sila ng gameplay. Lumalaban na sila. Pero now, wala muna si Jumper, so wala silang rivalry dito. So, let's see kung makakaisang chicken dinner yung KHR Esports. I know may mga fans na, disappointed sa gameplay nila. Pero isipin mo naglalaro ka with that kind of thing, with that kind of MS, talagang mahirap talaga. Kahit na ipasok natin sila alas dito, kahit pasok natin sila Pew, si Claire, mahihirapan sila kung 150 to 200 ang MS, di ba? Pero KHI Esports is doing it right now. May tiwala pa rin ako dito, Vince G, and let's see kung makakakuha na nga sila ng chicken dinner.
And actually, props to KHI because they managed to pull it off despite yung home court hindi sa atin, no? It's on the Malaysian's court. And ladies and gentlemen, guys, KHI proves that they are qualified. They deserve to be on that spot. Tinalo nila yung ibang teams, and that is why ngayon pa lang nandito na sila. They are representing PH for this tournament. Grabe, guys. It's a difficult feat mga kaibigan. You have to qualify para may patunayan ka. And by qualifying, it's now they're on the next step. At least they have conquered the entire Filipino teams na gustong maging representatives, no? And it's KHI's turn to prove themselves up against the Malaysian and the Singapore teams. But despite of having those difficulties, Kuku, no, I must say na I'm so proud of KHI because they have somehow managed to pull it off, even though na they're just on the low spot. I mean, it's still a lot. They can improve, like give them weeks siguro. They can adapt to this kind of gameplay because bakit? Sanay sila sa laruang Filipino meta. So it's a new meta for them. It's a new experience. Konti lang pag natutunan to ng KHI, they can definitely pull this one off. Di ba?
Totoo yan. And another thing na pwede nating sabihin dito is KHI Esports, sa lahat ng mga PH teams, sila yung naka-qualify. And now you talked about the meta. Talagang iba yung meta ng Malaysian teams. Include na natin yung Singapore team na Almighty. Iba talaga yung meta nila. So from your meta na PH meta na kung saan balagbagan gameplay, and then now all of a sudden you're gonna have to be tactical and at the same time isama mo yung balagbagan gameplay, yung magandang tutok. Talagang maraming adjustments, and there's gonna be 2 weeks left para sa KHI, and there's like 10 more seconds left bago mag-start ang Miramar map. And tingnan natin, no, Vince G, kung makakaisa nga yung KHI. Tingnan natin, Rankid, Monboy, Damaso at Demigod, papasok na tayo Miramar. And ito na nga, Vince G, ang flight path, the sandy lands of Miramar. Napakainit na mapa at napakainit na Pilipinas ang sinasabi natin ngayon. And Vince G, alam ko, alam ko, Vince G, na init ka na ngayon. So, pwede mo nang tanggalin ang iyong korbata. Pero, men, flight path, south of Los Leones, going to La Cobriera. And remember dun sa episode ng Trash Talk, sabi ni Demigod, La Cobriera, yung landing spot nila. Ang problema, wala si Jumper.
Oh. Oy, nako, yun yung problema, no? So, wala siyang kalaban dito. So, probably, yung mga teams na, listen to the challenge of Demigod can probably contest with Demigod dun sa sinabi niyang dropping zone, no? But, ayan na, we're seeing these teams scattering around the entire map, no? We're playing on the huge map of Miramar. Napakaraming grid niya, no? So kung kanina nagsimula tayo sa maliit na mapa ng ng Sunhawk na sobrang hirap pa sila magkakitaan, what if pa kaya dito sa mainit na disyerto ng Miramar? At tama ka nga, Cooks, mainit ang Miramar, mainit ang Bakbakan, at syempre mainit pa rin dito sa Pilipinas. Kaya ako naghubad ng coat dahil pawis na ako. Kasi mainit ang Bakbakan natin dito. Mamaya pagpapawisan ako non-stop because the action here are just on fire.
Oh, the action never stops. And sabi mo nga, non-stop din yung labanan na mangyayari mamaya. Pero yun nga, Circle is actually going to the northern side ng Miramar. So, pabor to sa KHI Esports, especially nandoon sila sa La Cobriera. Pero right now, the spectator is at Pecado, mga kaibigan. THQ, sila ang nanalo ng chicken dinner kanina. And based on sa nakikita ko for the past couple of days, kung sino nakaka-chicken dinner na team, the next game, sila yung natutuson. Kagaya nung nangyari sa Team Secret kahapon, natuson sila the game after nung nag-chicken dinner sila. Let's see kung ganun nga yung mangyayari sa THQ. Tignan natin kung makukuha pa rin nila yung chicken dinner, which only can R2K do. Kasi R2K lang yung naagawa nun, Vince G. Pero yun na nga, medyo mahaba-habang usapan to. Kasi dito sa Miramar na mapa na to, napakalaki na ito, men. So, all of this time until siguro second phase, it's more on repositioning, rotation, at looting.
Oo naman. It's just repositioning. It's just looting. It's just acquiring these vehicles para at least, see, we all know it's a Miramar map, no? So vehicles are very, very essential in this map. Why? It's because Miramar is a huge map. You need a vehicle in order to rotate. Napakalawak na mapa na yan. Kaysa naman magpaka-marathon ka dyan na maglakad-lakad, pushing around. Probably you'll need those vehicles para mas mapadali yung pag-rotate nyo sa mapa. And not only that, we are playing in the Miramar map. So, i-emphasize ko lang ulit. Kita mo naman yung lugar na yan. Nasa ng cover mo dyan? Exposed ka, Kuko. So, when you have those vehicles, you can just use that as a cover, lalo na pag nagkagipitan na. Wala ka pwedeng taguan because you are exposed in these sandy deserts. Sabihin na natin na, yes, may mga bahay, yes, may mga bato, may mga cliffs and house, may mga areas doon na pwede mong taguan. Pero what if, sigit na kayo ng kalsada magbakbakan? So, vehicles are essential. And that is why they're investing on it. And NC, ito yung team kanina na nagpatanggal sa ating KHI. So, KHI, they need to step up in order to take, revenge sa NC. Oh, speaking of which, here comes KHI.
KHI, H2R in, mga kaibigan. Mukhang wala muna si Rankid, men. Sir, this is a surprise for me kasi, men, this is an IGL. Basically, walang IGL rather is what I'm trying to say. Rankid is out, H2R in, and right now, tingnan natin kung maging effective itong lineup na to. Remember, Vince G, si Rankid is a two-time PMPL player. Kasi nung una siyang nag-PMPL, ang team niya is All-Star Team Puyat. So shout out kay Madam Blossom ng Team Puyat. Again, two-time PMPL siya. This is his second time. Itong sila H2R, sila Damaso, sila Monboy. This is their first time. So again, experience will also come into a factor pagdating sa gantong klaseng liga. Especially, di ba, you see Madtoy, men. Ilang taon na ba si Madtoy sa competitive scene ng PUBG Mobile? 3, di ba? Isipin mo yun, ilang PMPL na. And actually, naka-PMGC pa. Pero men, GENEXUS, view, pushing in. And right now, Putrasayel knocks him down with a scar, light huli ka, Biu. Mag-YouTube ka na lang, sabi ni Putrezeel. And right now, mukhang na-cancel niya doon yung granada, but this is gonna be deadly. Men, pagka nabato niya to, pero men, the push is real para sa GENEXUS. The pressure is coming. And there you go, who you ka sa akin. Sabi niya, and Biu will be saved by his teammate.
Pero grabe naman, GENEXUS here not stopping. Snappy getting the first blood. Mainit ang tarima ng mga teams natin dito. And here comes Stone Cold. Noong naghahanda na siya sa laban niya together with Kevin Owens sa WrestleMania. Pero let's see kung anong gagawin dito nila Johnny Depp, the GENEXUS gang. Pero yung SEM9 dito will be trying to rotate outside the house. They want to make sure na secure nila yung area kung saan lalabas ang GENEXUS. Si Depp positioning himself on the high ground habang si Stone umiikot pa. Yung GENEXUS, I must say they are being cornered by SEM9, but si Snappy is on the warehouse dito, so probably unaware yung kalaban na alam nila, yun, focus lang sa isang bahay na nandun yung GENEXUS, pero aware sila na si Stone Cold ay nandun. Now they're firing some shot. Napipilitan mag-medkit dito si Stone, and Stone on the other hand will be at least forced to retreat at si Stone. Tumatakas na bahagya. Snappy will be throwing those utilities para pasabugin si Stone, pero wala dun si Stone. He repositioned himself already because hindi naman siya tatambay doon. Ayaw niyang masakyan. Hindi siya masokista para tumanggap ng sakit.
And right now, THQ naman, nanalo kanina. Tingnan natin kung makaka-pwesto sila kagaya nung nangyari kanina. Actually, R2K yung napatay nila. So malaking malaking halaga yun. Pero men, looking at the points right now, Homebois actually takes the #1 spot. So again, walang sure na #1 dito sa PMPL MYSGPH. And again, going back sa prize pool, men, kung na-convert mo na ba? Na-convert mo na ba yung prize pool sa Philippine peso? Ako, parang nawala ata si Vince G. Ayan. Parang nawala ako si Vince G, mga kaibigan. Hindi ko na siya marinig. Pero parang feeling ko kino-convert pa niya. Kino-convert pa, mga kaibigan, ang prize pool ng ng PMPL MYSGPH. Pero men, ito, na-google mo na yung prize pool.
Men, ang hirap mag-convert ng prize pool kasi we're talking huge money here. Hindi rin biro yung mga pinaglalaban na itong mga players natin na to, no? Hindi lang basta-basta papasok sa top 16. Men, nandyan ka na sa top 16, bakit hindi mo pa gustuhin maging first place, no? Kaya itong mga teams na to talagang they will definitely do their best not only to qualify for the championship but also to get the first place. And hindi lang yun, may magandang perks dito yung mga players, no. As an individually, hindi kayo bukod na sa maglalaro kayo as a team, probably you will be grinding as well as a solo player to get all those stats or to get those awards. Ika nga, no. So, man, mahirap to kasi you'll have to be greedy at the same time, pero eto na, lumilit na ang bilog in 5 seconds habang itong si Boy na nagbabato ng granada, wala naman siya tinatamaan doon. Oy.
Wala lang ginagawa si Harm, mga kaibigan. Hindi siya nakaka-harm na sa ginagawa niya. Kasi yung SEM9, men, nag-back out na. Back free, sabi ni Man Parang. Si Man Parang, nagdadasal lang sa gedli-gedli dito. Kumbaga, nagpapahinga lang kasi medyo malayo ata ang hiking ng ginagawa niya. Man Parang, men, kaedad na to ni Madtoy. When it comes to competitive dito sa PUBG Mobile, talagang ito yung mga legend, men, ng PMPL. Man Parang na dating player ng Yudu, men, talagang actually nanalo sila dati. Right now, SEM9 na nga ang team niya, pero yun nga, naspatan na siya. Ni Izane and Johnny Depp will also kill itong si Putrezeel. And SEM9 down to 2 remaining players, men. Ganun lang kadali. And by the way, guys, para sagutin kung magkano ang prize pool in Philippine peso, it is 7.8 million pesos, men.
Oh my goodness. Uuwi ka milyonaryo at si Han mukhang nasaktan na. R2K will be forced to at least think things through kung ano yung kanilang ginagawa mga kaibigan. Pero si Zax, naku po, you got the wrong number, dude. Pero Geek Fam, on the other hand, will be going mano-a-mano with Fredo from Team Secret. Nasaan yung mga kampi niya? Mukhang Fredo, the one-man army. Naku po, kailangan niya makipagsabayan sa Geek Fam. Secret, on the other hand, are they even trying to provide some cover support kay Fredo? Nasa ng Secret? Oh my goodness, that means si Fredo, he can go 1-1 with the Geek Fam. Pero Geek Fam will be retreating as well. Konting kemo lang kaya makikita nila yung KHI dito, lalo na si H2R. Pero sabi ng Sem9 dito, we're going to conquer this building, baby. Si Stoned nagtatago sa hollow blocks, mga kaibigan. No? Oras na ng halo. Sabi ni Stone, hindi, it's time for the cold stunner. What?
Akala ko yung Cold Stone yung yung bilian ng ice cream ba yun? Vince G. Pero yun nga,
Cold Stone.
going back dito sa laro, R2K Echo mga kaibigan, mukhang nakapasok na sila ng bilog dito. Sem9 ay dalawa na lang. Medyo problematic yung ginagawa nila dito, no? Kasi they have a vehicle, pero yung vehicle nila ay sira-sira na. And right now, they will take over itong power grid area, itong sila Harm. And Harm right now will try to probably position dun sa may taas para makita yung makakuha ng magandang vantage point. Pero Taba NC mga kaibigan, now getting into the zone. Still, it is a really long game kahit na second phase na ng zone ng circle. Ang tagal ng labanan, pero right now, ito na. KHI Esports Monboy, nakakarinig na nga ng buggy at nag-aabang si Demigod sa likod. Again, tama ba ang call ni Rankid na mag-sit out muna siya dito, Vince G?
HI just playing very carefully, pero ito na nga ang the rest of the members of Team Secret. Hinayaan lang nila ang GENEXUS na makatakas sa kanilang mga radar. Probably, they're coming up with a plan kung paano nila ubusin ng GENEXUS. And on the other hand, si Snappy will be parking his car na maayos. Nako po, kailangan niya iparada sa garage. Pero sabi niya dito, time magparada because RSG is just around the corner. Anong gagawin niya doon? Tingnan natin kung anong gagawin dito. Mukhang may car show pa nga ang GENEXUS dito. They're just trying to at least get those vehicles up and running. Samantalang ang THQ dito na si Dams will be using the pills para sakaling lumakas siya. I think he wants to go for the endurance run. At sasakay na nga siya dito sa Scooby-Doo bus para sakaling mas mabilis ang kanilang pag-rotate. And si Rensky will be riding that buggy.
Uy, ito na. Ito na, men. Email sent. SMG mail, mga kaibigan. Now in the buggy. And R2K, balik naman tayo dito. Kumbaga, lang to palitan lang ng spectator kung sino yung yung mapusuan ng spectator. Right now, tinitingnan yung R2K. Mukhang nag-hard rotation sila papunta sa northern side ng bilog. Kasi I think they're on the western side, far western side, katabi ng blue zone. And ito na nga, nagpakita na ng statistics and Zane. When you talk about throwables, men, kapag marami ka gumamit ng throwables, talagang nasa taas yung team nyo. And you can see right now, Zane, Olio, yung isa doon, lahat sila pasok doon sa top 16. Especially R2K na nasa top number 2 right now. And tamang camp lang dito sa gasolinahan. Itong SMG, sabi nila mahal na daw yung gasolina, so tatambay na lang sila.
Ayaw na nilang mag-invest sa gasolina, and that is why pati sa PUBG ramdam na natin ang price hike, no? So now FRG just positioning themselves into this high peak of this hill, mga kaibigan, pero any moment soon probably pwede sila magkakitaan dito ng isa pang team, no? So it's going to be R2K. They have to be careful. Farang Legends any moments. Oy! Naku po, nakita sila ng CLC. Mukhang mapapaaga ang pay-per-view ng cables, ladders, and chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, si Funky at Nadir trying to go in sa FRS habang nasa low ground pa sila. Iniwan nila yung sasakyan. At si Adik, tumatao na lang sa Gedli. Samantalang si CLC, mga kaibigan, they're not stopping. Kinakalampag nila ang Farang Legends. Farang pero si Repo Boy, makita natin na sobrang layo niya sa kanyang squad. Aiming the sniper rifle just to make sure na makakakita siya ng CLC.
Pero right now, actually man, napakaganda nito. CLC, dating ano yan dating Farang Guerilla, yung tawag sa kanila. In-acquire ng Clutch Esports, mga kaibigan. Right now, Farang Legend. Ito yung mga kuya nila, yung Farang Legend. Magandang laban to, and there you go! Oh! Yun na nga yung sinasabi ko, Adik, mapapatawa na lang talaga, mga kaibigan, with that nade knockdown. And parang Lejund will finish off the knockdown. Samang na si Funky, anong ginagawa mo dyan? Bakit nasa Gedli and Adibs? Na nga ang final member ng CLC, eliminated na nga sila sa larong ito. Napakaaga, Tuson Award, ibigay mo na, Vince G.
Tan-taran-taran! CLC! Oh my goodness, pero sabi ni Adik na adik ako sa kill. Ay! Mga bigon, pinaparusahan na. This is not gonna look for the KHI, and R2K will be getting a kill onto Demigod. At ayun na nga, they have to play with two standing members. Si Monboy ay pulado na. Si Damaso as well. He needs to make sure na hindi siya makita ng kalaban dito, and they're just playing hide and seek. R2K, si Zane, puno ang buhay. Si Sykes, konting heal lang ay kaya niya patayuan to. At si Zane ay trying to kinakalampag nila yung KHI dito. Nako po, they're not giving up. They know na kaya nilang patumbahin yung KHI, pero KHI, they are trying to be clever at inuutakan nila dito yung R2K. Pero punta naman tayo sa SMG. Yung Geek Fam naman, makikita ang isang member ng THQ, pero bumalik na nga si Direk dito sa KHI versus R2K dahil may Almighty sa may itaas, being Almighty, positioning himself on top of the hill. At ito na nga si Ares wanted to get involved as well. Naghihintay na sila ng tamang tempo para kalampagin ang KHI. And of course, ito na nga involvement ng mga Almighty from the heavens. Bumaba na at they wanted to kalampag the KHI. And I'm so conscious, mga kaibigan, nasty trying to aim one shot, pero sabi ni Damrud dito, I will be getting Rensky in the process. At si Rongs will be getting mail. At si Drix, makukuha si Skate. At si Elton is not stopping. He wants Toad. At si Damrud, makukuha din si Renzi sa wakas. And here comes SMG. Sobrang action ito, Kuku, because it's GENEXUS and SMG. 1v1. Just what is it?
Oh, there you go. That's the final kill. 1v1 with the great one. GENEXUS eliminated na nga, men. Pero men, tingnan natin dito na, uy, THQ nagkabangga ng kanilang magkakampi. Zali, sabi niya, tumigil ka muna dyan kasi may kalaban sa may taas. And there you go, Helton, with a spray down kasi siya pa nga ang mananockdown. And parang Lejund, parang lang kayong Lejund, sabi ni Haikul. Kaso nga lang, men, the blue zone is irritating. Repo Boy is still alive. KHI, men, buhay pa rin kahit na napush na ng Almighty. Napakatibay ng KHI, pero Repo Boy, men, wala nang gulong. Yung isang bahagi na kanyang bagi, men, umaandar pa rin. Ganyan talaga, men, dito sa PUBG. Lahat gagawin para mabuhay. Pero right now, the circle is shrinking again. KHI, pinned down dun sa western side ng ating bilog. Asan yung Almighty? All of a sudden, men, Almighty bigla na lang nag-back out dito. Kasi alam nila, napaklose na rin yung circle, so hindi naman to worth it, sabi nila. Mas maganda pumasok ng bilog kasi yun na nga yung sinasabi ko, men. Wala na sa kanila yung circle. And right now, kita naman natin doon, one member of THQ ay mawawala na nga. So right now, uy, Ranger, men. Kilala mo ba to, men? Galing to sa sa ibang bangbang.
Ay, oo, men.
Kilala
Grabe nga naman yan. Pag nag-ultimate yung si Ranger, mga kaibigan.
Sa ibang bangbang yan, men.
Lalo na sa ibang bangbang to, si Ranger eh.
Oo. Yun yung yung kaaway ng pub. Ayoko sabihin.
Wag. Delikado tayo dyan, pre. Pero,
delikado tayo.
napakaganda ng screen natin, Kuko. Akala ko ako lang, pero eto na Mga ng SMG versus RSG. Puro may mga G. Gusto ko rin ma-involve dito dahil ako si Vince G. Si Jenny na may isa sa kanyang GN. At yung RSG, wala pakisama sa RSG at yung SMG. Ito tutulak na rin ng mga Zol. Ladies and gentlemen, si H2 nakakuha ng isa. Pero I think this is looking good for KHR. Pero hindi pinapakita yon because SMG and RSG makainit ang bakbakan si Anik. Happened there! Si H2R pinasabukan ni Zane. Grabe!
What a nade coming from Zane, eliminating KHI in the process. Dalawa ang pinatumba niya. Isama mo na ang almighty SGPH region. Ano kayo ngayon? Kami, ang Malaysia region. R2K is doing it right now, man. And kung titignan mo yung ranking, sila na ang number 1. Kung isasama mo yung mga elimination, wala pa dyan yung placement point mamaya. Pero tingnan natin kung sila ba talaga ang tunay na number 1, Vince G. Pero men, nagulat ako doon, men. Si Ranger nandito. Nasa ibang bangbang yan last year. Kalaban niya dati sila, Smart Omega.
Si Ranger, sa ibang bangbang nga yan. Grabe. Gusto kong makita kung paano humataw dito, pero let's go back to Team Secret. Humataw yata Team Secret dito, pero R2K, si Zane, hindi pa tapos. He wants to get more kills. Grabe, R2K just getting 9 kills in total. They're the highest fragger team in this entire game on the Miramar map, getting 9 points at kompleto pa yung 4. Now, eliminate yata ang Farang Lejund, pero okay, tuloy na maalam. At R2K, 10 elimination in the process, making them unstoppable. Yung NC, they're on this game mga kaibigan with 3 remaining members, pero samantalang hindi pa sila nakakuha ng kill. Pero si Snipes just sniping one member of HB at mga mapupunti rin niya nga to. Pero si Sluyang na maalam, napaka-cruel mo naman, Play Zone, and Geek Fam will be eliminated as well. How many teams are remaining? Mga kaibigan, we only have 7 teams at yung Secret mukhang gusto nilang ilantad ang kanilang posisyon because they are playing with 4 members, pero as we're seeing right now, si Shotzi at si Predo lang ang magkasama dito.
And Predo right now going for the revive. At ayan na, umaalog na mga kaibigan. Yanig sa tagig mga kaibigan. Ang ginagawa ni Zane. At pinahirapan nyo doon yung Team Secret. Ito na ang You Do Alliance for Rivals. Pemburo, galit na nga. Kanina pa kayo Ice shots down for the count. And right now, 2 members left for Team Secret. And NC knocks down Echo. Ako, mukhang nakakabawi ngayon ang NC laban sa R2K. R2K mukhang isa na lang ata ang up sa kanila. And, actually dalawa pa. Pero right now, Lexbot going back here naman sa Team Secret. Kid, naku po, ang nipis ng cover mo. Bakit ka dyan sa puno na yan, boy? And right now, Lexibot, ako po, parang gusto pa niya bumalik sa baggy, Vince G.
Kaya nga pero si Zane mga kaibigan is just trying to spray and pray. Pero si X-Rush NN1 mga kaibigan try to spray and play as well. Pero yung SEM9 mga maalam na dito, pero anong gagawin nila dito? Si Zane, oh my goodness, namarkahan niya na ang NC. I see what you did there, Zane. NC, he wants that killed on his side, and Zane on the other hand will be trying to push below, pero nag-i-smoke sila dito, and of course the other members of R2K, si Sykes, si Harm will be making the push as well, making sure na makukuha nila yung kill sa NC with 1 kill on this map. Ano kaya ang gagawin nila dito? Pero Yudu Alliance X for Rivals, what just happened right there? Mukhang tuluyan na maalan, and HB will be getting 5 kills in the process. Now, we're seeing 5 teams remaining in the smaller circle. MAB, HB, R2K, NC, and Team Secret. And now, nawaalam na dito ang NC because I see what you did there. Hindi pa nila tinatantanan to. We have 4. At yung R2K, pinapawalan ng mob. Kanina, tahimik lang dito yung mga tigre ng mob. Pero mob here, trying to spray even sa mga kamay ng Team Secret. This is very chaotic, Kuko, I must say.
Uy! Eliminated na nga ang R2K. Grabe naman yun. 4 months strong mga kaibigan para sa MAB Esports. Dominating na nga. 5 eliminations na ang meron sila. At ito na si Madtoy mga kaibigan. Nilabas na ang SLR TMR Master mga kaibigan. Itong si Madtoy. And right now, play zone. Mananakdown na nga si Kid 5. Isa na lang para sa Team Secret. 3 remaining teams are here in this final circle. HB Homebois, buhay pa nga rin. Iron Pro, kasama niya ang teammate niya. Pero men, for Madtoy, kung ako kay Madtoy, hindi na ako gagalaw dito.
Kaya nga pero we're seeing these crucial moments right here. It's now HB, it's now Team Secret, it's now MAB with 4 complete members, mga kaibigan. It's just how you utilize, it's just about the placement points. Pero nasabukan na nga dito si Madto, si Tam, hindi tinatantanan ang pagbabato ng granada at si Madto, mga kaibigan, 1 grenade away from getting eliminated and boom goes the grenade kay Madto at samantalang si Tam, the only player for HB together with his other guy. They have to deal with MAP. I think they're contested. I think they're contented with that second spot because I have to say na sobrang hirap kalabanin ng apat dito, Kuko.
Oh, mahirap to para sa HB. Pero men, ang mangyayari dito men is gigate na lang ng MAB itong Homebois and Iron Pro. Doing a really great job together with his teammate na si Tam. They're pushing onto the left side kasi yung left side medyo hindi sila kita dito, and Tam right now just using the cactus, mga kaibigan. The cactus is Kaprail, mga kaibigan. Uy, pero Maki, mga kaibigan. Pakita na nga sa Getty. Iftar, nag-push na nga. Bakit ka nag-push mag-isa? And Mob right now. Machuchok pa kaya nila hindi na, men. Na-knockdown na nga nila ang isa. Si Tam na lang ang buhay. And Tam, kita-kita ka sa taas. And Mob Esports gets it done. Winner, chicken dinner. 8 kills pa nga nakuha nila, Vince G.
Ibang klase ang ipinakita ng Mob Esports. And by the way, congratulations, and of course, it's time for us to see the highlights on this Miramar map.
Yes, MAB Esports. They've come in close towards a chicken dinner twice, but this time they bring one home and seal it in the bag. Congratulations, MAB Esports. And like I mentioned previously in the match before this, there's a first time for everything. Team Hawk has claimed their first chicken dinner. Now MAB Esports. Any more teams from the second draft here has the potential to do so, including our neighbors over in the Philippines. KHI Esports, all the weight is on your shoulder here to soldier on and wave the flag of the Filipino region and actually bring one for yourself. So that will happen, possibly, or at least the potential is there, or the chance is there, at least for this next 2 match that we have in store for today. Like I mentioned, today itself, a lot of the teams are stepping up. Unfortunately, only towards the final end of the week. However, this is a new beginning. Could also mean a breath of fresh air for them to start in strong when the next week comes. But today is not over just yet. And in fact, I've got some good news to tell you. Okay, check out the brand new Royal Pass here in collaboration with Warframe. It is, go get the latest Royal Pass that's already been out, if I'm being honest, on the 22nd of March. So skedaddle onto your application while I sidai you, or as the Malaysian fans would say, buy you some time before the next match comes on to play. Go onto the app and actually look this one up, get yourself the pass, and start unlocking outfits for yourself. Look at that, the new collaboration with Warframe, where you can obtain various outfits and in-game items in the event. That is PUBG Mobile. Instead of wearing helmets, you'll be wearing helmets, but from Mars, I guess. I assume that's where all aliens come from. I remember the caster bantering about whether Pluto is a planet or not. Well, this is nowhere near Pluto, but it's a great segue into something else, I guess. Now that you've seen the promotion, please do get one for yourself. I mean, it's a 4th year anniversary special, so although it's PUBG Mobile's birthday, it feels like you're the one getting the prize. Now, I gotta be clean and honest. I didn't think any of you caught it on the chat here, but I voted for Team Bosskur. I voted Team Bosskur. However, they weren't playing. I knew about the caster curse, right? I've been wrong 100% of the time, so I voted a team that wasn't playing. So I can never be wrong, because you can't be wrong if the team didn't play in the first place. How about that? You thought Matoy had big brains. Take mine on for size here. However, I'll get back into serious prediction in just about a bit. Okay, fine. I'll let this one whiff. You got me. You got me. I tried to maintain at least something good onto my own sheet, my score sheet here, which is just red in wrong predictions so far. But I'll hop back onto the bandwagon after that performance, especially. And now I'm starting to see some of these teams stepping up. Maybe I don't go for the team that are really hot and heavy right now. Maybe I should make predictions on teams from the second draft. Well, that's a good angle. So far, this seems to be the day of the underdog. So I guess it is a really good approach to try and consider. So without further ado, let's take a look at what happened in the previous match, or the match ranking so far. We have MAB Esports with the 8 kills, 15 winner chicken dinner points here. So they have brought in a total 23 points. Surely they are down in the second draft pretty low, so I don't think it's going to leapfrog them all the way to the first draft. However, it is going to give them a great start. Once again, they have 2 more games to play today, so it's not over till it's over. R2K come in really strong this time around with 13 kills of their own, taking in the second place of the points accumulated. And R2K Izane, look at that. This man, he is the one to look out for, seemingly, when it comes to revenge to kill, because he's got both that thing, well, spread around his neck. I want to say tattoo, but I don't think that's appropriate. 7 elimination, 1,088 damage, 35%, nearly, at least when you round them off, 35% team contribution. This is R2K playing hot and heavy, 13 kills, 7 elimination on 1 guy, and that is only 35% of the team contribution. This team, somehow they contribute a lot, and they work like a well-oiled machine. Clockwork, they say. Dingoz still holds #1 based on their performance they had today. Very consistent stuff. Homebois leapfrogs up onto #2 with 192 points. R2K as well, taking up the top 3 position here at 190. Bosskur, unfortunately, will have to bow out from the second spot they were previously on, down onto the 4th now at 188. Take a look at the second draft. Team Secret, they've had some efforts. They knew what they were doing. Unfortunately, luck of the circle maybe made it a little bit harder to play from. So, but they will be rewarded with some sort of points moving upwards. Now they are 1 step closer towards hopping onto that first draft at the very least. Meanwhile, the team with the chicken dinner now up on the 15th place. MAB Esports showing off with 112 points in their name. Almighty Team SMG and KHI Esports down in the bottom 3 position, which isn't the best thing to say, because it's all part and parcel of the competition, let's be honest, okay? No hard feelings. I'm not downplaying anyone here, but you have a slot from #1 all the way down to 20, and we have to acknowledge that these 3 teams currently reside down at the bottom. Is it over for them? Of course not. Right? But nevertheless, let's just take a look at how the chicken dinner was won from MAB Esports here. Starting things off all the way in ruined nearby on the northwestern side of the map, which is finally a circle that we don't see very often, making that rotation all the way to La Cabrera. So I would say they, in a sense, got off in a good start here, having circle really next to each other. They make micro adjustment in the rotation, just taking high points after high points, and eventually arriving at the hill just by water treatment, where Team Secret also held out a bunch of the teams for the longest part. So this is where I think MAB Esports kind of got the better of the advantage, right? They were spread out onto this high ground, as you can see, perched up there, bird's eye views on the entire plane, the entire horizon here, having eyes onto everyone. You do Alliance 4 rivals. You have Taba NC nearby as well. KHI, who got shot by Taba NC, I believe. And yeah, Team Secret, they were in the area. I believe they made the rotation straight right next to MAB, overlooking the entire water treatment, seeing that the circle itself kind of gives a compound towards water treatment. And Team Secret, they saw that. They knew that teams were going to start venturing into water treatment for cover or whatnot as compound. However, seeing as though that it is by the edge of the circle, the likelihood of it closing towards it may be of a long stretch. So this is the place where I kind of commend Team Secret for what they did, right? Moving towards the center of the circle, perching up north, having eyes, look at that, over the entire valley here with Homebois down bottom, Geek fam, and RSG, all within water treatment, because it just seems like the most obvious thing to do, being the only compound per se to play around with. However, it was still pretty much an open plain per se. Let's be honest, there's not much houses towards the water treatment itself. A lot of obstacles, but not really safe houses. And that kind of puts them in a sticky situation here, as they are just surrounded by a lot of teams. And one of the teams perching out from the hillside, staring down at them, was MAB Esports, who has the easier path on the back end. Nobody within their area, and they are the high ground. So the hills are theirs to play. Everyone else will just have to kind of slaughter each other within the process as they were nearby. And MAB Esports' patience is a virtue, and they got out just fine here, securing themselves their first ever winner chicken dinner with a hefty amount of kills, really giving them that boost up to number 15. And maybe with the remaining 2 games left to play, they can just very well work their way into first draft. And that is I guess, not a bad thing to end on when the day ends, right? Because you get the overall, and you are remunerated based on your overall standings. And any decision upwards is a good decision, or any move upwards is a good move. And so MAB probably setting their trajectory right in the right path here. So before we get into more action, obviously we have Miramar and another Erangel coming in for the day here. And well, I am going to just take a quick break because, let's be honest, that match, pretty intense. Although the winners, you might argue, say got the better luck of the circle. It is a battle royale, and any advantage is all fair game. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. My name is Keith. I'll see you right after that quick break. Bye-bye.
You can beat me down, but I will jump back up. As is ganas.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dared to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
Things are getting heated up. The race is on the clock. Only 2 games left down to be played and maybe 1 for some of these teams. Hi, my name is Keith. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring and we are down to the last 2 games of the day for the competitive week number 1 here. And by the end of this day, we're going to find out which team will end up number 1 in the overall to bag home the full 20 points before moving on to next week's adventure, or I would say country league grind set, right? Hey, what's going on? So much things to look out for. Tell me, who do you think is going to be the next winner chicken dinner winner here, especially now that a lot from the second draft are pulling all the tricks up their sleeves. MAB got a winner chicken dinner. Team Hawk got a winner chicken dinner. Who else down in the second draft can pull that one off? Will we ever see KHI Esports bring one home for the Philippines? And will we see a repeating chicken dinner for the day? It all boils down to these next 2 opportunities at hand. It all goes down to the players. There's nothing more we can do but show our cheers and show our support down in the comment section below. Go ahead, go spam it. I'm sure PUBG Mobile don't mind. I'm sure the moderators don't mind as long as you keep it pretty family friendly. Then it's all good. Spam it down in the comment section below. In fact, let's take a look at some of the stats of the previous round here with 54 eliminations in total in that one game. About a 6,421 health points has been recovered via meds and bandages, 56 total knockouts, 213 throwables used, 1 airdrops looted. This record, I believe, was 2 because someone's daring enough to try and put themselves in an exposed position. 8 headshots, 14 total revives, and my God, Team Secret Fredo gets it with the longest elimination at around 298 meters here. But of course, R2K Izane, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Whenever R2K plays, they seem to always create a spectacle, especially with the player Izane, time and time again, just coming out as the ultimate fragger here. This time around with 1,088 damage all by himself. Meanwhile, second to that is barely half with Homebois at 572. We're going into the fourth match of the day that is going to be the second Miramar match. Team ACDE will be playing. That means Group B will be bowing out for the time being. Team Secret, Sem9, GENEXUS, and Homebois. Unfortunately, Group B, the one group that everyone called the group of death, seems to be the ones that are hanging by the thread, and they are missing out on this one match, which means they only have one more game later on after this on Erangel to try and get back their points. So the odds are not on their side, but can they do it? I have no doubts about it. However, they got to get some of these current issues that they're relying on out of the way, right? I don't know what it is, but historically speaking, Team Secret, Sem9, we know that they have always been late game bloomers towards, back then when we had super weekends, it was when the weekend came in and it wasn't even like the first weekend, it would be like the second weekend or so on forth where they suddenly just blew up sky high in the points, but they don't get to do that. This time around, I think Daba NC might just get the winner chicken dinner, and this time I checked, they're playing, okay? So I'm not trolling you like I did before. I just want to see if you were paying attention. Apparently you weren't. So Daba NC, the way they've been playing, they're kind of a slow team, but they played smart with the maps, and I almost always notice them towards the last few circles. So you saw the casters, they're waiting for me to shut up, and hey, trust me, man, I'd like to give you some of the actions as well, but not just yet. We've got a bunch of things that we have to cover here before we send them off to the flight path, right? Just take it as in a player's perspective. They just finished, they just came out from a game. We're giving them time to chill. It is Miramar anyway. It's going to get hot, and although Circle went on to the Oasis section of the map, they need some time to cool down, and that's exactly what I'll be giving them. So, Daba NC is my prediction again, just to justify. They somehow read the map, they know how to rotate in, and make sure they're within the last few circles. So, without further ado, casters, please take us through the sunny deserts of Miramar.
Maraming salamat, Keith, para dun sa analysis na yun sa nangyaring laban kanina. And also, dun sa prediction na kanina mong sinabi, Daba NC ang pinili niya. Kami ang lingkod, Kuko TV. Kasama ko si Vince G, casters para sa Tagalog broadcast ng 2022 Spring PMPL MYSG. And Vince G, lahat na lang may G, no? May SMG, may Vince G. Diba? Lahat na lang.
RSG. Oo, lahat na lang talaga. And of course, mukhang ito na nga ang part 2 ng ating Miramar map. So probably, yung kaninang sinabi mo, Kuko, we're going to see it. It's going to be the calls from the KHI and of course the Axis Red 1, and I can't wait. And here you go. We're going to fly onto the Miramar map. And jump for joy, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. Any moment soon, tatalon na ang mga kalahok natin dito sa mainit na mapa ng Miramar. At habang tumatalo na sila dito, maghuhubad na ako ng aking coat. At napakaganda ng kanyang ng kanyang parachute, talagang naka-surfboard pa siya.
Oo, gusto niyang mag-surfboard all the way down from the heavens to the hot sands of Miramar. Kaya nga, di ba, mapapahubad ka na lang ng coat talaga kasi napakainit. Pero men, ito yung mainit dito. Axis Red 1 is in. KHI Esports is also in. And see you in La Cabrera Jumper, sabi ni Demigod. At ito na nga mga kaibigan, ang inaabangan natin, Axis Good Day Manager versus KHI Esports. Pero men, umiwas ang KHI, and for me, in an analyst perspective, men, goods to para sa KHI. Kasi, men, you're in the last place, huwag mo nang i-risk na ma-early ka. Mas maganda ng ready ka and then lalaban ka hanggang sa huli.
Yes. And of course, gusto ko to. Makita natin dito. I like what the host is saying kanina, no? So, probably nakakamiss nga naman yung mga moments na may Super Weekend, no? Why? Because Super Weekend, the top 16 teams from that week will be battling it all out. So, kapag kulelat ka dun sa 20 teams na yun during this week, probably hindi ka makakalaro sa Super Weekend. So, that is why may i-stack yung points mo. Magiging hard stack ka. So, nakakamiss bakit walang Super Weekend dito. Pero okay, we're seeing the Yudo Alliance and Bosskur. Nako po, may pistol na dito si Api. At hinayaan na nila yung Bosskur na makatakas dito. Pero sabi dito ni okay kayo. I'm just gonna get those bullets up. I'm just gonna get prepared for the big one. Samantalang itong si Naoki, may sideline, Kuko. Pinag-usapan natin dito, from Makati to Ortigas yata biyahe nito Ayaw malate?
Angkas mga kaibigan. And right now, parang magtotoda ata yung isa. Kumuha ng ng 3 wheels tricycle na nasasakyan mga kaibigan, tricycle. Right now, ito yung sinasabi natin kanina, Axis Red 1 versus Cage ay hindi mangyayari sa laban na to. Axis Red 1 is back. Ito na si Kasang Susu. Ayan, sinabi ko na mga kaibigan, walang mali siya. Pero right now, tingnan man natin. Statistics, total healing galing. Kasang is the man. Men, with 10k, men. Yung sumunod sa kanya si Razor Ramon, men. Men, 7,000 lang ang healing niya.
Grabe. Actually, ito si Kakang, no? And you're talking about yung apelido niya na nasabi mo na, no? Pero nasa na ang KHI? And we're definitely seeing it right now. Monboy just riding this van over here. Tatabihan niya yata yung trailer, pero nope. I'm just gonna rep here in the water tanks muna, no? So I'm just having a good drive-by dito. And KHI, I think they're being very serious in terms of playing this game. They can't afford to be eliminated that early. They need those kills right now. Because I'm seeing it. What I'm seeing right now, it's 51. They're on the bottom of the chart. So napakahirap ng kanilang hahabulin dito if they wanted to get close to Almighty, which has 78 points overall. It's either get those kills, survive long, get those placement points. It's their game style. They just need to qualify for the top 16. At sabi nga kanina ni Kit, no? Yung may mga teams nga naman dito na sleepers lang. A sleeper team in the first week. Tapos maghahataw lang during the second and the third week. Yeah, tulad ng na-mention niya kanina, Team Secret, no? So I do expect na these guys will just definitely pop off in the remaining weeks because it's no time to lose. It's now or never, do or die. You just need to rape out those points in order to qualify on the top 16. And let's talk about the gyro sensitivity here, no? So wow. Grabe,
hindi mo na kailangan hindi mo na kailangan mag-supporter badge, mga kaibigan, para ibigay ang Sensi. Dito lang sa PMPL MYSG, libre ang Sensi ni Voki, mga kaibigan ng Yudo Alliance for Rivals. Wala akong pinapatamaan doon. Vince G, sinasabi ko lang na hindi mo kailangan mag-supporter badge. Pero yun nga, going back to the game, nasa may minibus sila, Scooby-Doo bus nga sabi mo. And right now, tamang field trip lang ang ginagawa nila papunta doon sa Cruz del Valle. And dito naman sa Ruins area, Mab Esports. Ito yung Vince G, dinadrapan ng Blacklist International dati. Yung team nila Alas, nila Aeons, nila Claire at nila Tyra. And right now, syempre babanggitin natin Tagalog broadcast Pero yun nga, Mab Esports ang tinitingnan natin. And Almighty naman ay bumalik na nga dito. SG Region is back. Nanalo na to ng chicken dinner, Vince G. Ang inaantay ko na lang talaga is yung KHI na mag-chicken dinner.
Yeah, actually, when will the time come? Actually, every supporters of KHI in the comment section are just definitely waiting for that moment where KHI will definitely shine. Because, of course, in this kind of tournament, no, KHI has definitely they need to prove something talaga sa mga doubters yan. So, kailangan patunayan KHA lang malakas, no? Pero when will they pop off? That's the question. ang tagal naman ng patunay na yan. Pero ako I'm just being patient here. Just how will they play out against these teams, because it's a different feel from the usual Filipino screams dito. But CLC and THQ, now they're just trying to do a drive-by, but CLC now has the vehicle. Sabi dito ng THQ, okay, we're going to point it. Pero sabi no, tara, sakay tayo. Magtago muna tayo sa warehouse kasi hindi tayo safe sa CLC.
Totoo yun. And going back dun sa punto mo, men, na may mga teams na tinatago pa yung tunay na lakas sa week number 1. At dahilan kung bakit mababa pa ang puntos nila. That's one thing that you can also say sa KHI Esports. Sabihin na natin na lag sila ngayon. Malay nyo next week, week number 2. Men, week number 2, every week by the way, has 20 total games for each team. So, hindi pa huli ang lahat, men. 3 linggo sila maglalaban-laban. Sige, sabihin na natin, ibigay na ng KHI yung 20 games sa simula. Pero right now, Snipes mukhang dinaanan lang dito ni Calamity. Snipes hindi magpaparamdam kasi wala malapit sa kanya, nakakampi niya. Pero yun nga, going back dun sa sinasabi ko, KHI can, wait out until next week. And then, week number 2, doon na talaga magkakaalaman talaga kung may chance ba talaga ang KHI Esports.
Yes, it's all about chances, and definitely this week, wala sila dapat sayangin na chance, because if they manage to at least let this chance slip away at masapawan sila ng ibang teams dito, definitely mangit ang kakalabasan nila sa standing. At yung RSG, on the other hand, especially Small Boy, just firing some shots dito sa ating team number 1, which is Dingoz Esports na napahinga ng isang game. They have 201 points pero okay lang sa kanila. Pero sabi ng Snipes dito, si Wesley Snipes, naka po, ang original Blade is just trying to fight the MAB na mainit pa sa mainit ang nakuha nilang manok kanina sa Miramar map din.
And Wesley Snipes nga, sabi mo, the original Blade, trying to spray down itong MAB Esports. And when you talk about MAB Esports, they came all the way down. Galing silang bottom now, unti-unti silang umaangat. Sila yung dating top 20. Ngayon ay umaangat na sila. Maganda yung yung gradual improvement nila from day number 1 to day number 5, which is ngayong araw na to, on week number 1. And also the circle is real para sa karamihan ng mga teams. There's a lot of teams coming out from outside of the circle, or actually in the blue zone pa. KHI Esports isa doon. We also have the Yudo Alliance for Rivals, isa sa mga PMGC team nung nakaraang taon. Tingnan natin kung makakapasok sila ng mga Watiwasay. Wala pang napa-first blood, men. 64 alive. Napakatagal ng first blood, yung unang dugo na sinasabi ko. And CLC right now just gatekeeping anyone na gustong kumuha ng compound nila.
Yes. This would be a challenge, by the way, if these guys are definitely impatient in terms of striking their enemies. But okay, Axis Legend. So here comes the real deal. Here comes the Axis Red One trying to at least make their move here, especially Mika. Mika, on the other hand, with those guns, I think he spots one, or he's just being very cautious. So nag-iingat lang talaga sila no? Kasi ibang level I mean, the level of the pro teams here in Malaysia definitely is different from the level of pro teams in PH. I must say na sobrang galing ng ating Malaysian teams dito, because ibang klase yung galawan nila kung run and gun, talagang kill per kill, alatan talaga dito sa PH. Pero man, it's a balance of both they're being patient. They know kung kailan sila atake, and they're making sure kung lulusob sila, dapat maka-convert nila to into kill. And now EVOS is just around the corner. So EVOS together with Razor Ramona, I like this. They know na yung Axis Rev 1 is just around the compound, no? So si Mika lang ang kanilang taga-spot together with Razor Ramon. Pero Axis, this is surprisingly, because they're focused on Geek Fam, that's on the high ground. So yung attention ng axis, red one, is nasa Geek Fam. Tapos ang atensyon ng Geek Fam at ang atensyon ng kabilang team, ng EVOS is ito, axis red one. So that means they're definitely sandwich.
Oo, sandwich nga. Nakakagutom talaga, pre. Nasabi mo pa yung sandwich. So mamaya kakain tayo ng kanin, di ba? Ang daming connect nun. Sobra, sandwich to kanin. Pero yun nga, men. Speaking of kanin, makikita ka na kaya natin yung hashtag RiceE, di ba? Tignan natin kung magra-rise ba talaga ang KHI Esports. Pero ngayon, ang daming rotation na nangyayari, men. Kasi, again, maraming teams ang actually nasa labas ng circle. But right now, ito na, ratrata na rambutan. Naririnig ko ang M249 ni Ati. At ubusin niya ang bala niya. Pero yun nga lang, nag-switch na naman sa UMP. It's Kiddo! Knocking down Nasty and Almighty ng Singapore region will have to find a way para ma-revive yung kanilang tropa. And right now, yun na nga, sumabog pa ang kanyang sasakyan at mukhang ibibigay na nila si Nasty para sa team ng Dingoz and KHI, buhay na buhay. And again Vince G, ang ganda ng pwesto nila dito. Wala masyadong kalaban. Iisa lang yung katabi nila, which is yung Yudo Alliance for Rivals. And the circle, man, will go to their position. And daming teams sa southwest side ng mapa natin. Karambola to, men.
Karambola, unahan yan. Unahan talaga sila makapasok, and surprisingly, it's this I'm seeing teams like KHI, Yudo Alliance that is inside the circle. At nung nakita na nag-shift yung bilog, hindi sa Chumasera, pero nandun sa may itaas, wala na. Let's go to the zone, let's go to the circle. Kailangan natin makapasok doon. At yung mga teams na nasa loob ng circle definitely will try to gatekeep. No ID, no entry, SMG. Wala kayong mga gate pass, hindi kayo makakapasok dito. They are being heavily guarded. And now, they're just trying to find the detour. Saan sila iikot? They have to make their move. Now, ang ating Dingoz, mga kaibigan, malayo pa sa radar ng EVOS. Pero okay, iba yung nakita nila teams dito. Sabi nila dito, anong ginagawa nyo dyan, NC? I see you. You can see me. Dyan sino lang yun. Pero I am seeing you clear as day. It's Kiddo nailing those shots. At mukhang nilulusog na sila sa kanilang compound. Pero anong gagawin ng Dingoz dito? They have to make sure na it's going to be a squad wipe. But NC, mare-revive pa nila yung kampi nila. And SMG, they're just trying to drive their way into the zone.
Ito sila, SMG male. No pun intended, mga kaibigan. Pero Team Bosskur, hinahabol sila, men. Parang habulan ng mga kotse, mga kaibigan. Ride or die.
Oo.
Ika nga, pero again, the circle is going on to the northern side. Kung nasan yung KHI, ang daming teams na manggagaling sa southwest side, sa may bandang Monte Nuevo. So talagang karambulan talaga ng kotse to mamaya. Pero right now, Geek Fam. Kung di ka Geek, hindi ka Fam. Tingnan natin kung makakapwesto sila na maganda dito. Pero SMG, dadaan na nga dito sa Dingoz. Kung mali yata ang pinasukan nilang liga, pinagigitnaan pa ng EVOS VIP. Narinig na nga ni Insults, mga kaibigan, at nakatingin na nga. There we go, straight down with that AKM. One down for Team SMG. At mukhang stuck na sila doon, Step Bro.
No, Step Bro, what are you doing? You have to make sure, you have to call the mechanic, ladies and gentlemen. Pero ito na nga SMG, pinapawala ng bala. May Razor Ramon just doing the job. Okay, hindi siya outsider dito. Pero anyways, mga kaibigan, si Razor Ramon nandito pa. Pero Yudo Alliance is still in this game, ladies and gentlemen. They want to cook something for SMG. Mukhang may dadagdagan sila dito. Ay, hindi, MSG pala yung sinasabi ko. Pero naku po, lusaw si Mail. Oh my goodness, this is a good position for Yudo Alliance getting those kill steals. EVOS had them by the throat. And then, Yudo Alliance okay, I'm just gonna throw a molly and I'm just gonna head out. Parang si Doc Ock lang,
right
I have them by the throat.
And KHI, by the way, guys, update lang tayo, guys, sa PH team natin. KHI, wala na sa bilog. Nauna na ang Yudo Alliance for Rivals at papunta na sila papaloob ng circle. Tingnan natin kung mabibisi ba yung Yudo Alliance for Rivals sa ibang team. Pero right now in Soms, sprayan ng malala, mga kaibigan, ang SMG. Pero SMG will have to wait it out Kasi kanina pa sila iniiritan ni Api sa itaas. Binabatuhan ng kung ano-ano. Granada, Molotov, lahat na. Pati bag, ibato mo na.
Kahit bag may damage kapag ito binato. Pero EVOS on the other hand spots 1 Geek and 1 Geek is just trying to run away from this encounter. Pero nandito yung tatlo. Here comes the rest back. Ang Geek fam, buo ang pamilya. Eto na nga. You are not a geek if you are not a bomb, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, QP just exploded in midair. I don't even know what happened, but here comes MAB. They wanted to get involved. They wanted to chase the Geek, and Geek is on pursuit. Mga kaibigan, parang car chase lang dito sa Los Angeles Freeway. Pero sabi ng MAB, okay, we're going to get access redONE. Ang pula sa kanilang mga pangalan, pero this is very chaotic, Kuku, because there are many teams, big shot teams, that are fighting to get that chicken dinner, pero wala pang nai-eliminate ni isa pa sa kanila dahil I don't even know kung ilang minuto na tayo naglalaro dito because 17 minutes in, wala pang namamatay ni isa, pero what I'm seeing here, it's just R2K with only 1 member.
Oh, si Harm na lang yung natira. Grabe yung dinaanan nila. Ang daming team. There you go. Eliminated na nga yung Dingoz Tucson Award. Ibibigay na natin sa Dingoz and Ranger. Mga kaibigan, galing nila ibang bang-bang. Right now here in PUBG Mobile. Showing na talagang flexible. Yung player na to and right now is Far. Oh, huli ka dalawa doon. Frankie. Together with his teammate na si Rush. Patay na nga, knockdown na nga, gapang na parang sanggol. And hindi mo na kailangan natang tuluyan to kasi matic na yan na nasa iyo yan. And right now, 15 teams remaining still, buhay pa rin ang KHI. Yun talaga, yung mahalaga kasi, importante talaga. Yun yung mahalaga, men.
Yes.
Yung buhay yung KHI.
Importante, mahalaga. Sim.
Oo.
Pero okay, I'm impressed on how Yudo Alliance positioned themselves here. NC is now on a run. Ang ganda ng position ni Api. Api, kanina ka pa nag-iinit. Kanina from that molly. And now you're not stopping. NC, you see them. Okay, now it's a David Blade. Nawala na lang bigla. And NC just disappeared in this game. Just like that. At nakita na nga ang Bosskur. At oh my goodness, this position is good for Api and the rest of the Yudo Alliance. And he's not stopping. But let's go back downstairs dito sa mga kabahayan. Let's go. Tondo Manila. Ano gagawin nila dito? Trilla. Manila, mainit yata ang pwesto na to. Lumiliit na ang zone dito. Stage 4 ang sakit nila dito. But Axis redONE? Sinong kapitbahay nila dito? Pero sabi ni Api, okay, I'm gonna shoot you. Pero he received a ton of damage uphill. Wow. He needs to heal up. He needs to use those medkits, Kuku.
Men, napawawa ko kasi, men, ayaw talaga ng bilog sa KHI Esports. Men, niluluto na ng room host yung nangyayaring laro. Pero right now, parang Lejund, may mana-knockdown dito. Demigod na nga, may knockdown. Pero instant replay, pati sa inyo, ang pagsabog na yon. And right now, wala pa rin si Rankid, men. Ngayon ko lang napansin, men, wala pa rin si Rankid. Ano kaya nangyari kay Rankid? Vince G, may update ka ba? Nag-text na ba sa'yo?
Hindi ako in-update ni Rankid. Chat mo nga ako, Rankid, kung ano nangyari. Baka nawala ng kuryente. Hindi posible yun kasi cellphone yun eh. Pero anyways, MAB are trying to revive their members, mga kaibigan, walang iwanan. And MAB just proving that they are holding on to get that back-to-back chicken dinner. But we're seeing some chaotic movements here from afar. Oh my goodness, in some just eating. Oh my goodness, one member of Fantastic Four confirmed, ladies and gentlemen. Pero KHI, nako po, na-shoot to kill si Demigod. And Demigod is just hiding in the smokes. SMG, just eating those grenades and EVOS. Kapitbahay lang nagtatago sa likod ng bato at si VIP exams. Mukhang mamaalam na. Pero eto na nga. Hey yo, I got this machine gun on my hand. I'm going to fire you. Uubusin ko lahat ng aking bala. Pero naanik. Anong nangyari kay Anik Boy? He's just being eliminated. At yung zone, mukhang, hey yo, hindi naabutan.
Hey yo, Chico.
Chico.
Pero, si Api, kanina pa siya full kill. 10 kills na yung Yudo Alliance for Rivals. And I'm not sure kung how many kills na ang meron siya. I think 8 kills na siguro yung nag-iisang player na yon. Pero KHI Esports already eliminated at 12th place And if you ask me about that, men, masakit pa rin yun kasi wala rin silang kill points. So men, talagang nami-miss nila si Rankid. Iba pa rin pag nandun yung IGL ng team mo. Talagang nadadala niya yung laro hanggang sa huli. Pero right now, team is alive. 10 teams na lang. THQ, mukhang pinapahirapan dito ng Farang Legend. I'm not sure kung nasa bilog yung Farang Legend, parang, or yung THQ, parang nandun lang sila sa edge. At mahirapan sila if ever man kapaloob sila sa blue zone dito kasi napakasakit na nito. And there you go. Map, knocking down Kasang Susu. Pero hey noob, gulat kayo! Nandirito na ako! Dalawang nakuha nyo doon. Pero nasan na si Jan? Andyan na siya! And Jan will be the last guy. Pero jumper! Pero yun na nga, men! Adik, hehe! Third party action! Mapapatawa ka na lang talaga ng hehe, Vince G.
Mga dabigayan na 2 jonks, mga kaibigan. Kay Adik, hehe.
Baka 3
2 jonks. 3 jonks. Ibang klase, hindi lang 2, 3 eh. Anong tinama nun ni paring Adik, hehe? Hindi ko rin alam kung bakit siya ganun. Pero okay, Yudo Alliance is still on the top. They're on the top ground. THQ is just below them. And of course, below these 2 teams are so much fish that they can try to get. Pero, oh my goodness, this is really getting out of hand. At nasa baba ng isa, hinahabol ni Jerome. Ano? Uy, may mini 14. He's just trying to create it close. Kunti na lang ang buhay niya.
Mini 14 lang. And CMR laban sa UMP. Pero no, muntikan na yun.
Shit! Oh my goodness! Kuko!
Men,
right there.
Men, first time ko nakita na sa PMPL, mini 14 ang CQC. Akala ko sa TDM lang yun.
T2. Men, ang init eh. Sobrang init ng nagaganap na bakbakan dito pero okay. We still have how many teams? 6 more teams. And kapag natanggal ang isa dito, we are now going to get down to Final 5. R2K, EVOS, and THQ only has 1 member remaining. Pero FRG, they're just receiving tons of damage. At si Harm, ito na ang oras para saktan ka at tanggal na. And here comes top 5. Kuko, nako po, they're just going to battle it all out. EVOS, THQ, CLC, at tinanggal na nga nabati ko ang THQ. At 3 na lang. What is happening? Why are you calling it all out? It's a caster curse.
Right now, Ranger, mga kaibigan, doon ka na lang sa ibang bang-bang. Sabi ni Adibs ng CLC, knockdown na rin ang isa sa RSG. And RSG Malaysia, nawawala isa-isa. Si Kim Chu na lang ang natitira. And right now, Farang Lejund versus CLC 3v4 v1. Adik Dehe, mga kaibigan. Meetingin na nga. And Kim, huwag kang titingin. Bawal lumabas, sabi ni Helton. And right now, Farang Lejund, men, buhay na buhay pa, 4 to, men. Malaki ang chance na sila makakuha ng manok.
Kaya nga eh, actually, I'm seeing this 3-way battle is going to be very interesting. RSG with only 1 remaining member and CLC, I think kahit 3 lang sila, they wanted to punish Farang Lejund. Pero okay, RSG, they have been taken care of. Now, it's going to be a 3v3. Yes! Okay, 1 member down for Farang Lejund. Anong gagawin ng Farang dito? Tako po si Adi hindi makakatawa because he's being taken care of. Kailangan may lumapit na isa. You need to revive this guy. At ito na nga, ang doggy! Sasang-kasaan na nga dito si Adik. Anong adik? Pero sabi ni Helton Skelter, he just tried to hide into that rock right here. Can you smell what this rock is cooking for Farang Legends? Ano nga ba ang niluluto ng mga batong ito? For them and CLC is now on the bind. Hinahabol natin sila ng FRG. FRG, what are you going to do? Oh my goodness, they're preparing those grenades to make an explosion. Ababang kaya dito. Oh my goodness, here connects Kufu. Napakagandang pangyayari yun. And here comes the push. Begin with Farang Legends, pero Farang Legends, they are unstoppable, getting 10 kills. At si Xerox is just trying to push non-stop. What are they going to do? Adik sa'yo. They have eliminated CLC and Farang Legends.
Wow. Well,
wow.
total. Parang Lejund. And mapapa-atikehe na lang talaga tayo kasi pupunta na tayo sa highlight.
Now, it may seem like a 50-50 chance for these two teams that ended up in the top 2 position. However, experience has give Farang Legends a little bit of an edge, and they came out on top in that one. Farang Legends, they claim their first ever winner chicken dinner in the final day of week number 1. And I've got a good feeling that we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg before they do step off and pop off with more here. Now, before we move on further, we've got some things to give off to you guys. Like, hey, Farang's got something in the tricks in the sleeve. Well, we've got something for you guys as well. It's no longer a corn in a cob. It's a brand new outfit. Specifically, if you're rocking the female character, because girl power, go over to www.pubgmobile.com/redeem and get yourself this, I don't know what to call it, Scottish kilt? What even is this? It is a very attractive outfit, almost kind of like a Japanese schoolgirl uniform, you know, but I don't know, it's most likely Harvest. Or at least I can only assume just by the looks of things here. Or even a Scottish kilt looks similar like it with the checkered skirt. Meanwhile, another big promotion from PUBG Mobile is this Warframe collaboration here, where you can obtain various outfits as well throughout the in-game events. But obviously, this is a seasonal event, so you might want to catch it while it's out. It has been out since the 22nd of March, so you're still within the time frame to claim one for yourself, to start grinding out the mission and start taking home some of the sweet, sweet alien outfits, which I do hope is going to look similar to that, because come on, running in Sosnovka military base as an alien just fits to a lore to a certain extent. So this is also something that's new being introduced. That is the revamped classic mode here, version 1.0, in which mechanically you get an upgrade. Now you have a constant reminder of the play zone before it closes in, which means now you don't have to keep it at the back of your head on whether or not to take a single fight or to overcommit and die in the blue zone. And it's all your choice anyway, depending on the kind of risk you like to take here in PUBG Mobile. So a lot of cool stuff to check out. Obviously, some things are more towards the control aspect of things to make things more optimized, make it more playable, pliable, and I guess easier for some of the new players who are interested within PUBG Mobile and just want to hop on. Well, I guess you got a head start now with some of the new improvements include the firearm attachment now in a single touch of the button. How PUBG Mobile has never been more convenient than it is today, especially with the new 1.9 A lot of things to cover within that match alone previously in the second map of Miramar. As the caster said, that was one heck of a solid game, and we cannot have any, we cannot ask for more than what was already displayed, because that itself was as good as it gets, right? Alliance 4 rivals with the high on perch, just sniping people down. Then you have the two brothers in arms, Clutch Guerilla and Farang Legends, going head to head with both a 3v3. However, they did get the res onto Adik Luke, so maybe did that shift the favor? Of course not, because I'll get through the recap in just about a bit, and it really didn't matter that Adik Luke was there or not in the process here, because it was Helton who kind of technically won the game for the rest of Farang Legends here. Again, brothers in arms, still brothers outside of the game, but man, when it came down to it, it's a battle royale, and they are put up with a hard decision here. Besides that, let us take a look at the match ranking. First, here with Farang Legends claiming 12 points and a chicken dinner finish, 15 for the chicken dinner, giving them a total of 27 points. Hopefully, this is enough. I think it is enough to actually propel them towards the first draft. As we saw previously in the match rankings before this, Clutch and Farang both had a chance. They're really close, I think within the top 5 position towards the second draft here. So this might just be enough to shoot them up to the top. I could be wrong. Again, I've been wrong on a prediction. I've been wrong on my math. And that's why I'm running my mouth and not actually behind a calculator. So take it with a grain of salt if you may. Clutch Guerilla is coming in second. But of course, it's this man who stood out on top, quite literally. A Alliance 4 rival, Appy, who was perched up on the highest point at Mount Picado there, or at least one of the mountains in Picado, sniping everyone in the process, 9 elimination. It almost seemed like it was going to go their way until the circle shifted. 1,084 damage, 3.9 MVP points, 314 longest elimination distance. I think they might just take that one again, seeing as though that he was perched on that hill for the entirety of his gameplay. 52% in the team contribution here. The others were giving info and was shooting back. However, he took most of the bulk. This is the overall rankings right now. Dingoz still number 1, 202. R2K coming in second, 194. Homebois at 192. But take a look down in number 9. Farang Legend surpasses the younger brother, who has been the more consistently performing team for the most part here in the PMPL MYSGPH Spring week number 1. Now that they have fallen behind a little bit, they gave a little bit of slack, and their bigger brother went and surpassed it, making their way in the top 10 position. First draft is the name, but Clutch Gorillas, they are not far behind, evening things out with Team Huck. Only, actually, to the teeth, same number of elimination, same number of ranking points. However, they have played more matches, so I guess that kind of puts them on top. I would argue if you could have the same points with less matches, that makes you number 1. But hey, I could be wrong. You know, I don't know what the calibration is or the parameters they're considering when it comes to these overall rankings here. Meanwhile, for the rest of the teams, the Southeast Asian champions, Team Secret, SEM9, against SMG. None of these teams you would have expected down in the second bracket for the longest of periods would be there till this very day. And we are only down to the last game of the day to play and eventually get into the end of the week, where we will then tally up scores based on the overalls. And it's looking very much heavily on the side of Dingoz to get the full 20 points. Let's take a look at how that chicken dinner was made here. Farang Legends dropped down on the way of Los Leones here. It's a huge city, obviously a lot of loots to go by. Then they can share it with some other teams. Didn't have to have any unnecessary confrontation. And it was minor movements or minor rotations made from this point onwards. Obviously, it's a bigger circle, seeing as though that it shifts towards the upper side. At one point, they boost and jet their way on the way to Power Grid, if I'm not mistaken. So this was the circle. They just dipped their toes in, playing by the edge here. Chumacera, it's a much safer place to be in comparatively to the open or the smaller compounds that is scattered around this circle over in Monte Nuevo. And as the circle closes into power grid, Farang, you can see that did not have an easy path. In fact, they had to go through a bunch of teams, but they had vehicles, so that's a plus point. And they just took they just made the rotation all the way into power grid, which is impressive. I'm pretty sure, I'm not so sure if they made a full round circle or they drove right past by through, because I wasn't, like, how do you get through? Oh, there we go. Yeah, they make the whole circle, right, onto the enter by the top right of the screen, because it wasn't showed by the map itself. Like, everyone, all the action happened towards the northwestern side, that no one's been paying attention towards the southern side, and that is actually what benefited them. Even one of the casters said, my God, look at how the teams are scattered, northern and western side, and it just leaves a huge opening towards the south, in which Farang actually took advantage of. They occupied the heels of Bagado, spread out 1-1-2 actually, get a huge control, which then eventually circle falls into their favor. But man, U2 Alliance for Rivals, again, showing off here, stealing the spotlight, I would argue, from winner chicken dinner teams, right? We've seen how yesterday we had U2 Alliance 4 Rivals go up single-handedly, took in points for the entire team, and nearly even won the 1v4 or the 1v3 towards the last, towards the end of the game against Homebois. And now, again, doing something as eye-catchy as they did, perched up towards the hill here with Epi shooting down, raining hailstorm onto everyone who was playing within the vicinity. Unfortunately for them, luck of the circle became the bane they had to go up against. And like, again, quote the casters, it's easy to go up, but you're gonna have a trouble getting down, and eventually it favors the side of Farang Legends, who already had so much control in this spread here. As you can see, Olayo and Adik will be fronting the whole thing. Cover fire from Rappo Boy and a flank coming in from Helton, in which that was the crucial moment. Helton, with a single nade toss, opened up that entry, and eventually bullets start coming in. Clutch Guerilla couldn't take on the pressure. They crumble, and their bigger brother, Farang Legends, claim their first ever winner chicken dinner. So much action, so much narrative. It is the fight between brothers, a civil war, I might say, and I'm expecting just as much or even more action going into the last game of the day of week number 1. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I'm Keith. We're going to go into a short break before we come back with more action. Bye-bye.
Di mana ada kemenangan, di situ ada Geek Fam. Once a Geek, always a fan.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by redONE Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. redONE 9 Pro Series.
This is it. One game away from determining the overall standings for the entire team, the 20 teams who have played throughout the 5 days event here for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. My name is Keith, and I know that was a mouthful, but hey, you have to be excited when you hear that long of an event, because you know that more countries are coming onto our league, and that's going to make things even more the better, the more competitive, and we can see how the standards have definitely gone up from previous leagues here, and even some of the best are struggling to dance with the rest of the newcomers who are coming into the league. And that's always a good thing. However, they will have fans, and these fans will be expecting these giants to step back right up. I'm looking at you, Team Secret. I'm looking at you, Sem9. This could be that one match to instill back their hopes. And talking about the previous match, though, the most damage goes to the side of Appy from Udo Alliance 4 Rivals at 1,084 from himself, perched up there, free hit onto everyone down on the ground here. And also, naturally, with that much damage, that many damage being dished out, he takes home the most eliminations. 9 towards the 5 of number 2, and, well, RSG in number 3 with Ranger coming in. It's a first-time appearance here on the, well, eliminator board per se. We're going into the last and final match for the day and for the week, which will be taking place over in Erangel with Group B, C, D, and E. So unfortunately for Group A, that will be Geek Fam, R2K, Farang Legends, and Clutch Guerilla. What a way to end it in a previous match, because that would be their last match to play. And so this match, Clutch Guerilla and Farang Legends won't have that siblings rivalry, and it's about seeing where they end towards the end of the day here. Can Farang Legends maintain their number 9 spot over in first draft, or will they be pushed down even further? It all boils down in this one game here for the day. I am excited. I am stoked. It's been a long time coming. I'm pretty sure you're excited too. Who do you think? Why don't you give me a prediction down on the comments while I give you my prediction, which is going to be Udo Alliance 4 Rivals. Obviously, after that stunning performance they put up in a previous match and all the points that they've got in, I think that's going to drive them to be more hungry. And this being the last match of the day, it's a usually do or die situation. Some of these teams will just go berserk and go out there farming up some points, and we've seen that more commonly in Udo Alliance 4 Rivals, or back then, just known as 4 Rivals. So will that old version of themselves step up under the leadership of Voki? Well, it all depends. I hate to give you this generic blanket of a statement, but I really don't want to call it as any certainty here, because it is a battle royale. Again, 1,000,001 things can go wrong, will go wrong. That is, I believe, the law of the universe. And so I will leave it up for the players in the lobby to play things out into their favor. Without further ado, casters, please take me away onto the Erangel.
Thank you, Kit. You have taken us away. And of course, we are back here on our final map. Vince G and Kuku TV will be on your side para ibabahagi ang aksyon dito sa ating PUBG Mobile. And Kuku, it's going to be a messy in the Erangel map. And of course, bago natin pag-usapan yan, because this tournament is supported by this year's official smartphone partner, Realme 9 Pro Plus. Capture the light. Sobrang ganda ng cellphone na to. I do wanted to play with this kind of phone in my hand. And yes, official digital telco partner, Udo. Let's switch to Udo. Of course, you can get free 5 GB of high-speed data plus 20 GB of PUBG mobile data. Nakapag-data ka na for browsing, nakapag-data ka pa ng panglaro. Mas marami, Kuku, ang data mo for playing PUBG Mobile. Kaya, saan ka ba?
Saan ka pa, di ba? Hindi lang naman, paglalaro ang ginagawa mo sa PUBG Mobile. Di ba ginagawa ding dating site? Itong PUBG Mobile. Diyan nakakahanap ng kaduo. Di ba?
Kaduo,
mamaya, hindi na kayo maglalaro. Kasi nagkaaway na kayo. Pero yun nga, going back sa laro natin. HI Esports still struggling. Again, siguro, ibigay na siguro natin tong week number 1. Pero yun nga, meron pang huling last game para sa week 1. And then magpapahinga tayo eventually. Pero men, Erangel map is coming in. And we have less than 10 seconds for this map. And men, Erangel OG map, halika na, tara na, lipad na. At lilipad na nga tayo mga kaibigan dito sa mapa ng Erangel, going from the western side, middle portion ng upper island ng Erangel until Sovsnovka military base, bandang sa ilalim ng Novo Repnoye. And men, average points in Erangel, men, Team Bosskur is the team to beat. KHI, umaangat na kahapon, hindi natin nakikita to. Vince G, 3.1 points ang KHI. So men, habang may bukas, may tomorrow.
Yes, tama. What an inspiring quote from Kuko, no? Kaya let's play today because today is the present at ngayon yun gaganapin, ladies and gentlemen. And now, as these teams are scattering around the map, so, nakita natin dito na some of these teams prefer to go down sa ating SMB. So, Snovka Military Base, yung iba nasa may quarry, yung iba papunta ng school, Roshok, Ruins. Some of them might go to the shooting range, but let's see what will they do in this kind of situation. So, Kuku, I am so excited kung ano ba ang mangyayari dito sa last map because HI, surprisingly, yes, naramdaman natin sila ngayon, but yung bilog natin mas ramdam ng SMB.
Delikado to, Vince G.
Yes.
Kung ako sa kanila, kung ako sa KHI, mabilisang loot lang to sa Milta Power and then rotate agad all the way down sa may Sovsnovka Island. And men, ang hirap nito men, especially with these type of teams na bumabalagbag sa'yo. Tapos sabihin na natin na lag nga talaga yung KHI, pero yun na nga men, Longsker! Drive-by mga kaibigan. Death race ang peg ni Longsker together with Luyo. Si Luyo men, ito yung alam mo yung pag sumakay ka ng tricycle tapos may hinahabol ka yung may naiwan na wallet. Naiwan wallet mo boy. Tapa ka muna.
Tano dyan. Pero grabe naman ang action dito. Now, GNX hindi pa tapos. Na-eliminate na isang member ng Bosskur. And what would they do next? They want the entire squad of Bosskur. Pero sabi nila dito, we will be driving by this buggy. Dalawang sakay ng buggy. So they will be hiding into this compound. Mukhang dito na sila mananatili. But meanwhile, let's see. Axis versus SMG. So anong gagawin dito ng Axis? I think kakalampakin nila ang SMG pero paunahan lang sa info yan. Hindi lang basta kalampag yan. They need to get all those loots up and running because pag wala silang baril, parang ang sumabak sa battlefield na walang dalang sandata. And of course, KHI Esports na kanina pa natin hinihintay na mag-pop off. Nagdadrive lang sila.
And,
that's it.
Parang ano yan eh, parang ano yan, Vince G. Yung sinabi mo. Pag wala kang barelo, parang ano yan. Parang nag-aaral ka, pumasok ka pero wala kang dalang ballpen. Di ba?
Oo,
paano ka answer ng exam, di ba? Ano, laway, di ba? Bakit naman nun? Pero
hirap daw sa classmate.
Hiram ka sa classmate mo ng magandang ballpen tapos wag mo na ibigay. Di ba? Yun yung mga galawan nung panahon. Pero right now, KHI trying to get to their usual location, Milta Power area, and men, kakasabi ko lang kanina, mabilis ang loot lang, pero men, pinapatagal ng Homebois. Homebois, men, mag-loot muna kayo. Mamaya na yung barilan. First phase pa lang ng zone. Wala pang 5 minutes eh. Meron nang natuson, di ba? So, again, 63 alive, first blood kanina, and ito na yung nangyayari lagi, Vince G. Kapag ka nagkakasabayan dito sa Yasnaya Poliana, yung team Bosskur at yung team ni Biu, yung GENEXUS. Sabi ni Biu,
yes,
dyan kayo sa isang side, dito kami sa isang side. Let's peacefully loot the area. Sana all though, di ba? Buti pa sila. Naglo-loot. Yung KHI, wala pa nga dun sa area. Binabaril na.
Kaya nga eh. And actually, sayang no, wala yung M42 dito no, para si Biu may katapat siya na kapangalan niya din eh no. Pero anyways, enough with the inside jokes. Si Pew Pew. Okay, now let's focus on the MAB. MAB, they are currently on 11th in this ranking overall. Kasama na po, actually yung ibang teams dito ay napahinga na, pero Axis Red 1. Okay, they wanted someone na mamuna mula dito. SMG, ang kanilang puntirya. Naganda ang posisyon ni Mika dito. He is on the high ground. Samantalang nakita na-reveal na ang kanyang posisyon. Anong gagawin ni Mika? Mika will be crouching. Pero si Kakang, nandun pa rin sa loob ng bahay. Pero SMG, they will be safely transporting into that other compound. Wala masyado mapupuruhan. And si Mika will have to adjust.
And right now, Pochinki is the middle of this map. And Team Secret, nakuha na nga nila lahat ng loot. And ito yung sinasabi ko. Actually, parang feeling ko di pa nila nasimot yung buong Pochinki, pero rotation na agad-agad. And the reason behind this is, again, the circle is focusing the South Island of Erangel, which is yung Snovka Island, and EVOS VIP doing the same thing. Magiging malaking problema to, men, dun sa SMG and Axis, kasi saan sila galing? Men, North Georgiopol pa. Ang layo nun, men.
Layo talaga, men. Isipin mo, parang kang galing Muñoz, Quezon City, tas bababa ka, papunta ka ng
EDSA.
Ano ba maganda? Papunta ka in the EDSA, papunta ka ng Floodway.
Sorry, di ko alam yan.
Hindi, papunta ka ng Floodway doon sa Ortigas Avenue, ganun.
Ayan.
Ganun kalayo yun.
Parang yan, men,
anyways,
ganito. Parang monumento. Tapos bababa ka ng sa top EDSA.
Oh, monumento. Oh, monumento EDSA para mo sinundan yung MRT, no? Okay. Anyways, ganun kalayo ang binabiyahe nila. Pero HB, nako po, have these guys already taken their blood pressure dahil mainit na naman ang kanilang mga dugo. RSG, kanina pa nila pinungpuntirya to. They don't want them na makatakas and they're making sure na makukuha nila yung kill. Pero okay, they're chilling in the beach. Speaking of chilling in the beach, MAP is doing it. May team building sa dagat, tol.
Ito si Maki yung yung parang TL mo sa work. Siya yung
Yes.
siya yung driver and siya yung nangunguna. And guys, kita-kita niyo sa bandang kaliwa, nandiyan ang Erangel. Sa bandang kanan naman, papuntang Sanok. Parang nagtutur lang eh. Sabi mo nga, nagpi-field trip. Ito na, papunta na ng Pansol, mga kaibigan, ang MAB Esports.
Grabe, summer na summer, inunahan na yung mga teams dito, no? Napakaganda ng kanilang meta, no? They're just driving by the river, no? So probably yes, they're just making sure na doon papanig yung bilog, and they're already assuming na yung zone will probably covering a water part of SMB, no? So by having those vehicles, then probably they can easily rotate. Hindi sila makikita. If they wanted to play safe, if they are aiming for the placement points, then that is the one thing that you are good to go. But let's see kung anong gagawin nila dito, no? Actually, Axis, one of the teams na sobrang init. No, they're literally hot in this tournament. Axis Red 1, wag mo mapahinga yan. Because pag napahinga yan, probably they will try to look for more kills. Just look at how the overall rankings here. It's just Dingoz being on the top. Pero Axis, kahit nandun yan sa 5th or 6th spot, may mga ibubuga yan eh. Actually, talagang kapag ikaw natutukan na nila jumper ng crosshair, probably you just have to jump for joy. Yun yung nakakatakot sa kanila eh.
Jump for joy mga kaibigan. Pero men, titignan mo yung mapa ngayon, wala yung MAB. Pumunta na ng Sanok mga kaibigan. Wala na talaga. Nag-outing na talaga, and right now, KHI, uy, man, the circle is confusing the players mga kaibigan. Nang sa psycho, men, nang sa psycho tong circle na to. Pwedeng pumunta sa taas, pwedeng pumunta din sa South Island. So, yung mga teams na nasa may bridge area na nandun sa right side ng screen natin or right side ng mapa, ang swerte nila, men. So, kumbaga, all goods in the hoods yung mga players natin na nandoon. And right now, Team Secret, ang ginagawa na lang siguro nila dito is nanggi-gatekeep sila kung meron man manggagaling doon sa may Subsnovka military base. Remember, Vince G, wala yung circle dito sa area nila.
Yes. Wala sa kanila ang circle, and that is why they need to run. Pero sabi dito, okay, ng Yudu Alliance, we want to fight. We want GENEXUS. Kayo na ang next mga kaibigan. Akala ko, NXT lang ang may GENEXUS, pero hindi. Sa PUBG Mobile din pala. Tingnan natin kung anong gagawin nila dito. GENEXUS are just trying to wide towards this 3 line mga kaibigan, popping in those smokes at hinahunting na nga sila dito ng Yudu Alliance, ang alyansa ng 4. Pero okay, that diversion will not do well because nakita sila ni Appy, because Appy has their sights set, and mukhang makakatakas ang GENEXUS sa onslaught ng Yudu Alliance X for Rivals. Oh my goodness, this is really good. I love the storylines.
Totoo yan, and GENEXUS, men, ganda nung rescue mission nila para kay Biu. Kumbaga, protect the YouTube content creator, the Biu, di ba? And again, now here naman sa may care package, mukhang makakuha ng magandang gamit sila Anik Boy at saka si SMG Mail. And right now, they're able to actually take control of this compound, and makakalut din sila kasi hindi to looted, men. So dagdag to sa mga gamit na pwede nilang gamitin mamaya at the end of the game. Still on the second phase, men. Just less than 12 minutes in the game. And right now, ang mahalaga ay importante. Ang importante, buhay pa rin ang KHI Esports.
Buhay pa rin ang Filipino Dream. Now with 52 points, they need to get a lot of kills, especially na sobrang ganda ng setup dito, no. Wala pang na-eliminate na team, pero except for one person, except for one member of Bosskur, ayun pa lang ang casualty. Out of the 64 players, isa pa lang ang napuruan at mukhang mapapahinga na siya ng tuluyan. He's just gonna wait for next week. So, completos recados, he can get a lot of kills. They can get a lot of kills in this game, but they have to make sure, Kuko, na ingat din sila because hindi naman isang team lang ang kalaban mo eh. You're talking about 15 teams, and KHI, on the other hand, kapitbahay nilang Yudu Alliance, so they have to be careful or else, nako, this is not the death wish that they're looking for.
And Monboy, tinatry niyang i-park yung UAZ niya, kaso nga lang na spatan na agad ng Yudu Alliance for Rivals. And right now, Rankid wala pa rin, men, missing in action dito sa laban na to. We're not really sure kung nasan siya, pero men, yung dalawang members ng KHI nagkahiwalay-walay na rin. So again, duo split, H2R saka Damaso nandun sa may bandang Milta, and they're probably just scouting kung saan ba pupunta talaga yung circle. And men, akala ng mob, men, tinamay mob. Yung mob galing sa umangat. Papunta na sila. Doon sa may ilalim ng circle. Akala ng lahat men sa Snovka yung bilog. Pero men lahat ngayon ay aangat uli, and this will benefit men yung mga teams like Axis na galing Giorgio Paul. Kasi galing silang northern side ng map. So talagang mapapangiti si Jumper. Mapapa-high demigod siya mamaya. Pero right now, EVOS, VIP, mukhang nakita na ang SMG. Anong ginagawa nila dyan, men? Ba't sila nagpipiknik dun? At ayun na nga, men. Homebois na headshot sa ulo si Apo, mga kaibigan. At tinuluyan na nga sana ipakita ng spectator ang KHI. And here it is, man. This is what I'm talking about, Vince G. Uy!
Ang init, ang init, ang init. Oh my goodness, demigod with that grenade. Elimination, grabe naman talaga ang Yudu Alliance, men. They are definitely on fire. They want to punish. Oy, look at this. Demigod is just cooking something here. He wants to make sure na ito na ang ganti ng api. And KHI will be pushing towards the position of Yudu Alliance. Pero oh my goodness, here comes Axis. Here comes Almighty. Sobrang daming parties involved in this kind of situation. Anong gagawin ng Yudu Alliance? Okay, it's time for us to back out. Pero hey, noob! He got demigod! Oh my goodness, this is not going to get good. Nahuli pa nga ni Hey Noob. Bakit hindi mo binigay kay Jumper? Pero oh my goodness, this is very, very chaotic. A 4-bay battle between these squads, Kuku. What is happening in this area sa farm? Grabe, imbis na magtaniman lang, nagtataniman sila ng sama ng loob.
Fatal 4-way ang tawag dyan, mga kaibigan. And pwede mo na rin sabing Royal Rumble. Kasi ang dami.
Yes.
Kung titignan mo yung minimap, there's like another team from afar. Pero Maki, tapos na ang pagiging TL niya. Siya naman ay mabadadrop dito ni Fredo. And right now, Mad Toy again, the DMR idol. SLR ang gamit niya ngayon. And Calamity will get trapped by Mad Toy. 4-time scope ang gamit niya. And there you go, John. Sina, mga kaibigan. Getting those shots in kay Fredo, and uy, niluto na ang granada. Tingnan natin kung tatama dito kay Fredo. Pero Magtoy, buti na lang, nandyan ka, so pressing fire galing sa malayo. Fredo will be able to go for the 3-5 eye shots, trying to get in closer. Damaso naman ay knockdown sa ating kill feed. The circle is closing in. Saan kaya pupunta ang circle na to? It will go to farm area, and nice shots right now. Getting bombarded, mga kaibigan, ng Map Esports. Tama na ang outing sa Pansol. Kami ay aalis na. The circle is not within our reach. Eye shots, papaasahin ng Map Esports.
Okay, now, KHI, the first to be eliminated too soon.
Oh, no.
Mga kaibigan, this is not going to be good. KHI only gets 2 kills, pero MAB and Team Secret. And of course, isa ang napilayan. Si Madtox, medyo galit, mainit ang kanilang kalamay. Fredo as well, knocking down 1. Pero balik tayo sa casualty dito sa ating farm. It's Axis redONE. Almighty and Yudu Alliance. Si Jumper nasaktan. Naku po, ikaw ba naman batuhan ng granada? May non-stop. Pero sabi ni Jerome, eto pa, kulang pa yan, Jumper. Kahit mag-heal ka na mag-heal. I'm just going to throw you some grenades, baby boy. Pero sabi ni Ares dito, nasa ng kalaban? Ayun, si Jumper nagtatago. Ares! Will you connect like a Kobe? Pero he just threw some smoke. Nagtakas ang Axis redONE dito. They just used the smoke as a cover to go. Si Hey Noob, riding that Dasha, they're just trying to make it escape. Pero sabi ni Mika, susunugin. Oy, nako, the ultimate betrayal ni Kakang Susu. Nako, my goodness, this is not going to look good for this one. Hindi mo na alam kung sino kakampi mo, kung sinong kalaban mo. Kahit kakampi, Minomoli, ganun-ganun na lang. At si Psycho, nako po, Psycho Sid is not going to look good in this encounter. Hey Noob being knocked down. Si Jumper, makakatalon kaya siya dito, Coco? I don't even know what's happening right now. They're just throwing in some utilities. The smokes will be popping. Almighty will be going out. Pero I think they wanted to go. Coco, help here! Because it's going to get messy any moment soon.
Messi, man. Yung ibang tao gusto yung Messi. Pero right now ako, ayoko ng Messi. Pero right now, Longsker getting the shot in. Dito naman, para sa side of Team Bosskur, down ang isa. Madtoy naman, kitang-kita pa rin ang kanyang SLR dun sa kill feed. Pero dito pa rin tayo sa Yudu Alliance for Rivals. 2 na lang natitira. Again, 2 nawala dahil sa KHI. Pero men, KHI ay natuson na nga. Almighty naman, Isa ang mawawala. Aries, wala ka na dyan. Go back to the lobby. THQ men. Uy, ano to? Galing tubig. Uy, lumabas. Baggy. Hindi pwede.
Oh.
Pero right now, Iron Pro going for that 3x scope shot. Gamit ang kanyang AKM. And uy, Frankie, napasabog na nga si Kid 5. And Bard right now throws in a smoke. And I think they're trying to reposition here. Vince G, pero Trix right now. Tinatamaan ng Mini 14 na kanina ginawang pang CQC. And Trix will be eliminated there. THQ, I think they're getting this beach area. Mukhang magtatapisaw muna sila dito. And Vince G, handa mo na ang lotion.
Oy, I like that. Ihanda ng sunblock, ihanda ng lotion because every players are so hot. Wala sila sa beach. Any moment soon they wanted to go. Naku na po, nauluhan yata. He was knocked out. He's stone cold. He was stunned. Pero let's see kung anong gagawin ng movement dito ng ibang mga players. They are pushing in towards the smoke. They wanted to hunt that single player. Pero sabi ng RSG, kalma lang, nandito sa bubong. I will provide a better cover for you to make your move. Pero sabi dito ng Ranger, okay, I thought the MOBA na sinasabi mo is yung may Death Sonata. Pero anyways, itong si Ranger kapag nag-Death Sonata sa harapan nyo, no? Ay, nako po, the ultimate of the Ranger is going to get really, really good. Let's see on how will they utilize this kind of advantage that they had. But Kuku, tignan mo yung open area sa farm. Nagkakabatuan na. Ganyan ba kayo? Ha? Ganyan ba kayo pinapasabog yung farm?
Parang
yung farm
riot
deal.
sa tondo ang nangyayari kanina doon. Talagang batuan
Kaya
sa
nga,
mga kaibigan. Pero Ranger, mga kaibigan naman, na-knockdown na nga ni Redsky. Gamit ang kanyang M4. Pinasok na nga ng THQ ang RSG. And RSG Malaysia throwing in a nade as well. Ito si Small Boy. You're a small boy, sabi niya kay Redsky. Oh, Redsky, kasama mo na yung kasama na si Dams. Pero Dams, with that play, one more guy left para sa team ng THQ. Si Luck, or actually RSG, and Luck na lang ang natitira, men. And Sem9. Naku po, third party malalato, men. Para sa RSG and THQ. View. Na-knockdown na nga rin si Nasty. And IQ, dinadaanan lang ng sobrang daming players. And men, ito na men, tapisaw na sa beach.
Tampisaw na. It's summer. Goodness, Natasha has been taken into the beach. Ganun sila kainit. Mahalang gasolina, malunod ka sa tubig. And here comes RSG. Natanggal na. Wala silang nakuhang kill. Pero lahat nagagawa. Fully booked ang mga resort malapit sa dagat. Because why? It's summertime. And these guys right now are definitely they don't want to miss out the summer heat. Pero SMG and EVOS, they're not done yet. They want to get their they want to get those skills with each other. SMG si Mail, kailangan niya na mag-send ng email sa kanyang mga tropa na nakikita na nila yung EVOS, and EVOS are just crouching non-stop. At here comes Stone Cold. Johnny Depp just trying to aim in those grenades, sabay sarado ng pinto at mukhang may makikita siyang THQ. Thank you yata ang kanyang isasagot, pero napakaganda ng kanyang pagwasiwas ng bala. Here comes M9. They are so chaotic in the beach. They are positioning themselves the pitch towards the bay. Here comes the teams that are fighting it all out. At si Madto taking the grenade out. Isang member ng Yudo Alliance ang naparusahan, pero SMG, they're running towards the smoke. Why are you hiding in the smoke? SMG, what are you doing? And EVOS is now out of this game, Kuko.
And Benz G, ito yung tinatawag natin na Summertime Saga, mga kaibigan. Ito na nga, mga kaibigan. Summertime Saga, 11 teams remaining ang natitira dito. Nalunod pa yung isa. Men, nalunod yung isa. Anong ginagawa mo? Bakit ka nagtatago sa ilalim ng dagat? And right now, NC able to eliminate some players inside the water area. And men, tinan mo yung focus ngayon ng mga players. Gusto nilang mag-swimming. Kasi men, yun yung pinaka-safe area dito. Kung saan di ka pwede makita, pero right now, kitang-kita ni Asfar. Dep Plato 28 ang gamit niya. Pero men, sobrang gulo ng nangyayari ngayon. And you can see right now, Madtoy, men, Fredo nandirito na rin. Si Voke, NC nandirito na rin. Men,
I like this.
Summertime Saga is real.
I like this, Kuku. Talagang tampisaw at talagang lupa ang pagitan dito. THQ are now dominating with 5 kills. Sabi ng Sem9 dito, okay, we're going to push. Gagayain natin ang strat nila. Pagtatampisaw tayo sa dagat. At eto na ang Sem9 spraying every that they see. THQ, ang gagawin nyo? Si Renzi just trying to fire back onto Sem9. At ito na si Stone, nakadapa. Akala ko na knockdown siya, pero maganda pagkaka-crowns niya. And they are now dominating. Isa na lang ang member ng THQ na nakatayo para i-defend sa ang kanilang posisyon. At si Renzi are just crying. Oh my goodness, this shot. Oh my goodness, this is crazy, Coco.
What a nade there coming from Sem9. Lahat gagawin, men. Binato na lahat. Siguro yung bag niya, punong-puno ng bomba. Binato ang bag, mga kaibigan. And right now, eliminated na rin ang team Bosskur. 1 elimination na sila dito. And men, kanina average points sila ang mataas, pero ngayon sila ay wala. Pero right now, Anik Boy, headshot sa ulo. Galing kay Luyu, huyu ka sa akin, sabi niya. And right now, GENEXUS. Nasa loob sila ata ng bilog dito. And right now, Biu. Meron lang siyang, actually, small shock lang ang meron siya dito, men. Para protektahan ang sarili niya together with his teammate. Napakasikip, men. He is stuck there, step bro.
Ay, eto na. Walang pakisama ang ating log B. Probably they will push these players na nasa dagat inside the bay. Pero sabi nga dito ni Putra sa El, oy, nakuha ko si Maddo, pero si Preco will be nailing the shot. Yeah, Yudu Alliance will be, ano yan? Kumikistap ang Bagi. Oh my goodness, what is this? What is happening in the beach side? Ganito, mag-summer times ang mga teams from MY, SG, PH. Kasi ng PH pero hindi ko makita. Sabi dito ng SMG, okay, we're going to take care of it. This is how you fish. Sabi dito ng SMG, we're going to get those kills. And we are now down to the 5. HB is now out. DOZ, NC, SM9, GNX, and SMG. The remaining teams in this circle. Coco, this is very, very chaotic for these teams na magbabattle it all out. Oh, man.
Sobrang chaotic, man. Yung dalawang Bagi nagpatungan na. Men, totoong summertime saga na nga ang napapanood natin dito. Pero right now, 4 teams remaining. Ang natitira dito, 4-man strong pa rin ang team ni Biu. 4-man strong din ang team ng SMG. We have still 2 remaining players left para sa Dingoz. Ati, pwede pa atang ma-revive. Sem9, pwede rin ata itong si Putrazel. Pero alam ko, wala na silang smoke. Pero right now, Luyu, ang yabang mo. Nagka-R98 sa open, mga kaibigan. Pero right now, long scur. Tamang gapang lang. Sila Biu at Snappy nasa loob ng bilog. So kailangan nila protektahan yung dalawa nilang kasama na nasa labas ng circle. And right now, the circle is with SMG. Mahihirapan dito, men, yung Dingoz kasi dalawa na lang sila dito. And at the same time, sobrang open nila.
Open na open sila. Open for any possible encounters. Just like that. Nakakabarilan sila dito. All sides. Hindi nila alam kung sino ba ang kalaban dito. SMG. The 3 remaining members of SMG. Nasa ng isa. Oh my goodness. Mail is just trying to rotate. Nakadapa siya pero si Putrazel. Anong ginagawa niya dito with that deflato? Sem9 is just trying to eliminate SMG. Now, with 1 knockdown. Napat na lang sila dito. Ano ang nangyari kay Putrazel? Napatumpa siya ni Mail. At sino susunod? Si Jenny na may 1 sa kanyang IGL. Ay nakipag-knockdown na rin si Biu. Will be trying to use that first aid kit para lang makapag-heal. Because this is so hot. Nakapo, beat the hit, Kuku.
Beat the hit, mga kaibigan. Hindi to basketball. PUBG Mobile to, mga kaibigan. Pero right now, Biu still alive. They are 4-man strong. Dalawang knockdown sa kanila. 2v2 situation sila with SMG. And Biu will that kill. Knockdown din. Mga kaibigan, ginagawa niya. Inak mo pa. Isa pa. Weekend para kay Biu. Dalawa na lang din ang natitira. Pero Dingoz.
Oh no!
Sudden. Baby mo si Kulot. Baby Kim. Spray mo na ang M762 barrel, mga kaibigan. And it is just him versus the world of GENEXUS. Men, marerevive pa yung isa nila. Para lang sure, mga kaibigan. 4v1.
Oh no.
Kaya mo ba, Baby Kim?
Baby Kim, you need to be careful. You have to deal with 4 remaining members of GENEXUS. And now GENEXUS just throwing every utilities na meron sila. Look at the mollies. Look at the rotations. Nag-i-split na sila. They have to deal with one. Pero sabi nila dito, napakasakit ng chicken dinner namin and GENEXUS ending this week, getting the final chicken dinner.
7 kills from Pew Pew. Ito yung bunga ng pag-YouTube niya, mga kaibigan. And men,
Yes.
13 kills total din ang nakuha ng GENEXUS from Malaysia. Napakaganda, men. Pero yun na nga, men. Tayo'y mag-e-end na ngayong araw na to at babalik na natin sa highlights.
What can I say? But this evening happens to be the night one for the underdogs here, as multiple teams down in the second draft claims their very first winner chicken dinner, all in this single evening. And it just so happens to be the last competitive day within week number 1. And already the urgency is there. And my God, my only words to them is this: why did not this happen earlier? Why did not they felt the need to grind up the ranks earlier? Obviously, it's all said and done. Should have, would have, could have. And let's be honest, when you're on a battlefield, it's a total different ball game than it is just watching and actually thinking you're a 200 IQ man when really you're playing with less information while you're in the game. But my God, today itself, momentous evening. Farang Legends getting there first, Team Huck getting there first, as well as GENEXUS, the team from Malaysia, in which a lot of people were curious about, especially with the return of BU into the scene, and they showed up big time to close things off with a bang here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring Week number 1. My name is Keith, and we will see how their team, how GENEXUS claimed their winner chicken dinner in just about a bit. But again, a quick reminder to you that it is PUBG Mobile's 4th year anniversary, so do take the time out of your way to wish them a happy birthday. It's not that hard to do, and you know, a little act of kindness goes a long way. Who knows? Just by an overwhelming response of people wishing them happy birthday, they might even release new permanent suits for their birthday, besides the ones that's already been given out at limited quota. Maybe they just give you one for free, right? So go over to their pages on their socials, Facebook, Insta, TikTok, whatever platforms the younger generation are using nowadays. Maybe I'm a little bit too old to scuff for it, but hey, get on it, wish them a happy birthday, and do check out all the offerings that they have to give you for this season, okay? The first time PH joining us within this league, and KHI, unfortunately, down to the teeth. Their last game of the day, they came out too soon on number 16. So don't be too down. I know the Filipino fans who are watching, surely, I I know it's a bit hard to get behind a team that hasn't been performing so much, but you kind of have to have faith, right? This is a brand new season with a new format. Surely you're playing with new teams as well, teams that you're not accustomed with. It only takes time for it only makes sense till for KHI to actually takes time to actually learn the meta and go up against the rest. So take a look at GENEXUS right here with 13 eliminations and 15 points for the winner chicken dinner. Impressive to say the least here. 28 total points going to their side. Meanwhile, SMG brings home 17 of their own. Sem9, despite going out in third, brings home a 17 total points as well because of the elimination score. Meanwhile, take a look at the MVP. We have Sem9 Stone, definitely the new kid on the block who is pulling it through for the rest of Sem9. 6 eliminations, 907 damage, 47.5 team contribution. Nearly half of the entire game was on his shoulder. 63 meters longest elimination distance, 3.2 MVP points. If only Sem9 did not go down to the hands of Renski from Team Hawk, who was within that crash, within the area of the crash they decided to push in. And, well, he just shot out 2 members and the rest continued to fall on whiff. Luckily for Sem9 Stone, he was up and about to finish the job and eventually give a res on Putra, giving them a fighting chance towards the last circle here. Look at GENEXUS. This is the best performance coming out from them thus far. 13 eliminations, 2,631 damage. Sure, their aggression, they are aggressive, and their aggression paid off at the end of the day. And by that, I meant the end of the week here in week number 1. Sem9 Stone, 907, being the most damage dished out in a single match. GENEXUS BU comes in second at 829, and it's glad to see familiar faces back on the screen again. Look at the Udo Alliance 4 rivals, Appy as well with the 765 of his own. This is seemingly like the performance that we know that they are capable of. If only the consistency was dialed in, all these teams are only going to get more competitive from here on out. Here is the overall weekly rankings. At number 1, Dingoz takes home the full score of 20 points here with 218. Homebois with 196 total points. R2K coming in close at 194. Bosskur, unfortunately, although tasted in number 2 position yesterday, they fell down to the 4th place. And it goes down lower and lower with GENEXUS now going up the ranks at 15th place. Clutch Guerillas at 12. Axis redONE actually fallen to the 2nd draft. Team Secret at Sem9, not sure. 2nd draft as well. But we all know that the top 5 position in the 2nd draft is kind of close by, and it's just a matter of a game or two for them to actually leapfrog all the way up to the top. So a lot of the fans are counting on that. They're banking on the comeback kings here for Sem9 and Team Secret being the legendary teams who has represented on an international stage here. Surely this is not the way to go. And so I believe that the MY fans will have their hopes and dreams lit and alive, waiting for that comeback from Team Secret and Sem9 coming into week 2. And as well as Singapore with Almighty, they have managed to get themselves a winner chicken dinner today. Now it all boils down to Team Philippines here as KHI Esports. Not the best of weeks, but this is PUBG Mobile where 1,000,001 things can go wrong. And so they have a chance again to claim their first chicken dinner, if not this week, maybe the next. And just a little bit of a update here with the point system. Apparently, Homebois will get a deduction in their bonus points here. I have a total of 9 points deduction from their bonus points because they missed out on the task match. So, yeah, for all the players back at home, if you're watching this, hey, man, we want to help you out as much as we could, but you kind of have to show up and do your part. Sem9 as well, a bit rough on this one because they're already down in the 2nd draft here now with the absence on the test match. Again, getting a deduction of 3 points for Sem9, 9 for Homebois. So well, it is as it is. If we're going to create a competitive professional league, that we have to be professional players, we have to be professional people, and therefore being timely is one of the great qualities that makes you a professional. So unfortunately, that's out of my hands, but it is what it is. Nevertheless, though, the week is said and done for. The overall rankings has been set into place. There will be no more games today for them to play. However, comes next week, they have a chance to reset their history, okay, reset their fate here. They have all points on the board will be scraped off comes next week, and they will be starting from 0 as they try to grind their way up and this time get a better overall ranking for some of these teams who ended up at the bottom. Will we see KHI Esports get the chicken dinner on the next week? Will Singapore come in with a more aggressive front rather than a passive one that we've seen throughout all week today? Or will it be a completely Malaysian region dominated league here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring? I'm only painting scenarios and narratives. Of course, it all boils down to the hands of these players and how well they play their games and how well they capitalize on advantages that presents themselves right in front of you. It is, after all, PUBG Mobile. It is, after all, a battle royale. And a lot of things you just have no control over. But first, let's take a look at the bonus rankings here. This is where the points will be remunerated or given, per se, for a more palatable word, towards the team. So Dingoz, they get an overall points of 20, R2K at 18, Bosskur coming home with 17 points, Taba NC taking home 16, Udo Alliance 4 Rivals taking home 15, Team Hawk at 14, EVOS VIP 13, Geek Fam at 12, Farang Legends at 11 points, Homebois at 10 points, Axis Red 1 at 10 points as well, Clutch Guerilla at 9 points, Team Secret at 8 points, and it goes down and down all the way down to, I guess, 1 bonus points as the format dictates throughout the earlier parts of the game here. So these are our top 3 eliminators for the day. They are the brutal killer, undoubtedly so. Udo Alliance 4 Rivals, Appy coming up on top. 38 eliminations. However, I'd like to have my respects onto the side of R2K Zane because he has got to work for his kills even the harder than it did for Appy, who just got the glorious Mount Picado where he got to shoot downwards. Axis Red 1, Micah OP as well, coming in at 31 eliminations. Not too shabby despite the position in which they finished. We all know that these 3 teams are the league's most deadly fraggers within the entire MY region here. R2K Zane now looking like the strongest candidate going into the MVP race, and he might just win it if R2K continues to rule over every 1v1 firearm situation. Zane might be that guy to take his team to the top. Udo Alliance 4 Rivals Epi coming in at 2nd place. Geek Damrude coming in at 3rd. And Axis Micah in 4th. And Bard from Homebois will come in to fill in the top 5 position here. Gunslinger, for the Gunslinger rankings though, Axis Micah comes out number 1, seemingly like the more likely than not to actually come out as the top skilled fragger with an average headshots of 0.4 per game. So that means that's 1, or probably much, no, that's 1 every 3 games, to say the least. He gets a headshot down. Appy is 0.2 with 38 eliminations. And of course, one from MAB who has the same, probably much more kills, but the same rate of a headshot ratio here. So meanwhile, talking about the potential longest survivor in the rankings, Taba NC Frankie, as we all know, Taba NC is the team who likes to play the map and play it really slow, hence securing survival time onto their teams here. 21 minutes and 39 seconds with a total heal of 2,415 for Taba NC Magic. He got 20 minutes and 49 seconds with a total heal of 5,765 with R2K Echo coming in 3rd. Meanwhile, taking a look at the field medic rankings here, Hey Noob, obviously. Actually, he's more of a surprise pick here because I would have given it to Axis Kachang Susu, seeing as though that every Sunhawk match, he's the one man behind healing himself back up. But I guess Hey Noob just surpassed him. Oh, of course. This is all about the number of times you rescue anyway. So I guess Kachang Susu's selfishly healing himself does not come into the statistics. Meanwhile, the Eagle Eye ranking, these are the sharpest shooters you have from the furthest distance or furthest region of the map here. Sem9 Depth comes in strong with 337 meters, longest elimination distance. Olayo second at 332, and GENEXUS Lung at 325, and undeniably so as well. I've seen a couple of Lung's plays here, a couple of his clips. He does shoot really far, and it does shoot pretty true. Take a look at the Grenade Masters. We have Homebois Tam coming in with 5 grenade eliminations. Meanwhile, Adik Luke comes in with 5 grenade eliminations for Farang Legends, and Dingoz Ricky coming in at 5 grenade eliminations. How did they get a position 1, 2, and 3? Really, I don't know. At this point, I would say they're all dead set even in terms of the Grenade Master rankings here. However, things are volatile. It will shift every now and then, and they have the next week to actually grind it out and make sure they hold their position in number 1, or for Ricky and Adik Luke, move up to a stop up maybe for Adik Luke, go up to the number 1, and maybe Ricky all the way up as well to the number 1 spot. It's all for them to decide in next week's game. But first, let's talk about the game we had before this and how GENEXUS secured a first ever winner chicken dinner. Starting things off by the foothills of the Gatka Mountain, he makes a topwards rotation towards the north, crossing the bridge, just avoiding all sorts of team, recognizing that the circle did close down below. Going up decreases the chances of them going through a confrontation. However, after they loot in Yasnaya, they zoom straight on down onto farm, seeing as though that the circle did close with a split in the middle, being 40% water, I would say, if you regard, and the maps on the 2 islands could go either way, right? So the safest thing you do is to bank by the river, in which if it pulls up, you have access. If it pulls down, you're already by the river to make the transition or the swim across. Now, as you see, when the circle closes even further, this was when things get a bit dicey for GENEXUS, as they are smack dab in between, in the center here over at farm. Thankfully for them, teams from Sosnovka will have to make the swim across, which means they are not a threat. They have been, what's the word here? They have been neutralized, per se, coming from the south side. And so their attention became more manageable, as they only had need to look out for the rest of the teams coming in from behind them and from the top. So you can see, as they sent Loyu, they sent 2 players, one up into the shed there, right smack dab in the center, in which they played for the longest of time. Loyu will come in from the flank side in case of any sort of movement coming from the left side of their position, where Sem9 Gank and Team Ha currently resides. Again, just to press in the point that teams that are coming in from the south side, from Sosnovka through the waters, are neutralized threat. And there are so many teams that could gun them down before it becomes a threat onto GENEXUS. So they only needed to split their attention to a left to right. This is where things got a bit more panicky for GENEXUS when Dingoz came in and started picking and prodding them within their position. Thankfully for them, they do have some smokes to utilize here. And Dingoz had SMG to worry about. So SMG taking out the threat that was the immediate threat towards GENEXUS. And Bosskur has got eyes on one member of Dingoz, which then ended up in this battle. Obviously, GENEXUS came in with some bullet fires of their own, sealing the deal, taking out the entirety of Dingoz, and Sem9 came in as a third party onto SMG and neutralizing their potential from actually taking over the entire game. So GENEXUS, maybe great plays, but also their aggressive movement, they moved on. They displayed here in this map alone, and how they stayed resilient within the small shed with nothing but utilities and smokes to play around with is rather impressive. Biu showing again how lethal he can be within with a gun on his hands. And I believe we have a phoner later on tonight. And I want to find out who this magical person is and ask him a bunch of questions. Now that the week number 1 is over, is that guy happy about it? Is he not? Well, it depends on who is the recipient at the end of the line. So without further ado, let's get on a call with Homebois, Iron Pro.
Hello.
What's going on, brother? Apa kabar? Apa kabar?
Alhamdulillah, baik.
Okay. So first question I want to ask you, sekarang the league dah tamat for week number 1. Are you happy with the results?
So far happy lah sebab week pertama kan dapat nombor 2, so kita orang berpuas hati lah.
Okay, just to translate what Iron Pro just said, he is rather happy with the results, seeing as though that he did ended up in the top 2 position. So it's not, surely they would love number 1, but they're okay with number 2, seeing as though the point difference you get is only about like 2 points. All right.
Yep.
So was there anything that happened throughout the whole week yang you menyesal tak buat?
Day 1 lah sebabnya kita orang day 2 baru sedar mistake apa kan sebenarnya. Sebab mistake yang kecil-kecil je. So rugi day 1 lah, tak ada point banyak.
Do you have an example? Ada apa mistake dia yang kecil-kecil tu?
Macam gelabah, cepat sangat buat decision making, and then terlalu nak tengah circle lah. Kejar tengah circle sangat. Macam tu.
All right, so just to translate again what Iron Pro just mentioned, I asked him if there were any regrets throughout this entire week number 1, and he said only in day number 1 did they have regrets. They were playing things a little bit more nervous, a little bit more too desperate to get within the circle, and these minor mistakes that in which they fixed in day 2, moving on forward, and that's why they are within the top 2 position. So you are a team that I would consider very adaptable to the situation.
Thank you.
So one more thing, Iron Pro. I know di Malaysia you banyak peminat. So before he's being humble, guys. He's got a lot of fans. I know that much. So kalau you ada pesanan untuk peminat you, if you have a message towards your fans or your supporters, what would it be?
I nak ni lah pesan dekat to Keshai. Boleh?
Boleh.
Thank you for donate point to us.
I don't think I have to translate that. KHI Iron Pro is calling you out. Obviously in friendly competitive mode here, right? It's all fun and games in the game itself. He's calling you out. So this is good. You know why? Because next week, every team would have to step up, including KHI Esports from the Philippines. So one more thing before I let you go, Iron Pro.
Alright.
Next week, what is the plan?
Plan still sama je macam minggu ni juga. Still maintainkan apa yang ada. So that kita orang lagi improve lah yang apa yang kita orang tengah ada sekarang ni.
Okay.
Sebabnya minggu ni still kita orang try and error je banyak.
And so, still you top 2.
Tapi tak tahu rezeki lah.
Okay, boleh. So just to translate one last time for what Iron Pro just mentioned, I asked him what is the plan coming into week 2. He said this is a dead giveaway for all the teams out there. His strategies will be the same. So teams back home, go back through all the live session, study Homebois if you want to counter them within the coming weeks, because everything will be the same according to him. It's all trial and error. And so you're going to have to take it with a grain of salt. Okay, thank you so much, Iron Pro. Thank you for this session.
Right.
Good luck next week.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
And just like that, he ended off with a strong message onto the side of KHI Esports. He is calling you out, KHI. Fans from the Philippines are feeling riled up. And this is all in friendly competitive gaming. Of course, keep it within the game, guys. Nothing personal. KHI Esports, you've got now the responsibilities to uphold your flag and honor comes week number 2. Will Philippines finally get themselves a chicken dinner within the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring? Will the teams at number 1 or the top 3 position waver and fall in flat when it comes to week number 2? it all goes down to suspense. And it's suspense that I'm willing and excitedly waiting to receive on my end. So without further ado, my name is Keith. This is, once again, the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Thank you to PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. We will see you next week for week 2 in the country league here. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.